to the Bleacher Report NFL Draft Live Show presented by Thrivent, where money means more. Guys, this is the fastest day of the NFL Draft. The picks are going to be flying.
Longest day.
But it is the longest day, Felder. Connor Rogers here, of course, alongside my main guy, longtime pal, Michael Felder. And Dame Parson's in the house, man. Back after day 2, feeling good. And guys, the story remains the same right now. We have to start with this. Some people might be tired of it, and we're going to be grading a lot of picks today.
Sure.
We're going to be going through, I think, more players than any other NFL draft broadcast.
Yeah.
But the story has to start with Shedeur Sanders right now. And Dame, as we kick off round 4, I think it's a storyline more of where do you want to see Shedeur go?
Yeah.
Because we're done with how many times can we say the Steelers here, the Raiders passed on him 5 times, obviously the Browns. A lot of these teams have now taken quarterbacks. Dame, what do you think the best landing spot is for now Shedeur's success?
Man, honestly, I still stick with like the Las Vegas Raiders. And I think the talking point for me here is if you're a team that drafts him in the 4th round, you committed day 3 capital, which means if you have a 1st round pick, you need a quarterback next year. If he does not pan out, there's no long-term, like you're not tied to him long-term.
Right.
If you take him here. They have the 6th pick, 108, the Las Vegas Raiders do. Tom Brady's, part of that ownership team now. You have Geno Smith, who he's been compared to for a while now. Brock Bowers, they've added pieces. You can get him, bring him in, and I think this would be a great fit for him to sit behind Geno, who's a team-first guy, who's seen it all. The famous quote, "They wrote me off, but I didn't write back." A guy that can help mentor him in the NFL. I think that's probably my ideal landing spot for him because of that situation. But I will say the Browns, he gets a chance to get on the field a lot sooner in Cleveland if they were to select him.
Well, yeah, I think he's a better prospect than Dylan Gabriel,
100%.
which is what it comes down to. Felder, this is a almost unprecedented situation at this point. I mean, you've been covering the college game for a really long time, and this transition to the NFL, we just don't see a lot of stories like this one.
So here's something. I told you guys I had something for you.
Yeah.
Before we went here. What if he doesn't get drafted? Like, what if he doesn't want to get drafted at this point?
I think we're nearing that.
Don't get drafted. Don't get drafted. Now what do you get to do? You get to find out who calls you. You get to pick where you go.
Right.
You get to be in charge of where you end up playing football. And if you're not going to get the draft spot that you want, it's not because, again, we've talked about this to death. It's not about the money. He's just supposed to play football. And if he, at this point, is something that, and I hate the people that are taking pleasure in this. I find it to be pretty gross.
Right.
Yeah.
But if all he wants to do is play football, and it's not about the money, then don't get drafted. He's going to get phone calls. How many teams do you think call him? How many teams are going to call him?
Easily.
That first day as a UDFA.
And this from Shedeur Sanders today. Another day, another opportunity to get a chance to play the game I love. Thank you, God. #legendary. I'm with you all the way, Felder. It's reaching the point where if he doesn't get taken in the 4th round, it's got to be at the point where the Sanders camp.
He's like,
Do not pick me.
Don't pick me. Yeah.
Do not pick me. There's 2 reasons. The one you nailed. Pick where you want to go, where you're wanted, and you have the best chance to thrive. Number 2, you get to free agency early as a UDFA.
Yeah, you do.
And if Shedeur Sanders shows anything within 2 to 3 years, he has a chance to
beat the clock.
Start the clock early. Rather than these 1st-round quarterbacks, you got to deal with the 5th-round option. Even if you're a day 2 quarterback, that's a 4-year deal.
4 years.
Right? A lot of guaranteed money. We're at the breaking point with this one, guys, where it doesn't make sense for him to get drafted soon.
Came to me last night. I'm tossing and turning in bed, trying to make sure I try to get some sleep for a long day. And I was like, you know what? What if now they're just telling people no?
Yeah.
If he didn't once he saw Dylan Gabriel go, he has to be thinking,
Right. Yeah.
hey man, don't pick me, don't do it. Like let me make my own decisions. And again, Dad's a savvy businessman. Dad's been in the NFL. Dad's been around the NFL. Dad knows the NFL. This is something that they know. So, and I think you hit on a great point. This is why I love working with the NFL guy, the NFL scout, and then I'm the college guy. I've seen this kid play. I know what he could do, and I love his game. I love the patience that he plays with. I love the suddenness with which he's able to make throws. I love his, and we don't talk about this nearly enough, I love his toughness. This is a tough kid. Like, he's a tough SOB. Like, he'll stay in there to make sure he can make the play. He will hang in that pocket to the final minute to hit that deep dig or to let his guy clear in zone so that he can make the throw.
I'm with you all the way. And obviously, when he comes off the board, if he comes off the board today, we'll be breaking it all down here with grades. So you see some potential landing spots for Shadur Sanders. Let's start, though. There's a lot of talent left on the board here, Dame. I know you've written up a ton of these players as you see the best available prospects. That's from the BR scouting department. Who are you keeping an eye on today, Dame, when that name gets called that you go, man, this feels like a steal to kick off day 3?
For me, Jalen Royals, wide receiver out of Utah State. Guy is a dense, compact build. Saw him up close and personal at the Senior Bowl. And a guy that's physical at the line of scrimmage. Guys had a hard time trying to get hands on him at the Senior Bowl in the one-on-ones, reroute him. He can run routes. You have this 4.4 speed. And he's a guy that plays with good tempo and patience as a route runner in terms of he'll lull you to sleep and then snap off a route and get to a spot. And you think about the quick slants, the mesh concepts, those crossers, and you get the ball to him. I think it may have been against Boise before he got hurt this year. He had a slant, and it was him one-on-one with a safety. He gave him a nice little double tap, 2-step, made the safety fall, and then took it 60 more yards for a touchdown. And to be honest with you, at the Senior Bowl, he wasn't even fully healthy. He had the foot injury. He toughed it out, got as close to 100% as possible. But you can even watch him during the Senior Bowl and say, like, okay, he's not 100% healthy. Somebody's getting a steal here. I don't believe I don't think the Titans went wide receiver on day 2. I don't think
a lot of defense.
A lot of defense. This could be, to me, that's a good landing spot. Get Cam Ward, a young weapon, to come into camp with. You already have Calvin Ridley. I think this would be a good fit for Tennessee if they wanted to go wide receiver.
I like that call a lot. He reminded me of Pierre Garçon, a little bit of a throwback comp. That
Similar
you don't see a lot of 210-pound bodies that play that style of football there. Felder, what about you? We got a lot of big names hanging around the board here. A lot of guys that had phenomenal college years. You think of Jack Sawyer coming off a national title right now. Who's the name that jumps out to you?
Oh, for me, I go with Cam Scatterbo. You mentioned thick-built wide receiver. Cam Scatterbo is kind of a Swiss Army knife. Guy's jack of all trades. See him there, take the direct snap, he'll get into the end zone. But he's got this bowling ball mentality about him. He's not going to let you tackle him. The first man rarely does. You see him there, give him the shoulder and drop him right on his way to the end zone. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a comp for him because I love what he does on the field and I love how gadgety he can be. But he is somebody that nobody wants to tackle.
Right.
He's very reliable. And you mentioned a lot of guys had good years. This is a guy that exploded on the scene for Arizona State.
He had 92 missed tackles forced this year, Felder. He was just a bowling ball, a wrecking ball. Guys, for me, Braden Swinson from LSU, the pass rusher, I'm a little surprised he's still here right now. I mean, good size, almost 6'4", 255 pounds. Long enough arms, 33 3/8. Good testing, especially with the agility. He's coming off a season, 8.5 sacks, 9 quarterback hits, 45 hurries, and a play finisher, 2 forced fumbles as well. I like the length. He just throws his hands with purpose. And when you're a bigger edge rusher, a stand-up guy, which is the role he played a lot, as you see here for that LSU defense, arrive with those hands with purpose. Two-handed swipes, the cross chop, 22% pass rush win rate in 2024. What really stands out to me, the improvement. It was only 15.9 in 2023. Dame, I know you like this player a lot as well. He's somebody that I thought should have went in the second round.
100%. You know, the size is there, the strength is there. You talk about the hand usage, and I love the fact that in terms of pacing with his rushes, he's not a guy. You see some guys fire off the ball, and they're just like a bat out of hell, but they don't have the brakes to change directions and think the control. He has control, and he's a guy that he'll really put tackles in a compromising spot because you don't know what he's about to throw at you by the time he gets to that second step of his rush. He could bull rush you, long arm, or he can double hand swipe, cut back inside. This guy knows how to get to the quarterback. I'm surprised he's still here.
I like him. Like, as a guy that watched him. And here's the thing. Yesterday we talked about Texas as winners.
Yeah.
LSU, they're going to have some guys come off the board today. And it's going to be really interesting to see what this looks like because LSU, they got a lot of dudes up front, and then they got more coming in next year. And so this is seeing him get picked is going to be really fun. But yeah, he checks a lot of the boxes. You want length, you want physicality. Like I said, we talked about this before. You got to have a backup plan. Here we go.
Pick us in. First pick of day 3 here, guys, as the Titans kick us off. And Dame, you nailed it. Looking for wide receiver help, but they go in a different direction than Jalen Royals. They take Chimere DK, the speedy wide receiver from Florida here, the 4.34 wheels. Dame, what do you think of this selection? You wanted wide receiver to help out Cam Ward.
No, I give it a B+. I like DK's game. Some people worried that did he play to the 4-3-4, and I think when you saw the film, you saw him actually open that stride. He can pull away from guys really easily. He's a explosive slot because they play him a lot in the slot. They move him in motion at Florida. He's got a nice build, strong build. He attacks the ball at the catch point. You know, he is a good leaper as well, and plays with physicality at the catch point as well. Gives you that run at the catch ability. I think this guy pairs well, especially if you're going to implement some of that quick RPO action that I call Cam Ward the RPO savant. He's so good in the RPO game, reading the defensive leverage, getting the ball out, changing the arm trajectory to fit it past the ear hole of defensive linemen and linebackers. This is a guy that he can get the ball to quickly that can make plays after the catch.
Yeah, DK, I'm going to go ahead and give this, I'm going to be quick because we're moving. I'm going to go ahead and give it a B, only because Royal's still on the board.
Yes.
That's the only reason. That's it. What about you, Connor?
Yeah, I'm a little lower as well. It's a C+ for me, and you nailed it, Felder. You just got to go by the rankings right now. There's wide receivers I like better. They wanted speed here, right? And Dame said it. You got to play to that 4-3-4. Got to lower the drops. 17 career drops. That's a big number. I think he's not really creative after the catch for a guy that's got good wheels. But, man, this is an offense that needed to stretch the field. So as much as I'm lower on where he should, in terms of wide receiver rankings, this was a skill set they needed. It's a C+. And we're going to be flying here, guys. Obviously, Jacksonville on the clock as well. They're a team that's made maybe the most noise in this draft so far. That all started with the big trade up for Travis Hunter. You get a little bit of a 2-for-1 player in that spot. It's going to be interesting to see how they fill out the depth, though, that this defense needs. You look at the best available here. Of course, Shadur Sanders still on the clock. Jalen Royals, Dylan Sampson, the explosive running back from Tennessee. And then Billy Bowman Jr. is an interesting name in this spot. Dame, I know they've added Caleb Ransaw as well, but Bowman kind of a different style of a safety.
Yeah, Bowman is that true safety nickel hybrid, guy that can cover. He's instinctive, ball skills. He is a tough player as well. He's not going to meet the requirements for everybody from a size standpoint.
Yeah, right.
The tackling, I think PFF had him charged for like 13 to 14 missed tackles last year, and it's because of shorter wingspan. Can't really cast a wide net in terms of being able to wrap up, but he's a guy that's going to rally to the ball. But when the ball is in the air, he's so good at making plays on it. So I think somebody's going to get a guy that can be a ball hawk, especially if you're running some of that zone. He's in that nickel spot, drop off into the curl of flats, hook zones, things of that nature, and bait quarterbacks into some of those throws. Billy Bowman can do that.
Yeah, this pick is, listen, these picks that kick off each day, you're trying to snipe value right now. You're trying to get a guy that really should have came off the board in round 3 or round 2. We talked about with Swinson. We talked about with Jalen Royals. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars, their second pick on day 3 of the NFL draft.
Okay.
And we got a little bit of suspense here. It is Bayshaw Tootin, the running back from Virginia Tech, one of the better athletes in this class here, Felder, at the running back position.
Stout. Short but stout, and absolutely, he understands how to get open. I'm going to give this a C+. I like Dylan Sampson more.
Yeah.
But I do like what he brings to the table. I like the fact that he's got that little, he's obviously a bigger body frame than a guy like Darren Sproles, but I like that he has that short compactness to his game where you're going to lose him behind that offensive line, and then he can squirt out.
Yeah, I give it a B-. Like you said, Sampson still being available. Sampson I had graded higher than him, but this guy's home run hitter, explosive long speed, got that bowling ball compact build. He finishes runs falling forward. He runs behind his pads well, and if you get him out in the space, he's going to make the defense pay. And I wonder, there are talks about Travis Etienne not picking up the 5th-year option. Yeah. They kind of have a little bit of a type because Travis Etienne, explosive, squatty back himself. I wonder if this kind of signifies that, hey, we might run with, in 2026, potentially Tootin and Tank Bigsby next year if you don't bring back a Travis Etienne. But I like the fit. Just Dylan Sampson gives you a little bit more.
I think that's exactly it, Dame. I feel like they're trying to build a backfield between him and Tank because of the way they complement each other. Etienne might be on the way out here, guys. I like this player a lot, and I agree with you. I had Sampson ranked higher, but Bayshaw Tootin, 95th overall for me. So the value checks out, the skill set checks out. You got 4.3 wheels. The 40.5-inch vertical shows how explosive he is. Zone runner. This is an A- for me. Big fan of this guy. The one thing, got to keep the ball off the ground, man. You got 8 fumbles over the last 2 seasons for a smaller guy with smaller hands. That always stands out. So it's going to be more of a change of pace player. No receiving production, which shocked me because I thought at the Senior Bowl, he looked really, really good out of the running backs in the pass-catching drills. So I think there's more meat on the bone for Bashaw Tutin as a receiving back in this offense. And we're going to keep rolling here. The Giants on the clock at pick 105. They've had a busy draft as well as Joe Schoen looks to kind of get this roster right. And Jackson Dart is obviously going to be a bit of a stash quarterback from them. They got one of the best players in the draft at Abdul Carter at pick 105 as we wait. The pick is in here. Let's see. They're another team probably going to be looking to add to their backfield on today of the draft. They like what they saw from Tyrone Tracy last year, but it's going to take more than that as all these committee backfields obviously are very, very popular.
Yeah, 100%. Having a guy that, with Tracy, that former wide receiver to running back convert, it's a good player that you can use out in space. I wonder if this is a running back here, maybe a Damian Martinez to add a punch and a bite to that rushing attack.
Well, it is a running back, and Dame, you're on the right track. Looking for a little bit more bite, looking for a little bit more, grit and sandpaper. And Michael Felder is going to be a fan of this one. The Giants took Cam Skattebo from Arizona State. You got the slasher in Tyrone Tracy. Now, Felder, you get some brawn in Cam Skattebo in New York.
Dude, I think the city's going to fall. Go ahead. I'm going to give it an A+.
There it is.
He was my favorite player coming into today. He is someone that is, I think the city's going to fall in love with him. Like, no lie. This city is going to fall in love with this guy. He can anchor that team. He is someone that short yardage, let's go. Want to put him in a package where he's taking direct snaps, let's go. Want to put him back there with Tracy together, and then you flare one guy out. Because technically that could be what, 21 personnel? Okay, now we got 21 personnel. Now that means you're in a base package, but we know as a converted wide receiver, bang. Let's motion him out now. He's one-on-one on a linebacker, and you can go out and make plays.
I like this. I give it a B+ for me. The value is great here. And again, the complementary style to what you have with Tracy. And then also one of the most underrated parts of Cam Skattebo's game, the receiving ability on the backfield.
Yeah.
Right? Remember the game against, was it Texas? He ran that little sluggo, against I think it was a safety. And he tracked the ball well. He even slowed up for it because the ball was underthrown, made that combat catch because he had contact. He runs hard. He's physical. This is a guy who can pass protect. Yes, is he going to give you the explosive big plays? Not nearly as much because of the long speed. He will get tracked down, but this is a guy that wants contact. He wants to set. Like, you think about having that relief pitcher in baseball.
Right.
Like, this is the guy, if you got the lead, like, you want to get him going in the run game in that fourth quarter, that 8-minute type of offense, because he gets stronger the more contact he has and the more you give him the football. B+ for me.
And the other team wants it less.
Yes.
The more he gives it to him, the other team wants it less. What do you think?
I love this pick here for me. I had him even higher. He was in my top 90, 85th overall. Skattebo, you know what you're getting, and you guys nailed it. Somebody that drops his pads, churns through contact. This is an A- for me because this is exactly what the Giants need to add to this backfield. I like Tyrone Tracy as that pass catcher, as that change of pace. As much as this Arizona State offense got Skattebo involved in the outside run game, get him going downhill. Let him run through people. Listen, doesn't have long speed. I don't care. How often do you use your long speed in the NFL game? It's about the runs that are, hey, there's 2 yards in front of you. Can you get us 6 and put us in third or second and manageable right here? Skattebo, man. And there's some technique things in pass pro that needs to work on. He bends his waist a little bit, drops his head. He gets over aggressive. But his route tree is bigger than a lot of running backs in this draft. So that's the thing. You can play him all 3 downs if you need. This is a really, really exciting pick for New York. Felder nailed it where this is the type of personality that'll just fit in this area.
Blue collar.
Yep.
Blue collar all the way.
Absolutely. The union guys are going to fall in love with him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Brian Daboll's scheme looks like, the usage between him and Tyrone Tracy. I mean, man, what a year it was for him. And over the last 2 seasons, 61 catches, almost 800 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns. You don't see a lot of backs that play close to 225 that do that.
So my initial comp for him was more physical, stronger Kyron Williams. Now that as I continue to think about it, he kind of reminds me of Mark Ingram coming out of Alabama, right? Not the fastest, but a guy, like you said, you could give him the direct snaps, caught the ball well, compact, low center of gravity, physical finisher, a guy that would pass protect. Like you said, you got to work on some of the technical aspect and clean that up because he is super aggressive. So he gets a little over his skis, leaning a little bit. He's like, hey, square it up, stay to your base, strike and anchor. He can, you fix some of that stuff. He's going to give that to you. Yeah, I would not be surprised if we're looking halfway through the season and he's RB1.
Yeah.
And they rotate Tracy in as the true change of pace back, pass catcher, whoever's at quarterback, whether it's Russ, Jameis, or Jackson Dart. They got that underneath passing game truly with both of them. You come out shotgun, deuce in the backfield with both of those guys and go empty and really force linebackers to cover.
Yeah.
I love it.
And I think about this with Jackson Dart. How did they play at Ole Miss? Right? Mm-hmm. How did they play? That's how they played.
Play action football.
And Dart obviously can help you a little bit in the run game. You have to respect the threat. And then having both of those running backs is going to really help him make plays.
Patriots on the clock at 106 here, guys. This draft haul tells you everything about what their mission is right now. Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams at wide receiver, Jared Wilson at center yesterday. Offense. The pick is in. Finally, the Patriots help out their defense and get Craig Woodson, the safety out of Cal here, Dame. A guy that I thought for a long time went under the radar throughout this process. It's good to see it course correct and hear his name called at the top of round 4.
Good athlete, good size. He's 6 foot even, 200 solid pounds, and he carries that well. A guy that can play in that low hole, will come up and hit you in the mouth as a tackler as well. And Mike Vrabel, what do we know about him? He's physical. He wants guys that are going to play with that type of physicality that he played with and with that mentality. And he knows, hey, in this division, you're going to have to hit. You're going to have to deal with whether it's Ray Davis and James Cook in Buffalo. You know that from time to time, Mike McDaniels will run the ball eventually in Miami as well. And you got Breece Hall and Braylon Allen in New York. I like this fit for them. I give it a B, man. I think adding, and then you still have, I think, Jabril Peppers and Kyle Duggar. We could potentially see some 3 safety sets in New Orleans, in New England. Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and give it a B as well. I love his game. I love what he does. As a former safety, he does everything that you could ask a guy to do.
Right.
And what I really like about him is the physicality. You talked about Vrabel and Vrabel being a physical player. This is a guy that played football with who? Rodney Harrison. He's looking for somebody that plays football in that fashion, and I think this is someone who is going to want to try to play that way.
This is a B for me here, guys, with Craig Woodson. Listen, what I like about this, he's so good at coming to balance and wrapping up and being a reliable tackler for this defense. I saw enough range sideline to sideline when they let him play free to be a ball hawk. So you get somebody responsible on the back end as your last line of defense. He can give you coverage, 3-year starter, and he was productive. Played in the slot, played in the box when you brought up the physicality, played free when you think of the range right now. So, listen, do I think the time speed was a little faster than his recovery speed and the route anticipation is a little bit below average right now? Yeah, but that's why he's here on round 4. So, Dame, you brought up 3 safety looks. This guy is built for that to come in and help your guys out on the back end.
Absolutely.
We're flying today, guys. The pick is in as Jacksonville is back on the clock, and they're helping the middle of their defense with Jack Kaiser, the linebacker from Notre Dame here, Felder. One of the smarter linebackers that just seems to read everything so well in front of him in this draft.
Yeah, he can track you down sideline to sideline. He's willing to sit there. He's willing to be mugged up, which I think some guys don't like that because they don't feel like they can see everything. So I'm going to go ahead and, when I look at him play, when I look at his game, I see someone that is going to be around the football constantly. So I'm going to give this a B+. I think what he brings to the table is someone that's going to know your defense, someone that's going to understand how to get other people lined up. That's one thing I noticed with him. It wasn't just that he played mugged up and was comfortable doing that. And by mugged up, what I mean is he played inside linebacker at the line of scrimmage.
Right.
And he was still able to make plays sideline to sideline.
One of the difficulties is that, though, for people that don't understand.
Yeah. So when you're mugged up, okay, let's do it. Here we go.
Yep.
Give me this. All right. If you've got your defensive tackles right here, and then you bring Jack Kaiser in right here, he's used to playing back here, right? Mm-hmm. He's used to playing back here. These guys protect him so he can go here or he can go here. So when you bring him up to here, he's got to be able to deal with an offensive lineman that's in front of him, deal with the traffic around him, and he can do that. He can get good extension on offensive linemen, and then he can still redirect side to side. That's what that means.
No, I like the and for simulated pressure looks, right?
Yes, exactly. It makes quarterbacks have to think.
Exactly. Speed up their processing. They were trying to figure out who's going to attack the line of scrimmage post snap, he can give you that type of stuff as well.
Yeah, it's a B+ for me as well here. I mean, this is somebody, team captain plus instincts. You see the pre-snap IQ all the time. Just diagnoses what the run game is trying to do to him and how to beat that. And what makes you feel good about the transition on top of that, because the tape is really good, the agility scores were phenomenal for this guy before the draft. 6'9", 7'3", cone, 4.29 shuttle. That's really, really important for the linebacker position. Doesn't miss a lot of tackles. Do it all special teamer, by the way. We're talking about the 4th round here. You might not be able to get on the field, face downs. Special teams, man.
4 core.
Special
Yep.
teams.
Yep.
4 core.
I'll give it a B as well. I'll give it a B. Got it. Instinctive, headsy. He's going to be where you need him to be. You see how he baits that throw, fakes the blitz through the A gap, drops back off, picks off the quarterback. He's willing and secure tackler. Like, yeah, Jacksonville is getting tougher, getting more physical. And they're making some moves that you want to improve. And I think the defense was a big component for them. You know, we can have the discussion about whether or not Travis Hunter plays receiver or corner. I think in Jacksonville, I think it's corner. I think he should play corner.
Connor, we haven't got to talk about it. What do you think
for Travis Hunter?
Yeah.
It feels like with them, it's definitely full-time wide receiver. My opinion is if you're going to do that, you're playing more free safety than you are outside shutdown corner. I feel like that is a lot to ask. Now, Hunter's been really adamant that he's going to do. We got another pick here, guys, as the Raiders load up on offense. They took Jack Besh at wide receiver on day 2. Now they go Deontay Thornton from Tennessee.
I like
this is all about size and speed here for me, guys. When you look at Thornton, he was a stretch target for them. You're looking at a guy that's about 6'5", 205 pounds, legit 4.30 40. Remind me of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, MVS. That's what you're looking at with him. Average a ridiculous 25.4 yards per reception in that offense this year. Dominated single coverage. Is he a guy that's savvy against zone or silky with the underneath routes? No. You're adding this guy to win over the top. One-trick pony, but a very, very important trick. Maybe they can coach up the rest of the route tree, but tracks the deep ball. And Geno Smith loves to push the ball down the field. So this is a B+ here for me with Thornton over the Raiders. That offense just has speed, strength, and talent at every single level.
I'm going to give this an A-. I like everything you said. I love it. And this was a guy that is one of my favorite day 3. I had him at the top of the 4th round grade. Developmental guy. With that 6'5", he is what the freak athlete we thought we were getting out of Quentin Johnston when he came out of TCU.
Yeah.
When he went to the combine, everybody expected him to be 6'4", 6'5". Then he came in at 6'2".
6'2.5", yeah.
Like he didn't run the 4.3 or low 4.4s.
Yeah.
He takes the top off the defense.
And look at this. That's just shot out of a cannon kind of acceleration.
Legitimately. And you watched all 22 against Bama. They played him close up on a rep, and he absolutely blew by the defensive back. Nico didn't get him the ball in an accurate manner, but this is a guy I think that there's enough movement skills with him that you say, okay, what happens if we ask you to run more routes? Because we know Tennessee's offense, a lot of wide alignment. Hey, run that slot or run that go, run that post, run that mesh concept. I think pairing him with Jack Besh, that you're going to have as your power slot, Brock Bowers, I like this fit a lot, especially with Geno, because Geno can get the ball down the field.
So I'm going to give it a B+. Quentin Johnston, one worry. Obviously, that didn't go great for me as someone who was high on him. But
I was high on him too.
Still time.
Cordarrelle Patterson.
Yep.
That's who I think about. And he wasn't a developmental guy. He was a guy that was kind of a one-trick pony. And now you've got to figure out if you can teach this pony new tricks.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the interesting. But again, that's why he's in the 4th round, right? That's why he didn't go on the first 2 days of the draft. Can he learn those new tricks? Absolutely. Let's see if it happens.
Bills are on the clock. Listen to this, guys. The Bears is pick 109. This pick went from the Bears to the Bills, then back to the Bears, and then back to the Bills. This is peak draft day. I want my picks back right here. Buffalo comes into the 109 slot. I know this is just GMs. NFL GMs are just hilarious at this point. They just can't let it go. The Bills haul so far. First round, Maxwell Hairston, the corner out of Kentucky. They got TJ Sanders, a player they traded up for on day 2, the defensive lineman from South Carolina, and then Landon Jackson as well. So this has been defense, defense, defense for Buffalo. Curious how they look at this, if they try to get some depth on offense or they just keep loading up the defensive unit here for the Bills. Or if the Bears just trade back for the pick again for the 5th.
Wow. Wow.
So we look at the best available here. Deep at corner. Got a couple good safeties left on the board today. Obviously, it's going to be a big wide receiver day. This is a very, very deep
I like A.O. Manor, man.
Me too.
Pick is in here for the Bills, and this is all about size with Deion Walker, the massive 6'7" defensive tackle from Kentucky. Built like a nose tackle, but did some of his best stuff more as a 3-tech 4-eye here, Dame. Kind of a unique player.
100%. He's a 6'7", 340, and you're playing 3-tech 4-eye. He's got really quick hands. He knows how to shed blocks as a pass rusher. At the Senior Bowl, the team he was on, I think, was coached by the Brown staff. They did more running the ball in practice than throwing, and he actually played with much better pad level at the Senior Bowl and that was one of the big things for him, because with that size, you would think he's a nose tackle, but he was popping up like a jack-in-the-box during his college career. If he can, and it's hard because they're naturally 6'7". It's kind of hard to stay with your pad level low through the drive phase. If he can do that a little bit better in the NFL, he's going to help that run defense. They have Dwayne Carter, who they drafted last year. They brought in T.J. Sanders on day 2. You have Ed Oliver as well. They needed some size in that defensive tackle room. If he can help stop the run, this is going to be a steal of a pick, because you know what you're getting on third downs from him.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a B right here, because when I look at him play, you mentioned that he does pop up. That is one thing. If he got better at the senior role, that's fantastic. Now it's about maintaining that.
Yeah, maintaining it.
And the big key for me, as someone who loved Ed Oliver, the big key for me is he's going to get some help on that interior.
Yeah.
And this is somebody, I don't care if you line him up at a 0, you can line him up at a 1, you can line him up at a 2, you can line him up at a 3. Doesn't matter. You can take him off the field on third down, or you can leave him on the field and put him over top of the center and let him go make plays.
Quick long arm over, quick moves, man.
Being 6'7" is hard
Yeah.
when you're playing in the interior, and you have to worry about pad level.
100%.
It's just a question of what Deion Walker or the Bills getting here, and you got him in the 4th round for a reason. It's a B- for me. I had him at 131, so I have no problem with the value in this slot. The 2023 Deion Walker to me is a 2nd-round pick. The 2024 Deion Walker to me is a day 3 guy, as we're seeing right here. You brought up the pad level. You guys are all over it. Team captain as a true sophomore in 2023. That's impressive to me.
That means that they respect you.
And he was really productive. You see the wrecking ball power at times, natural tools. He got the arm over. When you're 6'7", you could work that arm over. But the pad level, I think there's times where as a pass rusher, he's just got no plan. It's just, I'm bigger than everyone else. How can I push the pocket, or how can I be a disruptor without a plan? The Bills staff, can they coach up the hands? Larry Ogunjobi, that they signed this offseason, 6-game suspension. So they needed more depth and size at defensive tackle. T.J. Sanders, more of an explosive rusher that you view as like that 3-tech or 4-3 defensive end. Deion Walker, now you get a little more brawn for the inside. So I'll stick with the B-. I hope they can develop this player, because he's got all the talent.
He does 100%. He's got the talent, the size. He's everything you want in a true nose, that 0-1 tech. I'm going to give it a B as well. I think the values here is good if you can coach up, like you said, the hand use, the pass rush playing, right? I don't think you see that a lot in college. These young guys coming out, and it's because you're bigger, you're stronger, you're faster.
You don't have to work at all the little things, because you can just get by on athleticism. But the best coaches make sure you do have, as you mentioned, Connor, you have a plan.
Yes.
You have to have a plan. You have to know what you're going to do next. You have to have not just a plan. Like, you have to have a move you want to do when you fire out the blocks.
And that secondary.
Then you got to have a second move for when they stop you. And that's the part that he's going to have to get coached up on.
Jets are on the clock here with pick 110.
What do you want?
In this draft, they need a wide receiver badly.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah, that's
right. They need a wide receiver badly. There's wide receiver talent on the board. As you've seen, they've really beefed up the offensive trenches, because Mason Taylor's going to play on the line of scrimmage. Armand Membu is plug and play right tackle. Zaire Thomas, typical Aaron Glenn man cover corner with length. Now you got to get Justin Fields another target. I wonder, listen, they have Garrett Wilson, and then it's nobody else, right?
Yeah.
Alan Lazard, that signing hasn't worked. And then Malachi Corley in the 3rd round last year wasn't able to get on the field as a 3rd rounder. So for the Jets here, I mean, you look at Jalen Royals. Elikayo Manor has size. We've seen a lot of wide receivers already come off the board. I like Elijah Badger from Florida today. I'm curious to see where he ends up as well. I think they'll be all over. They might double dip at wide receiver today, and it most likely starts here.
I wouldn't be against that at all with the talent that we have on the board, right? Like, go get you 2.
Right.
Take 2 swings at the pinata. Take 2 swings. Make sure you hit it. Make sure you knock all the candy out of it, man. Make sure you get everything you need out of this day 3, out of these picks, and getting a receiver that has the size that pairs well with Garrett. that kind
Right.
of physical guy. Royals, Ioman is absolutely
That's why I said Ioman. Like that dude is a physical.
blocks in the run game, all of that.
Yeah, physical blocker, younger player. Kind of an interesting background. You look at him coming from Canada and
Right.
figuring out, American football down here
Ball
as well.
skills at the catch point,
Right.
things of that nature.
A quarterback helper.
Yeah.
With Justin Fields, the accuracy's been spotty at the NFL level. You look for bigger targets. Garrett Wilson can help you out. He's only one man.
Yeah.
Mason Taylor more underneath stuff. So we're going to see what the Jets end up doing here. It could be wide receiver. They could go back to the defensive well. They still need help at safety right now. There's been rumors around Breece Hall being traded. I don't think that's going to happen today. That feels like a tough. And we got the pick here.
There we go.
Guys, the pick is in for the Jets, and they do go wide receiver looking for team speed. They take Arian Smith, the speedster from Georgia with 4.3 wheels, a slender player here. Dame, what do you think?
I'm gonna give this a D. D minus.
I'm with you, bro. We'll get there.
I had him as a late flyer in this class. The drops are a legitimate problem with him. It's not just downfield targets. It's easy stuff. At the Senior Bowl, they ran a tunnel screen in practice against air. He dropped that too. And it was just like, you see the speed, so he can make the big plays. But the speed doesn't matter if you don't consistently catch the football. And so for me, with better receivers on the field, on the board, like I don't think he takes pressure off of Garrett. He doesn't pull coverage as much from Garrett, man.
He's like I'm gonna go ahead because I know we got to keep moving. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a C. I know we got to keep moving. I want to hear your thoughts on it though, Connor.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He's like it's a poor man's Garrett Wilson. Right? Like that's what he is.
Yeah, without any of the polish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one for me, guys, is a D here. I mean, you're going to see how fast he is, like legitimate track speed on tape.
He ran track.
He's a track guy, exactly. But he's still a track guy. That's the problem to me.
Correct.
10 drops in 2024. I mean, that's a 16.7 drop rate on catchable targets. That's one of the worst rates in college football.
It's just
not in the draft, in college football.
so inconsistent.
He doesn't track well, concentration, body control struggles, body catcher. The routes don't have tempo.
No.
It's nice when you have 4.3 wheels. Can you tempo your routes? So I understand
Contact throws them off.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a small breeze might throw him off. This is a D for me. There's way better players on the board. I liked what the Jets did with the first 3 picks, but this is a massive reach for me. I thought this was a 6th-round player, and what's worse about that, because it's only 2 rounds off, is a lot of wide receivers for day 2 fell, and the Jets passed on them. I don't understand that pick for me. All right, the pick is in here for the Eagles, and this is a pick I absolutely do understand. Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle from Nebraska, who had a great year, Felder. Just a lot of power, effort, and a guy that can play up and down the defensive line.
Right. That's the thing I like about him is we're going to see when we watch the highlights, you're going to see this guy. He can line up at a 5. He can line up at a 3. Line up in that 4-eye. So he can do all those things. Plays with passion. Plays with aggression. There he is right there. Line up in that 4-eye. Go make a play. Let's go do it. And it's not. He does have to. We talked about that. We keep talking about it. I'm going to give this pick an A. I do think that there's obviously polish that needs to be learned to his game. But right there, that's what I love. Him breaking through, realizing, as my old coaches would say, you're not that good. In redirecting to go take care of that screen.
Yeah.
I think that's something that's really special. I think he's been pretty well taught in terms of what football, how to play football. Needs moves, but other than that, I think we're good.
Yeah, I give it a B+. For me, when I look at this value, it's the Philadelphia Eagles. And we talked about this yesterday.
Get huge humans.
They get big, they get beef, they get big, strong guys, and they love depth on the defensive line. Right. So he gets to sit behind the Jordan Davis, the Jalen Carter. You lose Milton Williams for a big payday to the New England Patriots, right, in free agency. You bring another guy in, and they went defense this entire draft the Eagles had.
Right.
Jihad Campbell, Andrew McCool, but now Ty Robinson. The one thing Howie Roseman said, well, our defense is not going to take a step back. We won the Super Bowl. We're not complacent. I think he'll be a nice rotational piece while he learns some of the technical aspects of the game with his hand usage. This is a really good fit because he's also his best game, man. The way he destroyed Colorado's game plan,
goodness.
I knew off of the first drive from Colorado, I knew that game was over.
I just wrote, the first thing I wrote is he just plays hard and pissed off all the time.
Angry
He's
dude.
able to use that energy to generate power from his base.
Yeah.
Like you see power generate from his hips, his hamstrings, and just knockback power. It's a little out of control at times. Good senses around the line of scrimmage. Knocked down 8 passes over the last 2 seasons. This is somebody that understands, okay, when my pass rush gets stalled, eyes on the quarterback, arms up in the passing lanes. Ty Robinson, such an Eagles pick in terms of value, which you brought up, Dame. He was higher on the board than where he should have gone here. And the fact that Felder, what you brought up, he could just play multiple alignments for you. And the Eagles love guys
They love
like
that. They love it.
So the Saints are on the clock here. Robinson for me, by the way, I gotta get back to that and throw up a grade there. I'll go with a B+. I mean, that's just to me what the Eagles do. Value in the trenches over and over again year after year. So the Saints are on the clock here. As we've discussed all draft week, they took Tyler Shuck, so this is not a Shador landing spot anymore. This is a team that, with a lot of the salary cap constraints they've had, they're just looking to round out an entire roster right now.
I think
They need a wide receiver. They need another receiver. They need some more size in that room. You have Olave, you have Rashid Shaheed.
And both significantly hurt last year.
Exactly. Both are 2 smaller guys coming off of injuries. You need a little bit more size and strength in that wide receiver room.
Yeah, let's look at, when you look at what they've done already, that definitely tracks of the route they can go here.
Okay.
Pick is in. Linebacker Danny Stutzman is the pick from Oklahoma as the Saints look to get right in their front 7 right now. Dame, what range did you have him in? This was somebody that was insanely productive across multiple years for the Sooners.
This is kind of where I had him coming off the board, top of the 4th. Physical, downhill thumper. I think he's a taller guy, like 6'3".
Yeah.
Taller linebacker, but he plays so well downhill. And I do believe Demario Davis is not getting any younger. He's not going to play forever. You do need, same thing with Cam Jordan, them getting Chase Young, adding more to that defensive line group. Danny Stutzman can come in, learn from Demario Davis, right? He plays aggressive. I really like this pick. I'm gonna give it a B. I think getting that second level defender, he's got some change of direction movement ability that you kind of you worry about a little bit with him dropping off in coverage, teams try to isolate him and get him matched up on running backs or tight ends, things like that. But playing the run, he's going to help your run defense. Carolina, their offense looked best when they could run through Chuba Hubbard. We know Bijan Robinson is just waiting in the wings in Atlanta. You know what I mean? And Tampa Bay, Bucky Irvin was a revelation for them last year. You need somebody that can help your defense at the second level stop the run. Danny Stutzman is going to do that, and he blitzes well.
I'm going to go with A- on mine.
There it is.
Because I really like this guy. I liked him at Oklahoma. Look, anytime you get a linebacker with a cowboy collar on, let's go play some football, baby. Let's go play some football. I think he does get downhill well. He does have the ability. I think because he's long, tackling is easier for him.
Yeah,
that's just the reality. If you have more arms, you got more arm. Now all of a sudden you got better wrap up. You have the ability to catch somebody, trap them down. So I like that for him. I don't really question the athleticism as much because I think that what they're going to ask him to do is they're going to try to protect him.
Yeah.
I think that's an important element to this pick for me.
Yeah, for me with Stutzman, guys, this is a B+. This is exactly right around where I had him. I think I had him at 104. What I like about him, though, he's kind of a blend of a throwback player with how he plays, but he's got the body of a modern linebacker.
Yeah,
he can
100%.
give you some sideline range. He's got good instincts. He's tough against the north-south game. Dame, you brought up the height, which works against him at times when guys get under his pads. But, man, he doesn't care. He's one of the few linebackers. There's not a lot of guys like this in this class. He will willingly take on contact.
Yes.
We have so many 225-pound linebackers that's just not their game. They want to slip blocks.
Yes.
He's willing to take on contact. So B+ for Stutzman. Good fit in New Orleans. The picks keep rolling. San Francisco 49ers take C.J. West, the defensive lineman from Indiana, he was a key piece, Felder, on this awesome Indiana roster that was built on transfers this year.
Yeah, what a run for Indiana this year, first and foremost. But when you look at the pick and you see the size and the relentlessness, I think that's the part that really stands out to me. He's a relentless player, C.J. West, with respect to C.J. West. I think he's a 0, 1, maybe a 3 at the next level. But, I mean, the way that he is relentless goes a long way. I'm going to go ahead and give this a B+. He's going to help this defense. This is a defense we know they like to play. They are trying to get bigger. They're trying to get bigger, and this helps them do that.
Yeah, I'll give it a B myself. I like the fit. They doubled down with Michael, Alfred Collins.
Bingo.
and now CJ West.
Nobody will ever run the football on us again.
No.
That's what they've said this draft.
No.
You want to do anything else but run the football on us.
Like, okay,
Yeah.
Kyler Murray, we know you're not going to be able to throw the ball on us a ton, right? We're not letting James Conner dictate the terms when we play Arizona twice a year.
Yeah.
We're not letting Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet and then Blake Corum and Kyron Williams in Los Angeles with the Rams. Like, they beefed up that defensive line. And him being, I believe he's 6'1", 316, 31.5-inch arms, low center of gravity, a natural leverage winner, you know what I mean, playing from that base, strong physical at the point of attack. Yeah, good pick. Good pick. A guy that can collapse the pocket as well. They just, Robert Saleh coming home. We talked about this yesterday, Felder. They brought Robert Saleh home, and they gave him some toys.
Yeah.
They say, hey, you want to come back home? Fine. You got your old room. We just threw some additions in there to really make you happy now that you're back.
Man, he's just a T-Rex build. The power, the toughness that you guys highlighted. Good feet for his size. Like when they let him attack gaps, he can attack gaps, which is what Saleh's scheme is built on. Hey, our front four, when we go into attack mode, don't think about it, be about it. Get off the ball, rush the passer, but he's got the size to stop the run as well. Good athlete. The testing at his size was really good. So CJ West here, this is a B+ for me. It fits the scheme. Now, there is a point where you start to overcorrect. Like, you got to start picking some other positions. I like what the Niners have done to stop the run, but you got to round out this roster as well.
100%.
This should be the last defensive line pick we see from
Let's
San
hope so.
Francisco in this draft. But that's where the strength of this draft was.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you have to applaud understanding how to attack a draft's strengths.
And again, Philly set the mold of, like, valuing having multiple bodies to come off the bench, be fresh in third and fourth quarter.
It's a copycat league, right? So we see Philly do it. San Francisco, like, we want to be where they are. We're going to go out there and we're going to do it too.
In college, like the Bulldogs were notorious for that. A couple years ago, when you could rotate in guys, and you're like, man, like, it's third quarter, and you don't have to see Jalen and Jordan Davis. They could bring another 4 or 5 star off the bench. Your old lineman, you're not rotating those guys. Those guys are playing the whole game. And they got to watch them like platoon.
Platoon in and out,
Like,
platoon in and out.
And that's got to be demoralizing for an offensive lineman to be playing all these snaps and then look to the sideline.
Against quality players.
Against quality players.
And I think the big thing for me is I think that every defensive lineman, specifically the interior guys, from 5 to the 0, all the guys that have been picked so far, I think that they are going to become very good NFL players.
Right, like starters.
Yes.
Which at this point,
getting a
that's
starter
a
in the
big
4th
win,
round
man.
is a big deal.
100%. I think that this is the round that you want to get the meat and potatoes, those
Round
guys
out
that
your
can
roster.
come in and round out your roster.
2 waves of the defensive line. The Panthers pick is in. They take running back Trevor Etienne. They got Tet McMillan in the first round. 2 pass rushers yesterday with Nick Scott, Princey Omonmielen. Now they add to their backfield with Etienne here, Felder.
I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and go. I'm going to go C+. I mean, yes, the Panthers are like my hometown team. I'm not really to call myself a Panthers fan, but I mean, I guess like he never really did anything that impressed me at Georgia. And if you can't run behind, how many offensive linemen have they had get drafted?
I mean,
3 or 4?
Ratledge, Fairchild, Jared Wilson. The whole interior is gone.
Yeah. If you can't run behind these guys and do something that looks really special, I don't get it, man. And so I went C- on this one. Bryce Young, I know Bryce Young needs help, and I think maybe Etienne might help him in the pass game a little bit more than Hubbard. But at the end of the day, man, like I would look at one of these. I would have been looking at one of these wide receivers that's on the board. Yeah,
I'll give it a B. I think, to your point, helping in the passing game, because when Jonathan Brooks, another ACL tear. They had, Chuba Hubbard got hurt late in the season last year as well. He's their bell cow, that hammer for them. And watching the movement skill, watching the movement skill for Trevor and his ability in the passing game to run routes out of the backfield, they can scheme that up. And Bryce Young is a quarterback that doesn't mind getting it to the mismatch. He finds that, okay, if it's man-to-man, and Danny Stutzman, or whoever's that linebacker, Danny Stutzman, I see you against Trevor Etienne. That's where he's going with the football. Remember his time in that last year at Alabama, Jahmyr Gibbs, and how many Texas and angle routes he hit Jahmyr Gibbs on. Yeah. Etienne's going to give him, not to the same extent, but he's going to give him a little bit of that.
So I'm gonna give this a C-, and here's why. You want this type of running back? Why wouldn't you take Dylan Sampson in this spot? I don't even think it's close. I don't even think it's close. Etienne, here's the good. He's 20 years old. He's built for his own scheme. He's got quick feet, fluid hips, only on just 122 carries this year, which is another combo in a second. 19 of his runs went for 10-plus yards. So he could hit the big one.
Yeah.
The problems, he's small. They didn't trust him as a workhorse in college.
Yep.
He only fits that zone scheme. He is not running gap at all. On just 154 touches, he fumbled the ball twice. So when you're small and you have a fumbling problem, and I don't know if he really played to that 4.42 speed all the time.
Only on those home runs.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, there's just so many better running backs on the board. And if you wanted this kind of running back, why would you not take Dylan Sampson? So ETN, more of a 6th-round player to me. I'm not going to get hung up on day 3 of a round or 2 here or there. I just didn't like him where the running back board kind of.
Yeah, definitely role-specific player.
I was not too. I just when you come behind all these great Georgia running backs, it's really hard to get excited.
That's.
I felt like he ran much harder at Florida than he did at Georgia. Like when he was at Florida,
He had to.
Yeah, he had to. I feel like he ran so much harder, more physical at Florida.
The pick is in for the Cardinals here. They take linebacker from the national championship, Ohio State Buckeyes, Cody Simon here, guys. 6'2", 229 pounds, and Simon, 2024 team captain. I think he's urgent. I think he plays with pretty adequate speed against outside runs. Not very explosive. When those climbing blockers get on him, I don't think he has the size to get off. He doesn't really have the length as well. You're going to get in trouble in coverage, like what he could do on special teams. In 2023, do it all special teams. High IQ blitzer. If you want a guy to blitz and stop the outside run and jam those tight ends, I think Simon can do that. But for me, this is a C. I see him more as a base down, special team kind of player, a little bit limited in this spot, Dame.
Yeah, I give it a C as well. Like you said, the limitation athletically caps that ceiling of what he could be, especially in coverage. Right, he does play instinctively. He had a really good, I think, CFP run. Once they got to the college football playoffs, he was, and not even just a CFP, down the stretch of the season, he played good ball for him. He was blitzing through the A gap, getting in the backfield, being disruptive, a good run defender, especially those downhill runs. He's going to fit the right gap that he's supposed to and be disciplined, but he's not going to give you much as a coverage guy. Like, he's not going to give you much.
You don't want him out there getting exposed.
You don't want him out there in those type of situations. And I think, like you said, not getting hung up because it's day 3, but 4th round, I just feel like they could have got like Barrett Carter. You want a more athletic guy. Barrett Carter's still available.
I like his leadership.
Yeah.
Truly, I like that he's a leader. I like that. When I talk about defense, I like to see guys out there doing this.
Yeah.
And doing this, moving bodies around.
Yeah, on a championship defense.
Yeah, championship
I like to see guys doing that, talking to the safety, talking to Lathan Ransom, who I think we'll see come off the board here soon, doing all that. So I like seeing that, and that's why I like him. No grade for me because we got to get to this trade.
Yep, we got a trade alert here. As the Texans have moved up into this slot, they were really, really busy on offense yesterday. They added both the Iowa State wide receivers, and why not? Both of them are pretty incredible players. This was the Dolphins pick as the Dolphins look to add more. The Dolphins traded up in round 2, so they're probably looking to make up that capital today right now. So this draft for the Texans after they moved out of the 1st round has gone Jaden Higgins, Ariante Ursary for their offensive line, the tackle from Minnesota, back to the Iowa State wide receiver and Jalen Knoll. They got Jalen Smith, the corner from USC, and now we're going to wait to see the pick in this spot here, guys.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is a defensive tackle. Because I believe they have a need on interior defensive line to add another piece to that defensive line. They already have 2 outstanding edge rushers. I wonder, with this being a deep tackle class, we've seen San Fran dip into it twice.
And the same style of defense where their rotations are crazy for them.
Like, you got Josh Farmer, you got Cam Jackson, J.J. Pegues, Ty Hamilton.
I love J.J. Pegues.
You got multiple guys.
Goal line threat.
Right. Yeah. You got Aeneas Peoples, who's that kind of shorter leverage winner with quick, like that. He's that gap slasher, you know what I mean, as an interior defensive lineman. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to the defense and just keeps rounding out that defense. They went like another corner that plays nickel yesterday with Jalen Smith, if I remember correctly. Like, I think they could go defense here.
I do love J.J. Pegues. Like, I think if you get him into again, we talked about it with Travis Hunter, if you just do this for me, can you just be my 3? Can you do that?
Yeah.
Then I think he's going to be okay. He's got great athleticism, obviously. Just do that. Just do this one thing. I'm a big proponent of it. Like, just do the one thing.
Would you Pat Ricard him?
Ooh.
I think I would, honestly. I think that's that gives the highest ceiling potential in that slot.
Because Pat Ricard, early in his career, he played both sides.
They had both, yeah.
He played D tackle, stopped the run, then he goes out there, leads block for the running back.
Lead block,
and Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. We've already talked about this. What did I say on Friday? Do one thing. Do it well.
Do it
right.
well.
You'll make a lot of money.
Yeah,
do one
100%.
thing. Do it well.
Do one thing, do it well.
The pick is in here, by the way, for the Texans right now, and they kind of throw us a curveball. Not that I don't like it here for the Texans, but they throw us a curveball here.
Oh, wow.
Yep, they are going with running back from USC. Back-to-back USC picks for the Texans here. Woody Marks. Dame, this is just all about getting a pass catcher out of the backfield.
100%. I give this a good B from me. I think this guy, he's got suddenness, he's got quickness, but he is a high-end pass-catching running back. Caught the ball a lot. For those people who don't know, he's Jaquavius Marks. He goes by Woody. In the SEC, I think Mississippi State, he caught the ball a lot there. So you're talking about pairing him with Joe Mixon. He can string together cuts. He's got good vision. And in space, giving C.J. Stroud another dynamic weapon in the passing attack where, okay, we got Jalen Noel, Jaden Higgins, Nico Collins, the two tight ends. Just, hey, if all the guys are downfield, I can dump this off to Woody Marks. He can make a guy miss and get some explosive plays. Yeah, I give that a B.
I was going to give it a C+, but I'm going to go B- because I completely forgot about C.J. Stroud for a second. I did. I completely forgot about C.J. Stroud, and I was like, oh, yeah, he needs people to throw the ball to. And that's the part that's going to be interesting because I was kind of underwhelmed by him as a running back at both locations.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you add in the ability to be a safety valve, I think that's where his value lies. Where you can see it right here in the screen game.
He's got a compact build, but he doesn't really run to it. And I think that was part of my biggest knock with him is finishing runs.
I felt like he slimmed down at USC.
Yeah, that too.
He looked, and maybe it's just the way the uniforms look on guys, but I thought he was slimmer at USC than he was at Mississippi State.
And for those wondering at home, yeah, the Woody nickname is he's a Toy Story fan. Like, legitimately, he's obsessed with Toy Story.
That makes perfect sense.
His nickname is Woody. All right, we got, I believe, a trade here as the Rams have moved up and taken running back Jarquez Hunter from Auburn here, Felder. Somebody that I thought just does everything the right way at the position and is flown under the radar because it's not the flash that other guys have.
Not a lot of flash, not as many of the big runs like that other people have. Obviously, that was a very flashy play. They good job finding that one.
Highlights help sometimes.
But he can make he'll make catches for you. He's hard to tackle. He doesn't look like he's a fun guy to tackle.
No.
And I think that's the big reason why I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give this one a B. We still have Dylan Sampson on the board.
Yeah.
But this guy, it doesn't look like it's fun for him, and he does run through arms, and I think that's a very important quality that you have to have in the NFL because you're not always going to get 5 yards clean.
Yeah.
Right.
I give it a B. I give it a B as well. Tough physical runner, compact build, contact balance. I think he shredded Kentucky when they played this year. He's a little tightly wound in the hips with that build of his, so it's not very elusive. But, for this offense that they're going to run, zone, one cut, get downhill, plant and go. And this is a guy that can exchange gaps with his footwork. And to me, I think about this pick. Is this going to be, is he going to pressure Kyron, right? Because Kyron's had some fumbles. You drafted Blake Corum last year. So you bring in another running back, and it's like, okay, this might be the writing on the wall. Even though you've been productive for us, you can't drop the ball. You can't fumble it. So.
Right. Yeah. For me, this one's a B-. I like Jarquez Hunter. He's a little bit of a dime a dozen running back at times, but this is the Rams. What do they want to do? Downhill man scheme. That's why they have Kyron Williams. That's why they drafted Blake Corum. So now and Kyron's been banged up.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And Blake Corum came into the league banged up.
Yeah.
So that third running back for them could be really, really important. He doesn't hesitate getting downhill. You guys talked about how he runs for his size. As the Falcons are now on the clock here, and this was one of my favorite players on the board going into today, safety Billy Bowman Jr. Listen, the only reason he's here, guys, is because of the size. He's an undersized safety. He's 5'9" and 7/8", 192, 28.5-inch arms. That's about as short arms you'll see for a defensive back at the NFL level. But we're talking about 8 interceptions over the last 2 years, okay? 3 of them in 2023 went back to the house.
Yeah.
So you want somebody that could change the game at any moment, and Billy Bowman brings an infectious style of play to the field. Yes, he's undersized. Yes, the arm length is 0 percentile at the position in the NFL. The missed tackles are a little bit of a problem, but he started over 40 games. He's got ball production. He's fast and twitched up. I'm going to give this an A- here. Billy Bowman's a guy that you don't make a living betting on outliers in the NFL scouting world. Right. I'll bet on him.
Yeah, I'm going to give it an A as well. When I watch him play, I see a guy that's not, I don't, 5'9", sure, I get it. He's aggressive.
Yeah, Budda Baker was 5'9", by the way.
Right.
He is an aggressive football player. He has great scheme awareness and understanding. And again, it's ball skills, but it's also, again, awareness. Like half of those interceptions were tipped, which means he's around the ball, has eyes on the ball, and then goes and gets the ball. I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, I give it a B+. I think the value is great. And the Atlanta, again, I think we talked about it. Bryce Young lit them up. The final week of the season.
Right.
And they came into this draft saying we are never letting that happen again. We got 2 edge rushers to finally fix this abysmal pass rush.
Good luck, Michael Penix.
Right.
Figure it out what we got.
Figure out what we have, and being able to get after the quarterback, and then having ball hawks like a Billy Bowman to where the pass rush gets home, you create those quick, chaotic throws, and now you got a guy that can make the quarterback pay for it. So B+ for me.
All right, the Bengals are on the clock here. This for the Bengals, this draft has just been about meat and potatoes, getting tougher on both lines. And now they get another guy that, Michael Felder, I know you were a fan of. I think all 3 of us really like. Barrett Carter, the linebacker from Clemson. Felder, this guy has been such a mainstay for the Clemson defense for years.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it an A+ because he's one of my favorite players in this draft. And what I love about him is for people that don't know, Charlotte is a Clemson football town. My neighbors went to Clemson. There's Clemson everywhere, all over the place. And multiple people, completely unrelated, said if he doesn't come back, we'll be terrible. Like he's glue. He was the glue for this entire defensive line, or this entire defensive side of the ball. Yeah. And he was able to do this. It's A+ for me. Watching him play like up close, personal, and seeing how much he meant to that program, I think he can come in and have a similar role with the Bengals. I'm not going to ask him all day to stack and shed. I'm going to want him to move around. I'm going to move him around. But I love what he can do.
I'll give it a B+. I think the rumor mill was around Jermaine Pratt and potentially getting rid of him and trying to find a trade partner and things of that nature. This is the second off-ball backer they drafted. They drafted Demetrius Knight.
Right.
Last night. They got physical, and this is a guy added strength, added power, added muscle mass. 2023, he struggled with contact and tackles. He got bigger, but he didn't lose the athleticism. I went to the Clemson Pro Day, saw him move in person. He's fluid. He gets back. He's very coachable. He was one of the heartbeats of that defense.
Yes.
This is a another really good pick. And he pairs well, different skill set than Demetrius, because he can cover and move well at the second and even deeper into the third level of defense.
Yeah, I love Barrett Carter, man. I mean, this quote from Dabo Swinney kind of says it all. One of the best pure football players I've had in 20 years. Felder highlighted just what he meant to this program. Damie brought up second linebacker in the draft for the Bengals. They took Demetrius Knight Jr. They got better at guard, which they had to in Dylan Fairchild. Obviously, the first-round pick was pass rush focus with Shamar Stewart. Barrett Carter, for me, guys, this is an A-. I mean, excellent, rare speed at the position. The sideline range. He almost looks like a safety sometimes, a box safety.
Yeah.
So with Barrett Carter, it's a different player than Demetrius Knight. If you're going to double up in a position, get different flavors. That's exactly what they did here. So the Titans are back on the clock, and they're looking to get Cam Ward some more help. They take tight end out of Texas, Gunnar Helm, Dame, who had a breakout season, I believe his 5th year at the program. Yeah,
I give this a B+, man. This is a good pass-catching tight end. Run blocking is a little hit or miss at times. I think he can add a little bit more structural mass to his frame to be able to help anchor, but he's a willing blocker. He doesn't mind. He gives effort. He catches the ball. Ball skills are very good. A guy that if you put it in his vicinity, he can pluck the ball away from his frame. Doesn't have to be between the numbers. If it's helmet or higher, he extends. And just getting playmakers. I know they have Chico Okonkwo has been there for years, but he's never really truly developed into what they thought he could be. Some of that was maybe the quarterback play that they had at times. but I think this guy runs good routes. He can separate, and with Calvin Ridley and different things like that, and this team will try to run the ball. RPO game, he can, because Quinn did some RPO stuff at Texas as well, and get the ball to him in space, functional after the catch as well. I like this pick.
I'm going to go A- on mine. I love, this is a player that I love. Like, this is, like, it's not the Barrett Carter level of love, but it's like, I love watching him play, because when you see a guy, and we ran the clips, you talked about catching outside of his frame. When you get a guy that's catching the ball up here, over here, he caught the ball on the run from over here.
Yeah.
That's hard to do. There's not a lot of guys that are even willing to do it. There's
No.
a lot of guys that aren't even willing to do it. And so when you can do those things, I think that you have the ability, and he can learn how to block.
Yeah.
He can get better at blocking. He's going to get bigger. Everybody gets bigger when they get to the NFL.
Yeah.
He's going to get bigger. That's going to help him with his functional blocking.
Yeah, it's a B for me for Gunnar Helm. You're trying to make Cam Ward's life easier.
Yeah.
Listen to this, guys. 60 catches this year for Gunnar Helm, 35 and 1 for first downs.
Yeah.
Give the quarterback somebody that you can rely on as a safety blanket. Chains mover, average athlete, or even below average. The blocking technique's a problem. They'll coach up the blocking. He'll play on the line of scrimmage. We got another pick here for the Bucs, and this is one of my favorite small school guys in pass rusher David Walker out of Central Arkansas. He's just somebody to me that has dominated that FCS level of college football now for years. Reminded me of Carl Lawson, compact, 6'1", 263 pounds, explosive, that dense build. On 120 pass rush attempts this year against true pass sets, where you're actually having a guy drop back, take a pass set, he generated 26 pressures. That was one of the best rates in the entire country. Leverage monster. He can kind of swivel his hips, too, and run the hoop a little bit and angle his way into the pocket. And the closing speed is how you go from disruptor to play finisher. For me, this is an A. I love David Walker. Todd Bowles needed a pure pass rusher. He just got one.
Yeah, I give it a B+, man. Everything you said, I'm with you on that, man. And it's a fact of motor. Like, he doesn't stop.
No plays off.
Todd Bowles loves that stuff. He loves guys that's going to play to the whistle. He plays with his hair on fire, but the disruptiveness, and they're just trying to make sure. Listen, similar to Atlanta, like the Bucs won the division, but you can't just rest on your laurels. You got to keep adding guys, especially on defense. You know Vita Vea is going to take up space and command double teams. You have Yaya Diaby. I think they lost Tryon Shoyinka. Like, you need to get better on the edges and get a guy that can get after the quarterback. And that natural leverage, that low center of gravity, can give a guy like Ike Ekwonu, who's very aggressive and sometimes sloppy with his technique, some issues coming off the edge.
Right. They signed Hassan Reddick for a one-year deal. That's a stopgap. You hope it works out. So David Walker now the future there. And the Panthers back on the clock here to take a strong safety in Latham Ransom. Felder, this was somebody that really brought it at the line of scrimmage as a box presence for this national title team.
Yeah, I mean, I just talked about it when we talked about
Cody Simon.
This one for me, this is an A for me. I think that this is a guy that Panthers have needed someone like this. He's going to help command that secondary. You see him there, as you mentioned, inside the box. He's not afraid to shake off blocks. He's a problem too. The biggest, like, he is a problem because running backs are not going to block.
No.
They don't have like the speed and the ability. Offensive linemen don't have the speed or the ability if he's running sideline to sideline, because he still is a safety. He still is a safety. He's still faster than them. So I think this is a really good pick for the Panthers. I think folks are going to really like him once he gets to town. And they've got got holes to plug all over, and I think this plugs one.
What about you, Dame?
Yeah, I give this a B+, man. The Panthers' defense was historically bad last year.
Yeah.
And I think after round one, when you get Tet, you was like, oh, man, like, you didn't take Jalen Walker, didn't take Michael, doubled down with edge rushers on yesterday, and now getting a guy. They needed a safety in this Everose defense. Instincts, good eye discipline, playing from depth, and he's patient. He finds the ball from 15 yards out, playing the run, triggering downhill, and he's an open field tackler. I love this fit for what they need on that defense. Get it better. You can help him with offense, but what helps the quarterback more than defense?
Yeah, I'll piggyback with a B+ of my own here as well. When you look at Latham Ransom, he punched the ball out 3 times this year, by the way. That's a legitimate skill set for him down the line of scrimmage. He just plays fast and furious against the run. There's no fear. It's almost a linebacker's mentality in a safety's body, which gives you a little bit more range.
Which was their biggest struggle last year.
It really was. The run defense was dreadful. This is a little bit of a stopper here. So for the Panthers, this is a floor pick that you just feel good about.
Yeah.
You go into day 3 and you go, okay, can we go special teams? Or are we going to take developmental upside? Or are we going to take somebody that we think is going to start a lot of football games for us? That last one's the hardest thing to find. I think Lathan Ransom can be a long-time
100%.
starter. Steelers are on the clock here at 1:23, guys. As they wait for Aaron Rodgers' decision, they try to round out the rest of the roster. They got Derek Harmon in the first round for the interior of their defensive line. They take a workhorse running back, which was a big need yesterday, in Caleb Johnson. Any ideas of where they can go here?
Right.
George Pickens' name has been in trade rumors, by the way.
Yeah, I would not trade George. I would try to keep him in DK
Right.
as long as possible. But, yeah, they can go a multitude of ways.
Well, they went a very, very Steeler direction here in Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. Almost a guy at this point, it feels like we kind of forgot about this late in the draft. Another Ohio State defender. It's no surprise. All those guys are coming off the board here, Felder. What did you think of Sawyer? Kind of a sawed-off edge with those short arms, but stocky power.
Yeah, stocky power. He is someone who, for those that don't know or don't remember, he's the guy that got into the fight about Michigan planting the flag. He's not a most of these guys we talked about, or a lot of these guys we talked about, transfer guys. This guy is Ohio State through and through. Lived it. For like his whole life, and he stuck with it. You mentioned it's a classic Steelers pick. I'm going to give this one an A, especially with where they're getting him. Is he going to be your primary rusher? No. But I think he does have something that the city, again, will embrace. And what he does really well is I think he uses his hands well. And I think he has an understanding of what you're supposed to be as a pass rusher. And then, again, just that kind of that spirit that he brought to Ohio State as someone that just knows that program and was him, Cody Simon, Lathan Ransom, the heartbeat of that program.
Yeah, he's a responsible effort rusher, but he gets set a hard edge against the run.
Yes.
When you play in the AFC North, that's priority number 1 most of the time on defense.
Yeah.
You're not going to run the ball on us in these cold conditions, set a hard edge against the run, really good eye discipline. He might have dropped Cam Williams stock, the tackle from Texas, 3 rounds, what he did to him in the playoff. I mean, that's the kind. So we talk about guys that elevate when the lights are bright.
Yep.
Say what you want about Sawyer's limitations, and he has them.
Yes.
Limited athlete, limited length, limited pass rush arsenal, but he brought it when it was time on the bright lights. So I'll go with a B+. This is the kind of identity that Mike Tomlin loves in his front seven. Sawyer will fit in like a glove there.
Yeah, I'm going B+ as well. It's the simple fact that this team understands the need at depth. They have Alex Highsmith. They have T.J. Watt. They drafted Nick Herbig recently, a guy who I really love, come out of Wisconsin. Now going to get another guy who plays hard, high effort, high motor, plays with good strength, again, stopping the run. And in one of the more black and blue divisions, you have to stop the run. And his ability to, at the end of the day, I keep talking about it, having the depth to keep your guys healthy. Right? Or if T.J. Watt's dealing with something, you don't have to play him the full entire snaps.
Right.
Like you can absolutely rotate guys in, and he's going to be a good guy in the locker room, culture fit, and he fits. So you ever watch any of you guys ever watch a player? You're like, you know what? He just looks like X team.
Yeah.
Like he fits.
I think this is
This is one of those picks.
absolutely.
Right.
This is
To a
one of
T.
those picks.
Without a doubt. Yeah, I felt that way. This division, I find it happened more than anywhere else. When Malachi Starks went to the Ravens.
Yes.
I was like, well, that's a Baltimore Raven
Baltimore
on defense.
Ravens.
High IQ, tough, plays hard, plays
Nicky
smart.
Warrior, the Seattle Seahawks. Like
Yes.
it just fits.
Yep. And that says more about the organization when they actually know how to establish an identity and you could draft and develop players. Sawyer isn't coming in there to be the hero right away. They got pass rushers already. Come in and be a rotational base end, or maybe you could develop into more.
Yeah.
We'll see. So, all right, the Packers are on the clock, the hometown draft team who has gotten a little bit away from what we're so accustomed to seeing when they took a wide receiver in the first round and Matthew Golden, got back to their ways with a massive tackle on Anthony Belton on day 2, another big wide receiver, gadget player in Savion Williams. The pick is in for Green Bay, and they're always looking for pass rusher. And Felder, that's what they get here in Baron Sorrell for Texas's defense.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give this a B+. When I watched him play, the biggest thing for me was how long he was, and that length I think is very important. Good takeoff. I needed him to find some moves.
Yeah.
Don't stay blocked. And I think that's something that's going to be put in. That's why you're getting him in the 4th round. He's got to get off blocks. When you don't block him, he can do things like this, which I don't understand why you wouldn't block him.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I want him to use that length that he has. Use the length, get off the block, see the guy, disengage, go get it.
And I'm gonna give it a B. And you know this, we were just talking about guys who fit the teams. You talk about not having the moves. They typically draft edge rushers that don't typically have the moves right out of college.
Right. You're an athlete? Cool. We'll figure out the rest.
We'll figure everything out. Rashawn Gary, who has panned out perfectly for him.
Lucas Van Ness.
Lucas Van Ness. Barron, they have a type. But he's like, hey, are you strong? Do you have good length? Can you play with power? Are you a good athlete? Can you work downhill? Okay, we can work with you in practice on double hand swipes, on hand placement with the long arm technique. We can work with you on those type of things. Does it always work out? Nope. But you're getting him in the 4th round where it's not much pressure for him to come in and be an immediate starter.
Right, and be a little bit of a finesse rusher in this defense that doesn't always have those guys. He's got flexibility. He can turn the corner. You see the change of direction skills when you start working that outside speed. The change of direction skills allow you to cross the face of a tackle for the slow-footed blockers. One thing with Barron Sorrell you have to say, and why I give this pick a B here, you can never question his effort on every single snap. It's just, he plays really, really hard every single snap. He'll have a little bit limited role at Green Bay to start out the year, but this is someone to me, if they can unlock just a little bit more power from him, he could be a more rounded rusher. So the Chargers are on the clock here. They've been another busy team.
You want to talk about a team that has changed their identity
almost
overnight?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Texas.
Oh yeah.
Texas. Oh, yeah. It was when you're winning.
Well, the whole front 4 is getting drafted.
Yeah, I know that. When's the last time that happened? It's been a long time.
Right, a tougher, heavier football team.
Wow, how did that? Like we said last time, how did that happen? Oh wow.
Sark went to the school of Saban.
Yeah.
Went to the school of Saban.
Right. Big people up front that are disruptive. You got 2 gapper and Alfred Collins. You got a disruptor in Vernon Broughton. You got another disruptor in Barron Sorrell.
Yep.
And the guys, obviously, those guys all play extremely, extremely hard. So the Chargers, their draft right now, this is such an on-brand draft for Jim Harbaugh, and their GM from Baltimore, Joel Ortiz.
Yeah.
Big people, physical people. Amarian Hampton at running back. Trey Harris, a contested catch king from Ole Miss. And then Jamari Caldwell, the hulking nose tackle that did all the dirty work for that Oregon front and didn't get the box score production.
Right.
Which they needed. They lost Poona Ford in free agency.
Yes.
Went to the Rams down the road. Poona Ford packed his bags and walked to his next destination.
He didn't have to leave.
No, low moving costs. And then Jamari Caldwell kind of steps into that role. So, you know, they might attack the depth of this tight end class here, if I had to guess. Although it's kind of, Dame, right now the tight end is drying up.
So I was going to say, it's thinning out.
Right.
It's definitely
Jackson Hawes would be their type of blocking tight end.
Oh, 100%.
That's the next guy I think of.
100%.
Jalen Conyers from Texas Tech.
So, and I like Conyers, and a lot of people, I don't think, like, he didn't have the most production. He played in multiple schools. But it's the similar things we saw Tyler Warren do at Penn State.
Right.
Jalen Conyers has done at Arizona State and at Texas Tech, taking the Wildcat quarterback snaps, throwing the ball. Like, he's a good athlete, a guy that can make plays after the catch, can be kind of that combat catcher in the middle of the field as well. Yeah, I mean, like Thomas Fedone, who's a really good athlete, kind of leaner build. You might see if you can bulk him up a little bit. Projects more of that flex, that F tight end.
Right.
I think that there's some solid pieces, but yeah, after the way that the tight ends run had happened, after we got 2 in round 1, we had multiple yesterday.
Yep.
Right, and then it's like, okay, yeah, now we're getting to the guys that are more role specific, developmental, and you're like, all right, if you needed a tight end,
now
days 1 and 2 should have been your priority. But now if you say, you know, we got a solid guy at 1, we needed 2 that can develop into more. This is that range on day 3 that you can find that guy.
All right, guys, a word from our sponsor. Of course, we're presented by Thrivent, where money means more.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
Appreciate that.
Man, the pace today. This is the first breathing moment the Chargers have given us. Thank you, Chargers.
Right, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the best available. I'm floored that we're sitting here, and Jalen Royals
Samson
is on the board. Samson's on the board. Elikai Manor's on the board. And not to be like, you know, the typical draft guy with this jargon, but I try to get a good read on the background of guys of who's going to fall. That's not an issue with any of these guys right now.
I like Kobe Bryant a lot.
Kobe Bryant plays hard, intense, loud. Damian Martinez is just insanely talented. Like, you're a runner.
Yeah.
Break tackles, heavy but light feet.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Like,
that's
a suddenness.
It's very sudden, like, and it's like he catches the ball well out of the backfield for a big back. Like, the fact that he's still on the board is he ran a good time at the 40, 4.51. So I think that, because long speed was something people worried about. Like, okay, is he going to be a 4.6 guy? Then you start getting, people worry about the Najee Harris comparisons and stuff like that. He busts out a 4.51, 4.5 flat at the combine. So
I don't know what. Let me ask. I don't mean to change the subject, but what happened with Najee Harris? Because I loved him.
His explosiveness just is a roller coaster. Like, one year you'll be like, damn, Najee looks healthy, looks right. Then another year looks
spry.
like, yeah. And then another year you look at him and go, what happened to this guy? Is he just,
I think
the
he
touches
still
taking
hit
a
1,000
toll?
yards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it still hit 1,000 yards.
It'll take a lot of carries to get there, but he'll get there.
People didn't like the efficiency of him as a running back. Like,
you know what,
he
with
wasn't
Najee?
super efficient.
What he doesn't get enough credit for is that he always plays.
Yes.
And I bet there is no world in the NFL where you play running back and you're playing every game that you're not hurt.
Yeah.
He plays. And maybe that's a detriment to Najee Harris. Now, the Chargers, Amari and Hampton there, this might be the best Najee Harris we ever see.
Yeah. Keep him healthy.
50-50.
Yeah,
right down the middle. I mean, you were
legitimately.
using a first-round pick on a running back, it might be more 60-40.
Might be.
But you get where I'm going.
No, for sure.
No, it was I just had to ask because I worked with him a lot when he was in high school. Then he goes to Alabama. Absolutely looks amazing.
Oh,
But
unbelievable.
When you're playing against grown men, like you said, I definitely think that somebody's going to be hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
All right, the Chargers pick is in, and they take pass rusher Kyle Kennard from South Carolina. Felder, this defensive line was insane. Kennard, the running mate of a lot of good players.
Yeah, and that doesn't even include a guy that used to play there, Jordan Birch.
Right.
This is a lean pass rusher, okay? This tells me that they want to get to the quarterback and they want to get there in a hurry. This is not, I don't think he's just a bunch of power player. I think you stand him up. I am going to give this one, look, I'm going to give him an A- on this one. This guy was successful consistently against SEC offensive line play. And he's high cut. I'm not going to call him Abdul Carter, but he has that same sort of similar high cut to his build.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that teams are looking for if they want a guy that's going to get to the quarterback in a hurry.
6'4", 254, 34-inch arms. He can play off the edge, knows how to use that wingspan. We talked about it, man. Having the arm length doesn't matter if you don't know how to box.
Right.
If you don't have the timing, you don't know how to strike. They needed edge help. Joey Bosa's gone. Khalil Mack's not going to play. You probably, you think he re-signed for like a year or two? You needed to get somebody in, and he could come in as a DPR out the gate.
All right, the Browns are back on the clock here, guys, and the pick is in for them.
All right.
They kind of shocked the world yesterday when they took Dylan Gabriel. Zero shock factor here with Dylan Sampson. And it doesn't matter that they already took Quinshon Judkins, who's a battering ram, because, Dame, this is somebody that can get outside with burst, vision, and make you miss.
100%. I give this a good B+. This got value that you get here. Like, I think he was underutilized in the passing game. I think he could be that space player out of the backfield for them as well. Vision, patient, sudden, and he's got good footwork and long speed as well to create those explosive plays. Good, nice 1-2 punch of rookie running backs that they just drafted.
I'm going to give it an A because when I look at him, I see kind of a knockoff Omar and Hampton, the guy that we saw go in the first round. I think he's got that jump cut. I think he's got that ability to run through arms, so he is tougher than maybe his size indicates. But I'm going to give it an A because I think he's a total package at running back, and you're getting him at pick 24 in round 4.
Yeah, Sampson, guys, to me, this is an A here for the Browns because you look at Stefanski's scheme and how he can really coach up the line with their outside zone running ability. Now you have somebody that can run through your face in Quinshon downhill, but has enough burst to do everything. Now you have somebody in Sampson, to me, that he just gives you a different look, a different style of runner there. I mean, this is someone, the plus acceleration. I like what he was able to do off dump-off passes as well, so they can get him working in the pass game as well. Different backfield for Cleveland. Picks are rolling right now. The Colts take a mountain of a human in Jalen Travis from this Iowa State offense, Dame. A guy that is a little raw, but you won't see people this big and athletic at that size. Big basketball family as well, where it's not a surprise to see his kind of athleticism.
6'8", 340, 34, 7/8 on the arm. He's a functional mover at that size as well. Plays with good power. They need offensive line help. And you know, Braden Smith is coming back for another year. The left tackle, I believe he's coming up on a contract year as well. They need to figure out what they're going to have on that offensive line. I think this is a really good developmental piece on the O-line. Bring in some competition, some depth, and potentially have yourself a starter. I'll give this a B+ for the Colts.
Connor, what do you think?
Yeah, with Travis, he's someone to me that I got to late in the process, and I ended up having him ranked higher than I expected, honestly, 192. Yeah. So this is still a little early, but with the size, there's just only so many people with that level of size.
Right.
But now, with that comes some limitations. Like, you look at the player here, and he was a transfer from Princeton, which is really interesting. You don't see a lot of 340-pound people jump 35 inches in the vertical, which is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. It's just he doesn't have the agility in his kick slide right now where you go, can they teach him how to play guard? Because if you don't have that kick slide, the agile rushers are going to dip around a taller tackle.
Yeah, you want to protect
that side of it to me is a little bit of a work in progress. But once again, with the size, he's the kind of developmental tackle you take. C+, a little early. There's tackles I like better than him right now. But the Colts love big people on that offensive line.
Yeah.
The Commanders go with Jalen Lane. This is an explosive wide receiver that I really, really like here, Felder. Somebody that just gives them a speed element that they needed in this wide receiver room.
Yeah, you've got to get some help there. Obviously, we know they're in love with their quarterback.
He's pretty good.
Why wouldn't you be? So for me, with Jalen Lane, I like his stutter ability. I like his ability to find space. Want him to catch the ball with his hands a little bit more.
Yes.
But other than that, I mean, look, you're doing the right thing. I'm going to give it a B. There's other receivers that we like more, but you're doing the right thing to go out and get this guy. So go get Jaden Daniels some help.
Yeah, I give it a B as well. Explosive 4.34 in the 40-yard dash. You know, shorter, squatty build, 5'10", 191. Guy that can play. And I think he's going to play a lot in the slot for him. Manufacture touches, get yards at the catch.
Yeah, B's across the board for Jalen Lane. Like the player, punt return ability is a really nice bonus here for the Commanders. Brought one back for a touchdown. Nice. This year, averaged over 10 yards per punt return. Really good in space, twitch, burst. It's really hard for coverage to match his foot speed.
Yeah.
The problem is that's how he has to play. He didn't have a contested catch this year. No. He dropped 6 passes.
Yep.
But this is an offense with Cliff and all the talent they have, which is remarkable, that can create space. You have to create space for this player. But a fourth-round player that could be your punt returner from day one and give some life to your special teams, I like that element.
He could be Cliff Kingsbury's new Greg Dortch. You know what I mean?
Great callback.
When you go back to his time at Arizona, punt returner, guy that can make plays after the catch, good route runner. He's more than likely, not even more than likely, he is a better athlete than Dortch was. Yeah. Coming out, explosive guy. Like you said, got to reel in the passes. Got to stop with the drops and cut down on those. But
and
definitely
coming
in. Yeah.
Like, don't let that ball get to your shoulder pads.
Right.
You can't.
Smaller wide receivers, it's these smaller wide receivers in college. We love watching them play. It's so exciting with the speed. But in the NFL, and people are probably tired of hearing this, man, arm length is so important.
It's important.
You're fighting in closer quarters all the time.
Right.
So you got to be strong. You got to have length to play through contested situations, or you need to be in an offense like this that creates spacing for you.
Yeah. Right.
What do the Dolphins do with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and all those guys? They create space.
Create space.
So
this is the thing, and I don't think folks realize this. In college, 2 to 5 yards, you're open.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks are comfortable with that. In the NFL, if you get a step, if you get 2 steps, that's wide open.
Wide open.
Wide open.
Everybody's
if you get 2 steps, you're wide open. 1 step, most quarterbacks still feel comfortable putting the ball up. So they're gonna rake your arms, and you have to be ready. They're gonna slap them. They're gonna hit them. You got to catch that ball here and have the hand strength to hold on to it. And I think that's something that we mentioned George Pickens earlier. That's a thing that he does, that DK Metcalf does, that A.J. Brown does. That's why those bigger receivers are seeing such a wide amount of success.
Yeah, Lane needs a quarterback that's going to be accurate and put the ball on him.
Timing.
Yeah, rather than putting it away, I'll try to, a little bit too high, a little bit behind. No, put it on him so he can then catch and go straight forward.
I think Jaden can do that.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
He's in the right spot for it.
All right.
Best available, guys. The reminder, as always, Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. Basically, all the players we liked to kick off today are still on the board.
My guy's gone.
The Ravens pick is in Teddy Buchanan, linebacker from Cal here, Felder. It's funny. You go through this process. I'm like, why is nobody talking about Teddy Buchanan? And then he goes 30 spots earlier than I even expected for him.
Cal, look, Justin Wilcox is a hell of a coach. I'm going to give this one a B+, because this guy, I know that he's been coached very well. I know he's a disciplined linebacker.
Yes.
I know he knows what he's doing, and I understand that if I need him to play right now, I probably will be able to get him to play right now. And then you think about, we just talked about guys that fit somewhere, the Ravens. This is another guy that fits with the Ravens. He's a disciplined, angry and violent, but again, disciplined football player. Fits in with what they like on that team.
And Dame had to earn it. A transfer from UC Davis. Like, this dude wasn't like some 4-star that just walked in and was the guy right away. Felder nailed it. There's been coaching development with a guy with size and athleticism.
Yeah, I think when you have Roquan Smith, like Trenton Simpson, it's still up in the air if he's going to be the guy that replaces Patrick Queen. So for me, I love it. Bringing in another good athlete, guy that has good size, a guy that you can bring in for competition. You got to find I think it was Malik Harrison, who former Ohio State backer, played a decent amount of snaps for them last year. He's more of a downhill thumper, not good in coverage, not a great athlete at all by any means, and he left them susceptible in the middle of that defense. Zach Orr, former linebacker for the Baltimore Ravens, who's the defensive coordinator heading into his second year, he gets a guy that can be more athletic but also make the tackles in the run game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that with Buchanan.
Like, you don't have to worry about his size. He's big enough.
Yeah.
Got a trade alert here, guys. The Jets moved up 15 spots.
Oh.
That was the Eagles pick at 130. The Jets traded 145 and pick 207 here. And we know they're still looking for help on the back end of this defense. We said they're looking for help on the front end. They're going to need a defensive tackle at some point as well. And the pick is in here for the Jets, and that's exactly what they do, is get back-end help for the defense with a roaming safety in Alabama's Malachi Moore. For me, guys, this one is a solid B. Aaron Glenn knows his DBs. What I liked about Malachi Moore, two-time team captain, 2-year starter with the ball production to match, broke up 12 passes, 3 picks. He's just smart and aware in coverage. Not the fastest guy, not the most explosive guy, but a dangerous roaming ball hawk at free safety. He can cover for you the slot as well. Doesn't really have a ton of length and speed. He's not going to give you a ton in the run game, but man, for the Jets right now, they need somebody that can help on the back end to help all these talented corners they got, whether it's single high or whether it's that split safety, Felder.
I'm going to go with an A. Love the way he plays, and we talked about this earlier. He plays denial football. And if you make the mistake of not recognizing that he's playing denial football, then he's going to make you pay for that mistake. Like, if you don't recognize that he's sitting on the hash, you think you can get to the wide receiver before he gets to that wide receiver, he's going to take it away.
Yeah.
And if you think that he's not sitting right there in the middle of the field and you're going to get that backside dig, he's taking it away.
Right.
And that's what I love about his game, is he plays denial football. He recognizes he's not Nick Imonwari. He knows that.
Right.
He knows he doesn't have that same, on a 4-3. He knows who he is. And so what does he do? He makes himself better by playing denial football.
No, I give it a B. I like this move, and it's because of also the versatility, right? Like, the Jets are getting a guy that played both safety spots, and he played nickel. So that, like to Connor's point, the football IQ to play multiple positions and have the multiple calls and responsibilities at Alabama, and he was coached by Nick Saban, right? And different things like that. Going to Aaron Glenn, who Aaron Glenn had, I'm not calling him his former teammate, Brian Branch, but Aaron Glenn had a safety in Detroit that can do multiple things, wear multiple hats. I think he finds another versatile piece in this secondary to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn is going to look at DBs and make sure, number one, that you're smart and can handle anything we throw you, which is R.A. Thomas and Malachi Moore fit that so far in this draft. And obviously somebody that can finish plays. What Aaron Glenn throughout his NFL career, he can flip the field in any moment with the ball skills. Malachi Moore at safety is that kind of guy for a Jets team that they signed Andre Sisco in free agency on a 1-year deal. That's it at safety. Like, we're talking about Malachi Moore in the 4th round right now. He might be starting for the Jets this year. But 2-time team captain in Alabama, you think that guy could probably start for you
100%.
with the experience that he has. So the Saints are on the clock. They've already taken Tyler Shuck. So we're not thinking this is a potential Shador landing spot here. Kelvin Banks for their offensive line. We talked about that Texas front, Felder, Vernon Broughton went to them as well. They've really hit defense hard since the first 2 picks went on offense. And the pick is in for the Saints here, and they continue their run of defense here, Dame. Corner Quincy Riley, Senior Bowl guy who 2023, I thought the man coverage tape was an A+. It feels like he played banged up this year with that ankle.
Yeah, I give this an A-, man. I really like this fit. I like this pick. He had one of the better weeks in Mobile. In one-on-ones, he covered big guys, smaller guys. Footwork's there, good eyes and vision. He's patient at the top of routes to be able to mirror and match guys and break with them. And then he can also make plays on the catch at the catch point and rake through the hands and punch the ball out. They needed to add some more depth in this cornerback room. Marshawn Lattimore's not there anymore. Parson, Debo is also gone. They needed some more corner help. They got a good one here in the 4th round.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give it an A as well. I love the way that he triggers. I think that that's really important. You have to be able to trigger out of man or out of foot. And if you can't trigger, then you can't help. What do you just do? That's like running. What are you going to do? You just running side by side with somebody?
Right.
Like, what are we doing? So I love watching him trigger, whether it's a tackling game or breaking on the football.
He's played a lot of football, too. I mean, 37 games for Louisville across 3 seasons, ball production, 8 picks. He was at Middle Tennessee State before that, 3 seasons. Started 2021, 5 interceptions before transferring upward. I love what I saw as an outside corner in man coverage in 2023, where I thought he could have been one of the best corners in this class. And then 2024, the rumors of the ankle injury didn't look like the same guy all the time. Felt like he's a tough guy that wanted to play through it. Snap count's insane. I mean, he's played almost 2,500 snaps already at outside corner, over 100 in the slot, so he's done it before. 281 on special teams. The downhill, when they let him play off, and he has to, like Felder said, you have to trigger, and you see the closing speed with this guy. I liked it a lot. So this is a B+ for me with Quincy Riley. The Saints have lost a lot at corner over the years. They trade Marshawn Lattimore. They probably hated to lose Paulson to Debo in free agency, but they didn't have the cap space to keep him. Riley's a value pick at that position here on day 3.
And he gives you the inside out versatility because he's built kind of like a nickel.
Yeah.
You know, and
he's undersized for an outside corner. The transition is going to be interesting to see where his long-term home is.
And that's where
the
typically Alante plays a lot in the nickel for them. So it's like
maybe they believe he can stay at outside.
Yeah, if Alante can stay outside, you kick Quincy down into that nickel spot, and you feel great about that.
Bears are on the clock. This has been the how much help does Caleb Williams need draft for them, and I respect it. Good business decision by new head coach Ben Johnson to build up his offense. We're going to see what they do here. They've taken Colson Loveland and Luther Burden at pass catcher. They had another tackle and Ozzie Trapillo from Boston College. They did help the defense with Shamar Turner for their defensive line. Still could add a safety, still could add a pass rusher. And, guys, I'm a little surprised. No running back yet.
Right.
That was my spot where I said, man, I could see them going day 2 running back. They passed. Maybe Damian Martinez here. We'd like that.
Should be.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of names here, by the way, right now that could help their backfield. Martinez, I think, would be
one of the top guys left on the board for sure.
Yep, to rip through a couple here. I mean, I think DJ Giddens is still out there from Kansas State. Ja'Cory Krosky, the Bears pick is in, and they are going back to the defensive side of the ball in such an interesting player in Ruben Hippolyte, the second, the linebacker from Maryland. And why I say interesting, guys, this guy wasn't invited to the combine.
Right.
And kind of caught some steam here at the end of the draft process because at 236 pounds, he ran an alien 4.4 240. Now, what I'll say is on the tape, the instincts are lacking right now. Yeah. He doesn't play with the linebacker physicality that you expect. So I looked at this as a designated blitzer and special teamer. It's a little early for me. They're taking a size athlete. This is a C for me. He's a little further down the board, but you just won't see a lot of guys that play this position that run like him.
Yeah, the speed, sideline coverage ability, but like you said, the instincts, because you can have the fast twitch fibers and muscles, but if mentally you're not seeing it quick enough.
A couple steps behind.
You're behind. So I give it a C as well.
This is going to be hard for me, man.
I mean, crazy athlete.
I play football with Ben Johnson. I trust what he's doing.
Yeah.
I trust what he's doing. I'm gonna give a B-. Okay? I'm gonna give a B-. I do think that they're gonna coach these guys up. I think that's one of the things that you get with Ben Johnson. as your head coach, right? He put together an amazing staff, and these are guys that are going to teach. And I think the biggest thing that we don't talk about nearly enough with respect to football, and there's not a lot of people, especially if you're drafting today, that are finished products. They're not finished products,
right.
So they need development. So
Fair.
I think that the key for me is we do have to start talking about teaching, because if you're not going to teach them, they're never going to get to where they want to be.
Yeah, we went over this, like, to kind of kick it off today. There's almost 3 buckets of player that you look for on day 3. This guy, ball of clay.
Yeah.
Like, really the athleticism of a first-rounder, but the tape of a day 3 guy.
Right.
So you're just drafting him, and he's in your program, and you kind of almost want the fan base to forget about him for a year or 2.
Right.
And see how you can, the floor guys. Lathan Ransom is the guy I think of right away. Who's somebody that's played a lot of football at a high level for a championship defense that can play for us if somebody gets hurt today, but we don't think he's ever going to make an all-pro.
Yeah,
we don't ever see that making an all-pro. And then you obviously have, the more interesting one, the guys that fall with injury or character problems that shouldn't have been sitting here on the board today. You're getting them at a discount for a reason. But you're getting them at a discount, certainly. Like Isaiah Bond hasn't been called today. He's got some stuff going on off the field right now. Isaiah Bond, once upon a time, thought it was a top 75 pick. So that's kind of how the draft goes on day 3. The Chiefs are on the clock here at pick 133. Let's kind of give an update of what they've done so far. They took Josh Simmons in the first round at left tackle for them. Pass rusher, Omar Norman Lott on the interior. Twitched up situational pass rusher. Ashton Gelati, more of a power profile on the edge of that long arm. And then cornerback Noel Williams, Felder from that Cal defense that you're a fan of how they're developing talent. It's no surprise. I mean, Noel Williams, Teddy Buchanan, Craig Woodson are Cal names that have all come off the board from that defense already.
They're good. They get coached up really well. And it wasn't the best transition into the ACC, but they still were out there showing people that, hey, we might know what we're doing on the West Coast too.
Very competitive team.
Yeah.
Well coached, played tough, had good athletes. And they stuck it out. The game against Miami where they nearly pulled off the big upset. If it wasn't for the late game heroics of Cam Ward and everything. So they've done a good job. And the Chiefs just feel like a team that came in here with a plan on what they want to do. Play the board, let guys that they really like fall to them, and make the right decisions.
Interesting what the Chiefs do here. It feels like they could use a little bit of speed in the backfield.
Yeah.
And there's day 3, like Jaden Blue, who's out there from Texas. Maybe they go further down the board. We've seen the running back range is impossible to predict right now. So, and I think this crew is going to love this pick right here because the Chiefs have knocked it out of the park with value at pick 133. They take Utah State wide receiver Jalen Royals, who has zero business of being on the board right now. Once again, the receiver that reminds me of Pierre Garçon, 6 foot. He's going to play about 210, 215 pounds. You see the NFL frame. He challenges all levels of the field, plus acceleration, adequate speed, smooth adjuster, tracks the ball, finishes plays. He catches the ball away from his body and over defenders. He can climb the ladder. No hesitation with this guy going over the middle of the field into traffic if you need him to. And you look at 2023, where I thought this offense was a little better and he was healthier in terms of what they did with him. 18 of 27 on contested catches. A+ for me for the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes, man, he is going to love this guy. I do not understand how he falls to this pick, fellas.
Yeah, I don't either, but I give it an A+ as well. My highest, rated wide receiver still on the board. And what he is able to do after the catch, before the catch, with the ball in his hands. And, I think that Sky Moore probably isn't going to be there much longer in Kansas City. Rasheed Rice is coming off of the injury last year. He could actually fill that Rasheed Rice role. It's that power slot, explosive slot, where you get him matched up on smaller nickels and linebackers. But then also he could just play as an outside wide receiver, make the plays down the field, and the sure-handedness he brings to the table. And remember, by the time you get him to training camp and everything, he's not going to be dealing with that same foot injury that we saw down in Mobile from the season. They got them a guy that I love this fit. Like, at the end of the day, you needed to continue to improve that receiving room, right? Xavier Worthy did his thing, but who else was there against the Eagles?
So I'm going to give it an A+ as well. When you get a guy that a lot of people thought could have been a day 2 pick.
Yeah.
And you get him at the end of the 4th round. That's called value. And then you get him going to a place with Patrick Mahomes that understands how to get what he wants out of his wide receivers. I think that's going to help benefit him. And like you said, he's not going to be hurt when he gets to camp. He'll be fine. So let's go play some football.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chiefs are pretty good at this too. They typically find value on day 3 of their drafts under Brett Veach, guys that can handle starting roles for them in injury situation. Also, when you watch Royals, like Dame, you probably saw this on tape. It felt like there was just limitations of what the offense can enable him to do.
Yep.
Where you project him in an NFL offense with maybe one of the greatest football thrower in the history of the game. A bigger ceiling for what this guy now.
Especially with Andy Reid calling plays.
You're at Utah State, and it's like, man, we can get you going on these 3 routes in this look. Now you go to the Chiefs, and it's like, be ready because the ball's coming your way at any
100%. And they lost DeAndre Hopkins. And what did D-Hop provide for them late in the season when he got there? A guy that you could isolate one-on-one, win the slants, win the inside leverage quickly, good use of the hands in the contact window to dislodge punches from corners. Jalen Royals at the Senior Bowl was doing that exact same thing. Guys were trying to get handsy with them at the line of scrimmage. It was a quick 2-hand swipe, get vertical, snap you off, I'm open, right? And I think that's, again, he wasn't even fully healthy when he was doing that.
Right.
All right, so the Broncos are on the clock. Sean Payton really has been putting his fingerprints all over this roster, just tougher, more physical, in almost every pick we've seen from them. Jahdae Barron, obviously, can do a lot of different things on the back end because he's played the slot, he's played outside corner, he's played safety looks. R.J. Harvey gives them the speed and space in their backfield. Savion Jones, power edge, right? Heavy-handed, bulky edge. Then they took Pat Bryant at the end of yesterday, who is a physical wide receiver that's played inside and outside, gives you blocking, catches everything.
Yeah.
Pat Bryant does not drop the ball. One of those guys at that program that stepped into a leadership role this year and really thrived. He was built for it. So let's see what the Broncos do here. Their first pick, and they go with Q Robinson. This is a traits-based pass rusher, Felder, that, limited usage at Alabama, but sometimes when you see his best reps, you go, this guy almost looks like a 2nd or 3rd round pick of what he could do as a pure pass rusher. He's just got to put it all together.
Yeah, you got to put it together, and that's the part when you watch him play is you see there's some impatience to his game. There's we keep saying development. He doesn't have a plan.
Right.
But if he comes clean, he's going to knock your block off. I'm going to go ahead and give this one. I'm going to give it a B-. He has a lot of traits. He has the ability to get a lot of things done. But at the end of the day, you got to find a way to put it all together.
Yeah, I give it a B- as well. A guy, like you said, traits-based pick. You're banking on the upside with the tools and the arm length, 33.5-inch arm, 6'4", 245. Can you get him as technically refined as possible? He does give you some over-the-guard rush ability as well, with the quick hands and quick long arm over, things like that. Good fit to develop and use.
Right. One of the weirder, I give this a B. I had him at 140. He goes at 135. One of the strangest prospect profiles in the draft.
Can he play off the ball?
I think he can.
Yeah,
because he's just so freakish. But you're talking about 5 starts across 5 college seasons.
Crazy.
But
that's not his fault.
That's not his fault. I mean, he had 100 pass rush snaps this year. He won on 24% of them. That's 99th percentile in the country. So you're looking at somebody that made the most of what he got. You see, if you want to talk about one move, he flashed the long arm.
Yeah.
But I'm with Felder that that's it. Like it's long arm or it's win the corner with my pursuit speed and chase quarterbacks. Now, he did play all phases of special teams. So if you want to take a developmental guy, what can he do for my roster right now? Can he play special teams? Cool. Because then he could develop while giving us something.
I have a reason to roster you. I have a reason to roster you.
Not be a practice squad guy.
Exactly.
That's why you take Q Robinson here. I'm excited to see how he develops because you see what they've done with lighter pass rushers before. He kind of fits the mold of somebody that they'd have a role for on 3rd downs, like
100%.
NASCAR package.
Because they have Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper currently, and Bonito's coming off
Bonito's
a
great call because, that's, the Raiders pick is in, by the way. We'll keep it moving in this division. Tonka Hemingway, they add up to their trenches, and this is a really good front, but they add even more. Felder, you're laughing here.
There's another South Carolina guy.
And think about who's from this defensive line that's not in this draft yet.
Yeah.
Right.
So Tonka Hemingway here. Dame, what do you think of Tonka at this point?
Good arm length. I saw him down at the pro day as well. a guy that can flash the quick moves and quick wins.
Yeah.
He's a guy you want to angle rush him. You want to kind of spread out that offensive line. You want to allow him to attack. That rush move is set up by attacking that inside shoulder. But then also he can long arm you and use that wingspan and that strength. A guy that can anchor down well enough in the run game. I think the difference between him and T.J. Sanders, he played the run a little bit better and with a little bit more power, a little bit more pop at the point of attack. I give this a B for this Tonga Hemingway pick. I think this guy can be disruptive and get into the gaps as well.
He's a weird one because where do you play him, right?
Yeah.
He's 284 pounds.
Probably 4-5.
I think so. I don't think he's a disciplined run defender. I'd rather see him on the field in pass rush situations. Right. He's more of a block eluding presence than a block destroyer,
yes.
But he's pretty damn good at eluding blocks as a 100%. Pass rusher. He had a spin move for a sack against Alabama. I've not seen many 285-pound spin moves like that against Alabama. So Tonga Hemingway, I'll go with a C+ for him because he's a little role specific and a tweener. But man, the flashes of pass rush, if you could just get a little bit more out of that, and with the talent that front has, they'll be able to find that. We got another trade here. The Ravens are trading 136 and 183. That was from the Panthers to the Titans in exchange for pick 141 and pick 178. So the Titans maybe coming back up for more Cam Ward help if they see the wide receiver value here. I mean, this to me would be an Elikayo Manor spot. You want a power slot that blocks and
100%.
help a pass catcher. I know they took Chimere Dike to kind of kick us off earlier in the day. So we'll see if they go back down that well as they try to. The Callahans want to really like revamp this offense their way. They only had one draft to do that last year where they started to change the offensive line. They spent a lot of money on it in free agency. We're going to see if they try to get some value here on day 3 for that offense or if they continue to load up on the defense like they did on day 2 of the draft. A reminder, the best available here. We brought up Elikayo Manor for this team. Shedeur Sanders is still out there. And we are nearing territory where I think, Shedeur, Dion, everybody handling and involved in this process is going to call it off and be like, well, let us get to the UDFA process as we open the show.
Yeah, I think so too. And you just got to do what you got to do. And whatever's best for you, your kid, the whole deal. And again, okay, we got one.
Yeah.
We got one.
And there it is. This just felt too easy. It really did. I swear I didn't even see a spoiler. The Titans pick is in. They're taking Elikayo Manor because why is he still on the board?
Right.
It's the question for me. This is a power player, blocker, born in a small town in Canada. If you're wondering about the mindset here, played a little hockey growing up, plays in a phone booth. Not going to run away from a lot of people, as you see from the highlights. Often doesn't matter. And he's one of the few guys that gave Travis Hunter hell 2 years ago. Truly had Travis Hunter in hell. I like this pick for the Titans because it fits their mentality in terms of physicality that they want in this Callahan's offense. He's my 66th overall player in the draft.
Wow.
I mean, we're well past 100. A+ for me. Great job by Tennessee getting the value and a Cam Ward helper.
A+ for me as well. This guy could play in the slot, work the middle of the field if you want him to. That dirty glue guy. He's not afraid to take on backers and things of that nature, but he run blocks with physicality and power. Great hands. He tracks it well, makes the plays at the catch point, and the suddenness as a route runner and mover to create separation at the top of his routes. Listen, last 3 picks have helped Cam Ward offensively. Chimere Dike, Gunnar Helm, and now Elikayo Manor to pair with Calvin Ridley that they already have. Because to me, Elikayo Manor can play the outside receiver spots while DK plays in the slot, and then you have Calvin Ridley as the Z.
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and give this an A as well. I mean, what do you mean? This guy gave a top 5 pick, gave him absolutely
everything.
All the business, every ounce of smoke in the world. Like this, Hunter, he probably has nightmares about that game.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Here's my only guess of why he's here. Torn ACL, MCL, and meniscus in 2022. Sometimes those injuries can pop up on the medical rechecks for the draft where, listen, he's not waiting. He's not even going undrafted. It's just we're a little concerned about the knee. I'll be honest, guys, though. I didn't think he looked affected this year.
No.
Didn't look impacted overall in 2023. So I feel good about this spot.
I do, too. This is a guy, I think with him, he tested well at the combine. They ran 4.4 at the combine. I think with his play speed, I wonder to me, he was hampered by quarterback play too. Like,
Yeah.
he
He
was
wasn't
barely
good.
held back by the quarterback play.
Offense was a
at
tough
Stanford.
watch
Yeah,
sometimes.
very tough watch.
A lot of times.
Yeah,
So I
I'm
think-
being nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's be real.
Dude, it was.
That's why Felder's here.
yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Dude, it was rough, and they were making those cross country flights to play in the ACC,
Yeah.
and I'm sure that didn't help them either. But
Remember that game against Syracuse,
Yeah.
right? You get him isolated one-on-one, games on the line. I think it was like third long, and
Ball-
they needed
ball
to
no
be able to
dice.
keep either third and long or fourth and long. They isolate him one-on-one. They throw a back shoulder fade. He goes up and makes that play, and you think Cam Ward won't love a guy like that to pair with what they already have? Yeah, I forgot about the fact that they signed Tyler Lockett to be that slot receiver for him early, to be his Xavier Restrepo. He might be faster than Xavier Restrepo is right now.
he hasn't come off the board yet.
No.
No.
When
That
you run
40
4.7.
sunk him.
Yeah,
that 40 sunk him. You know, one more thing with Iron Manor in Tennessee's offense. What's one of the special aspects of Cam Ward's ability? When the play breaks down, it turns into the scramble drill.
Improvise.
Yeah.
What do you want when you're improvising is somebody that not only flows back with you, but is going to be the bigger body than the coverage. Alec Manor is the bigger body in
Post
the
the
coverage.
guy up.
Yeah, post the guy up. Positioning.
Yeah.
Reach. 10-inch hands. You know, catcher's mitts for hands.
Very patient with the ball
Yeah.
in the air. He doesn't panic. He watches it. I think it was the Syracuse game as well. He
He's-
had that incredible one-hand grab.
But he
as he's
also
spinning.
the thing I love, and I don't think we talk about this enough. He doesn't show his hands until late.
Late hands.
He doesn't show his hands until late. What I mean by that is when he's running down the field, yes, he was looking back and he's tracking the ball. But a lot of DBs, they wait for hands to come up.
I was just about to tell you to expound on that for the fans
DBs are
watching.
waiting for hands to come up so they know ball's on the way. But he goes late.
Mm-hmm.
And then boom. And by the way, his best play of the year was the catch over Travis Hunter. He made him look like a baby.
I just out-muscled him for the ball.
True, like he caught the ball around him.
It's perfect.
He caught the ball around. He was like holding him like a baby.
Shout out to Nick Mays who tweeted at me, Travis Hunter in the same division as the guy who caused him fits. We will see that matchup again
man.
with Tennessee and Jacksonville. The Patriots pick is in.
There he is.
Joshua Farmer.
Yes.
Man, Florida State was a rough watch this year. Shout out to both Azaria Thomas, who was drafted yesterday, and Josh Farmer on the defensive line guys, because they played their asses off and
Yes.
were standouts for a program that went through it this year.
Yeah, they didn't. That's the thing I like. Effort, they gave both of those guys. But let's talk about Farmer. Effort and energy, every play, even though they knew they're not going to win. They knew they weren't going to win. But so he's effort and energy. You get him at this point in the draft. I'm going to give this a B+. Because he is a high energy guy, he's going to be in that locker room. And I think folks are going to find that he's a pretty dynamic athlete, has the ability to play multiple positions. And so when you look at Farmer and what he's able to do on a team that was terrible, yeah.
I give it a B+ as well. And listen to the measurements, man. 6'3", 305, 35-inch arms.
That's insane.
ridiculous.
Some of the longest arms for a D tackle in the NFL.
Legitimate, and he uses it very well.
Yep.
But also think about what New England has done, what they have in their defensive tackle room. They have Christian Barmore, who's coming back healthy. They brought in Milton Williams on that big time deal, right? So, like Josh Farmer comes in as that guy that can also those run downs. Like he's going to be able to really help that situation, and potentially we might see some opportunities for Milton Williams that might kick down the edge on run downs, and you have Milton Williams, Keon White opposite on the other side,
Right. And
Josh
Farmer.
Farmer and Christian Barmore. And it's like good luck running against that.
Yeah, I mean, this is an A for me with Josh Farmer. I had him in my top 100. This is what an NFL defensive tackle body is supposed to look
Yeah,
like, right?
100%.
I mean,
Absolutely.
315 pounds, 35.25-inch arms, fires off the ball. And the thing to me, guys, when you watch the tape, man, teams know who Josh Farmer is. Like,
Right.
he got knocked around by chips, doubles, and as you highlighted right at the top, Felder, never took a play off, fought through that extra contact. Mike Vrabel DNA true and through
Like,
with
yeah,
this pick.
the thing with watching him is on that Florida State team, everybody knew where he was. Like you said, everybody knew where he was, and it didn't matter because he was very determined to go out and make plays.
What do you do when the spotlight is on you? Do you shrink or
Yeah.
do you rise to the occasion? And he consistently rose to that occasion.
Bingo.
So the Niners are back on the clock. maybe their mission will turn away from stopping the run, which they've solved in an excellent fashion. There's no denying that. And the pick here, guys, it has turned away from the defense. Right. They're going with wide receiver Jordan Watkins from Ole Miss. Some return ability as well here, Felder. For, listen, Kyle Shanahan, he kind of knows how to draft wide receivers through and through for his offense.
Yeah. All right, well, the thing I love about him is the speed, right? And his ability to get to the end zone. 9 touchdown catches in the SEC is very good. And I think he's got the ability to play probably out of the slot, you guys tell me, but he's got this ability to find space, get open, and some of that is Lane Kiffin, but I think a lot of that is him. Look at that double move.
Right.
And
I was impressed with that, the tracking, like the adjustments stood out to me.
Yeah, because the ball should have been out in front on that one. So I'm going to give this one a B+. I think it's a weapon that you need. And again, I think his route running is only going to get better for a guy who already runs pretty good routes.
I give it a B+ as well. I think the simple fact of adding more speed and dynamic ability to this offense, guy that can get you yards after the catch, and like you talked about, as we saw with the highlights, the verticality that he brings to the offense as well. You lose Deebo Samuels. You might not have Juwan Jennings after this year. Brandon Ayuk is there, Jacob Cowing, Ricky Pearsall from last year. Just continue to give Brock Purdy the weapons that he needs to make his life a lot easier.
Yeah, I'll go with the C+ here, guys. I like the player for what he is. Good punt returner. You talk about the speed, the adjustments. The length is really limited. The size is really limited. That goes back to Felder's point. He should kick inside at the next level. That would be a better fit for him. There's just some wide receivers I like better on the board right now that I'm a little surprised fell. But
I think he feels the way that Shanahan's so used to being creative with his offense and motion the guys. Ole Miss did that with Watkins as well. You would see Lane Kiffin line them up in different ways, get easy access to grass to get him the football in space. I think Kyle Shanahan will do that as well because right now, without Deebo Samuel, he doesn't really have that guy.
That's what I was going to bring up. He's going to be looking for somebody to fill that role.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the best available. A lot of big names have come off the board finally. Both the receivers that we liked coming into this day, Io Manor and Jalen Rose, are gone, so this board has changed a little bit. Marcus Bowe, the right tackle for Purdue, probably an NFL guard.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm a little surprised, and I understand he's not for everybody because of the lack of size. But if you talk about an athletic scheme, I thought this guy would definitely be a third-round, top of day 3 kind of pick. He's still sitting on the board. I guess just the scheme limitations is what's hurting him right now.
Yeah, I'm super surprised to see Bo still on the board. I thought he was a day 2 pick. You know what I mean? And I feel like with him is that you can still add some, I don't think he's maxed out with his frame. So, like, if you're worried about play strength and things of that nature, get him in there. How many times have we seen teams redshirt a guy, get him in their weight program? Like you said, everybody that truly takes it serious, they get bigger, they get stronger. After being a professional football player, the guy that I'm shocked about is Jeffrey Bossa. I feel like Jeffrey Bossa should have come off the board by now. Former safety, converted down to linebacker, has good athleticism. For a guy because I think it was Isaiah Simmons said this. He was like, when he was at the Cardinals, he said, I went from playing off-ball backer to playing edge. He said, the closer you get to the ball, the quicker the action is. So you got to be ready to diagnose much faster the closer you get to the ball. And going from playing 15 yards off as a safety to 5 to 7 yards off as a backer, he still didn't look overwhelmed in that regard. I think the instincts are there for a backer. I feel like this guy should have been off the board by now.
Yeah, there's a couple big names. I mean, Torrey Horton's still out there.
Yes.
I think if Torrey Horton doesn't get hurt this year, he finds his way into the third round. That's kind of how I look at him.
I still like Isaiah Bond.
Right.
Yeah.
They're just sorting through, some off-field stuff with him that popped up legally. So teams are probably trying to get a late read on that.
Denzel Burke is on the board.
Braden Swinson, by the way, I don't get it. I mean, the pass rusher from LSU.
Yeah.
I think he's got enough juice to be like your second edge rusher and create a lot of havoc. You brought up Bossa, Dame. How about Pooh Paul? Speaking of another linebacker from Ole Miss, just the range he has. Limited length, but insane range. He can run and cover in this draft. Miles Frazier, the guard from LSU. Thought he was better than Emory Jones. So,
I don't understand it, man.
The pick is in here for the Vikings, and they take, a really impressive size athlete in Tyrion Ingram Dawkins here, Dame, who, listen, all the Georgia guys on both sides of the ball in the trenches are going to go. Not the most productive, But man, not a lot of guys are built and move like this dude.
No, not at all. I'll give this a good B for me. The rotational guy didn't play the full-time starter role, but then he gives you alignment versatility because he's also built like a guy that could play some base defensive end on rundowns. 6'5", 276, 33.5-inch arms. He is strong. He can hold up at the point of attack, but he also he's quick enough to knife through gaps and get into the backfield, shut down the run game, get right there into the face of the quarterback. And with his size and length, you're talking about, okay, if I can't get back there, right? Well, I think you talked about with earlier with one of the defensive linemen, Connor. If you can't get back there, do you have the wherewithal to get your hands up and using that length to knock the ball down?
Yeah, I'm going to go B+. Because this is one of those things where we are looking at a guy who is going to be better in the NFL than he was in college.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get more opportunity in the NFL than he got in college.
Right.
Which is that's a scary thing to think about, that the NFL is a better opportunity than for me at Georgia, because I had so many other guys
And it's real.
that I had to spend time with. Like, that's just the reality.
Yeah, this is a B+ for me. I had him at 143, so this is exactly where I expected him to come off the board, or where he should have. Ball of clay player. I mean, you got an edge with explosive athleticism, and he's still trying to figure out the rest. And it feels like with this Georgia scheme, that's the case with a lot of these edge guys.
Yes.
Like Mykel Williams went in the top 15, but we look at him as a pass rusher, and he's still figuring it out.
I don't know if you saw, there was a quote from, I think it was Trayvon Walker. And I think someone asked him about what's the thing he wished he knew. And it was like, I was like basically not being prepared, technically refined.
Exactly.
And Georgia is kind of like that. It's like, hey, go be big, go be fast, go be physical.
Read, react.
That's it.
Like, you're not allowed. There's rules. It's not like, hey, the ball snapped, run around like a maniac and overshoot the play.
There are rules, but it's not refined.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're not
Their guys
refined.
Nolan Smith, their guys come out more freakish athletes than pure football players out the gate, but you love the upside with pretty much all of them.
The only exception is not a defensive lineman, it's a linebacker, is Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And Jalen Cole. I'll say Jalen Cole.
Roquan.
Yeah.
Like, there's a handful of guys that took it upon themselves to really hone their craft. And I think it's harder for big guys, your defensive tackles, your edge rushers, defensive ends. I think it's a little bit harder for them to hone their craft because they're also playing against people where they don't have to.
No, facts.
They're playing against people they don't have to. Hone what?
They really don't.
Bit of breaking news here, guys. Backup quarterback news. The Seahawks obviously drafted Jalen Milroe yesterday. They've now traded Sam Howell to the Vikings. So the Vikings in the market for a backup quarterback after they couldn't bring back Daniel Jones. Sam Howell is on his way where all quarterbacks get resurrected under Kevin O'Connell. And we have another, there's the trade alert. Love to see that. This was a need for the Vikings. You know what my reaction, though, is to this? The Vikings view Sam Howell as a better cost-effective backup option than any quarterback left on the board.
Yeah.
Like, think of, I'm getting away from Shador because there's only so many times we could do this conversation. Will Howard, Kyle McCord, whatever the NFL thinks of Quinn Ewers. So, great spot for Sam Howell.
Yeah, 100%.
And the Vikings solve a need for a really, really low cost. The Panthers pick is in, and man, do I love this one, guys. They have selected Cam Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
From Florida, a massive, massive nose tackle. Over 6 feet, 6 inches tall, 328 pounds, 34th and an 1/8 inch arms. This is a dude, you need a two-gapper. And think of this defense. I'm giving this an A+, by the way. This defense last year loses Derek Brown. I think it was week 1 or 2. He tears his meniscus. Right. It was a run for free year for any team that played the Panthers last year.
100%.
Hand the ball to your running back and have a day. They have spent money in free agency. They've drafted 2 edge pass rushers. They've gotten one of my favorite run defenders in this draft. Colossal human being, multiple seasons of run stuff and tape in the SEC. Plays with his head up and with a stack and shed.
Yeah.
It's not I'm bigger than everyone. There's refinement here.
Yes.
I love this player, and I love the value for the Panthers.
I'll give it an A+ as well. Shout out to Dan Morgan, right? He understood where the problem was on his defense last year. And to bring in Bobby Brown III, Tershawn Wharton, they still have Ashawn Robinson, Derek Brown coming back healthy, and now to add a big 6'6", 328 and 34-inch arms. Really good job.
Yeah. Hometown team. Give me that hometown A. Let's go. Because he's a big dude.
Massive.
He's such a huge guy, but he doesn't play. Like you mentioned, stack and shed.
The pad
head
level's
up.
good at 6'6".
I was gonna say he doesn't play sloppy football. He doesn't play sloppy football.
No, not at all.
So I like that about him.
Yeah, good job by the Panthers. Another pick is in here. The Ravens have taken developmental tackle Carson Vincent here, who, Dame, we were down at the Senior Bowl. It felt like this is when his name really blew up.
Yeah, 6'7", 314, 34-inch arms, height, weight, length. He epitomizes that. And he battled. Like, he competed at a high level.
He was
down
able
the
to stonewall Shamar Stewart on a
legitimately,
one-on-one.
right? Like he anchored well, showcased his strength, and for a small school kid, I give this a B+, man. Like, they get a quality depth offensive tackle. Good job.
I'm gonna go with the B+ as well. He doesn't have to play right now.
No.
That's the beauty of it all, is he doesn't have to play right now.
And that's what they do.
Yes. Draft and stash.
Lele, they do this at tackle all the time.
And they're gonna end up with a guy that, after they teach him how to be in the NFL,
He's going to be a starter.
he's gonna be a starter. Draft and stash.
Yeah, B+ for me. The Alabama A&M tackle, really impressed down in Mobile against a higher level of competition. I thought he would struggle down there. He's a good athlete at his size. And this is a Ravens team that at tackle, they draft size.
Yeah.
And, yeah, they were able to bring back Ronnie Stanley, but they know that's not a forever situation with the injury history he has and the age he has. Now you sit in a room and you develop behind Ronnie Stanley, which is the perfect player for Carson Vincent to learn from.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to teach you not just like the playbook, he's going to teach you the tools of the trade.
Right.
And I think that's hypercritical to young players, is to learn the little minutia of the game, both on the field in terms of, okay, this is how you do this when you got this speed guy. This is how you do it when you have a more power guy. But also off the field about, this is how I keep my body right so I can make it through, 17 games now?
17 games.
18, 19 if we're good, so he's going to teach you that part as well.
All right, so the clock continues to move as Seattle is now on the clock here. After they make the big trade, they send Sam Howell out to Minnesota. Their quarterback room looks a lot different heading into 2025, and the pick is in here, fellas. Seattle is going with Riley Mills from that Notre Dame defense. Big-time disruptor here, Felder. It felt like injuries hurt Riley Mills a little bit, but the 2023 tape, he was an absolute menace.
Yeah, I think injuries are the main reason why he fell. He is explosive. He understands what's happening in front of him. You talk about as you get closer to the line of scrimmage, things happen faster. Nobody plays closer to the ball than him.
Right.
As he's a guy that can play the nose, can play the 1, play the 3. I've seen him kick out and play the 5 a couple times. This is an A pick for me. I think that he is someone that has an ability to come in and immediately bring some impact in the run game. And then he also has the ability to grow into his pass rush game. So I'm looking forward to it. He's going to have to stay healthy, but I like watching this kid play.
Yeah, I give it a B+. I think they get a guy that comes in and brings good depth to their interior defensive line behind Byron Murphy, Jaron Reed, Leonard Williams.
Right.
And I think Connor said it, he's disruptive. He gets into the backfield, but he can stack, peek, and shed in the run game as well. They just continue to add pieces for Mike McDonald's defense.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go with a B here for Riley Mills. Now, the injury caveat that we hinted at earlier, he did tear his ACL at the end of the year. So this is going to be one where you get him into your program, you go through the rehab process, you get him right. But the pass rush win rate doesn't lie. I mean, he's been over 14% at D-tackle the last 2 years. That stands out. I'd like to see him play a little bit more rugged against the run. There's just times where I'm like, man, for your size, keep the pad level down, understand you're not in attack mode, hold the point of attack, and then react to the run. But the motor stays hot. The hands are the two-hand swipe was a real go-to for him. You see the push-pull, and Seattle, I mean, this is a good idea to take a player that Felder hinted at, like he shouldn't be here, but with a torn ACL, now he sits in your program for a year. Dolphins are on the clock at pick 143, and the pick is in as the pace continues to fly right now. Miami is going with Jordan Phillips. You want to talk about bulk for their defensive line. They needed help specifically at nose tackle. His base, Felder, is built like an oak tree.
Yeah, when you look, it reminds me a little bit of, Corey Simon in terms of the size of his legs.
Yes.
He's got huge, like they said, tree trunk legs. That allows him to anchor. And then is athletic enough to scrape across the front to go make tackles. For me, I look at this kid coming out of Maryland. He is someone who, with that base, is going to give you an opportunity to continue to make plays, continue to grow. So good pick for them. I'm going to go ahead and give this a B. I like it.
I'm gonna give it a B+. This is a phone booth brawler. This is a phone booth brawler. Guy that's physical, strong at the point of attack. They got it, Kenneth Grant, right? They got Kenneth Grant in round 1, Jonas Avenea on day 2. I just love the fact that they've been able to get physical in the trenches. They needed to be able to beat people up, and this helps. This helps stop the run game for sure.
I'm with you, Dame. I mean, to me, the Dolphins, my number one problem, this may be the most disrespectful thing you could say about a regime. They haven't been a tough team lately. They're a skilled team.
Yes.
They're a fast team.
Yes.
They haven't been a tough team. This is an A- to me with Jordan Phillips. Former standout high school weightlifter, former standout high school wrestler, not a disruptor.
Yeah.
His game is not in the box score. You might not, if you didn't watch the game, you didn't even know he played. But his teammates did because he could two-gap. He's got the lower body mass. He could blow up the run with force. But he is savvy enough to throw an arm over every once in a while. So you want somebody that just sits there and eats 2 blockers and doesn't get moved off the line of scrimmage. That's exactly what Miami needed. I viewed him as a talent worthy of taking a little earlier than this. I like it for Miami.
Felder, we talked about Miami's been a track team for so long.
Yes.
But they've only had sprinters. So they can only compete in the 200, the 4x1, and the 100.
Yeah.
Now you got some shot putters. You got some guys that can throw
Yeah.
the javelin
And
with
that-
Kenneth Grant and Jordan Phillips.
And to further on that track metaphor, that's how you win track meets.
Legit.
Like that's how you win track meets. Like you score on shot put, you score on javelin, you score on discus,
Yes.
you score on long jump, you score like you win not just with your sprinters, you win with your mile, you win
Yes.
with all this other stuff. And yeah, my little brother ran track, so I got a pretty good idea of how they're scoring and how it works.
Those linebackers in Miami should be loving it right now.
Love it.
Because you're gonna break the huddle. You're gonna have Jordan Phillips and Kenneth Grant
Right.
at the 2D tackle spots to keep you clean. Like Ray Lewis had Haloti Nata in front of him.
Right.
And big, I think Tony Saragusa for a little bit, if I remember
For a
correctly.
little bit, yeah.
Like that allowed him to be the playmaker he was for his entire career, man. Having big, burly, physical defensive tackles that can two-gap, contain. Because you take 2 defensive tackles, contain the 3 interior
Those
offensive
3 guys
linemen.
are going. Now you have an edge, 2 guys coming off the edge. Okay, the tackle's got to worry about that. Now what do we have? Now we have defined rush lanes or defined. Like what they do is if you take those 3 in the middle, they squeeze it down. Okay, now what? My edge guys are coming off the edge. They've got to kick out. Now the running back's either going here or he's going here. Pick which one and let's go stop it.
Exactly.
So the Browns are on the clock, and the pick is in here, guys. And it's true. It's the moment many, many have been waiting for as you see the best available on the board here from BR's scouting department. They have him 23rd. I have this player 30th overall. Wow. We are now deep into the draft in the 5th round. And the Browns have selected Shedeur Sanders after taking Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round.
What? Why? Like, okay. I don't.
This is like this truly is just silence. Like we're all dumbfounded. Like legitimately dumbfounded. All right, do you think that they want them to compete against each other?
I mean, they're literally just volume shopping at an alarming rate. You traded
That's not Costco.
Traded for Kenny Pickett. You brought back Joe Flacco as like almost the babysitter in the room.
Right.
Yeah.
You still have Deshaun Watson still exists. I know it seems like for them he doesn't.
He doesn't, right.
You drafted Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd, which admittedly was a day earlier than I thought he was going.
Right.
And now you took Shedeur Sanders. I don't know how there's reps for these guys, is my biggest question.
That's it. Yeah, that's
How many bites at the apple are we going to take here? Like, how many bites at the apple are you going to take? If this is the case, you should have took Shedeur.
What's the plan?
Right. Like, what is the plan?
I think you're 100% spot on, Connor. How do they all get reps?
Kenny Pickett traded again? I mean, that's only, or Flacco is just the old man in the camp. So the pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. And they traded up to pick 144 to select Shedeur Sanders after the long, long wait. The optimistic viewed him as a round 1 pick. I think the consensus viewed him as somewhere at the end of round 1, second round. Shedeur Sanders goes in the 5th round to the Cleveland Browns, the second quarterback, Felder, that they have drafted in this year's NFL draft after Dylan Gabriel.
I mean, explain the plan, like we said. Explain the plan. If you get a finite amount of reps and they have 5 guys there, does this mean that Gabriel and Shedeur are going to be splitting their reps? What's Flacco going to be doing? Kenny Pickett, you mentioned they could trade him. Who wants him?
Right.
So that doesn't even seem like a real viable.
I feel like if you're Kenny Pickett's camp, this kind of tells them that they don't want you.
Get me out of here before I ever even showed up.
Yeah, I guess they don't have a plan for you to actually be the guy. I wouldn't be surprised. Flacco's been in Cleveland under this regime before. He knows the offense, so he doesn't need all the reps in camp.
Yes.
Right? So you can kind of nullify him a little bit. He might be the guy you view potentially as the starter. But if anybody, I think it's Kenny Pickett. Like, you look at Dylan Gabriel, I think Shedeur and Dylan are going to be the guys battling it out in camp.
Right.
For that spot behind Flacco as the day 1 starter.
Right.
To where then somewhere during the season, whoever wins that QB2 job, they have to get him on the field. Because you got 2 first-round picks. That trade with Jacksonville gave you a first for next year on top of the first you already have. Mm-hmm. You have to figure out which one of these young guys you even feel comfortable with. What grade are you giving, Connor?
I'm going to give this an A because what do you have to lose at this point?
Right.
Listen, I don't like the spot for Shedeur.
Right.
I don't like the plan because I can't figure it out. Maybe I'll look foolish for that down the road. But I'm going to give it an A because of the player.
Yeah.
He's my 30th overall player. I understood a team not wanting to bet the franchise on him with the first-round pick. I get it, right? Because this is Shedeur. Fundamentally sound, accurate, with underwhelming physical traits. He's not big. He's not fast. Right. He doesn't have a big arm. When he plays with timing and touch, he's locked in. He throws a catch and run ball. The throwing motion, to me, is snappy when it needs to be. Mm-hmm. You said this at the top of today's show, Felder, and it's really important to remember. He'll hang in and get sawed in half and get back up to make a play.
Yeah.
So, but once again, took a lot of sacks in college. That's my biggest concern because that typically translates to the NFL. I think sometimes he'll get a little too stare down happy with lurking defenders. That will lead to his interceptions. But this is not a 5th-round player. This wasn't a 4th-round player. I didn't think this was a 3rd-round player. It's a 2nd-round player, and because of everything else, Shedeur Sanders fell down to this spot in an area where he's going to be in a room with another rookie quarterback that was drafted in the 3rd round. As a player, though, this is an A to me.
I'm going to go with A, too. I think for all the things that you just said, you're getting a fringe first-round talent in the 5th round.
In the 5th round.
So you can't knock that. I think that the plan is stupid.
Right, if it exists.
If it exists.
Are we just accumulating names at quarterback?
Right, 100%. I give it an A as well. Like, for everything you two gentlemen have said, it's the player. It's what you're getting with the value in the 5th round. You're getting a fringe first, top of the 2nd round guy. I had him as a fringe first, top of the 2nd round grade. Accuracy, especially when he's protected, which we didn't see a lot in Colorado.
No, we did not.
You know, and not even just that. Let's talk about it a little bit. He didn't have a run game. He didn't have the play action. It was literally all on him most of the time. This is going to be interesting. We don't know what the plan is, but I'm one of the bigger storylines to watch when we get to camp.
This summer is going to be electric.
Did they already pick Hard Knocks?
No.
Put them back on there. They've been on it before. Right. Put them back on.
That's the spot. I'd have the camera for 90% of the show in the quarterback room. The meetings, the reps, how they're breaking things down with these guys. Mm-hmm. And you know what? To the Browns' plan here, it feels like with Gabriel and Shedeur, they took 2 guys that have played a lot of college football and were accurate and smart. Yeah. Not physically imposing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
In a league where Jalen Milroe going yesterday, Jackson Dart going in the 1st round, though I don't think he's as physically imposing as he's been built up as.
Same.
But it's just, this is really, really fascinating.
Tyler Shuck in the 2nd.
Tyler Shuck, right, 40th overall pick. So
the wait is over.
The wait is over.
There we go.
And as we do on this show, we are going to talk about every pick.
Yeah.
We're happy Shedeur's taken. We're rooting for this situation to hopefully be solved in an adult manner in Cleveland. But we're going to talk about all the picks today. Yeah. And it's going to be awesome. So we'll keep it rolling. as New England is on the clock and the pick is in for New England, but it has not been announced yet, so we will keep it here for now. But, man, it just comes down to the reps for me. The only thing I want to, because I feel like I just backed over and ran back over the Cleveland Browns organization. I'm a huge fan of Kevin Stefanski.
Me too.
And if there's an adult in the NFL or one of the 5 adults I trust to manage a interesting quarterback situation, I do think Kevin Stefanski is more than qualified to manage that.
100%. I agree with you. And I think, like I said, they took a lot of bites at the apple. And the main thing for me is just the plan needs to be one of these young quarterbacks have to play, I would say, 80% of the season. I need to know what I have before going into the 2026 NFL draft, because then you stumble over yourself if Arch does declare and he has a big year in 2025, and you're like, wait a minute, you don't want to land the Falcons yourself and tie yourself to Desmond Ridder after 4 games, and then it'd be the wrong decision. So
right, that's a good call, Dame. Yeah.
Heads up, we have Mac McWilliams come off the board,
Like
corner
that
from
pick.
UCF.
Scrappy, undersized player.
And now we've got,
Braden Swinson.
there you go.
And there it is. That's one of the best
Wow.
value picks of the day as New England here. Their pick is in. They are going with the LSU pass rusher, Braden Swinson, who, in my opinion, had no business of falling this far. I know you guys have agreed with me throughout this. For context, Braden Swinson for me, guys, 54th overall on the big board. This is an A-plus pick for me. He just plays with power in his hands on the edge. 6'3" and 5'8", 255, long enough arms, 33 and 3/8, good agilities. That pass rush win rate of 22% this year was a big jump, big improvement. And then when he plays with the heavy hands, those blockers with slow feet, he understands how to set them up with stutter steps. You see the outside speed, he can dip and turn the corner. I think against the run, I love that he stays off blocks. He's a guy that does not want to be blocked and uses those violent hands to stay off blocks. I really like how New England has started to shape up this front.
Yeah, they know who they are. They know who they're going to be. They know what they want, and now they're getting value to those guys. He's going to be a contributor. And if you can get a contributor
This year.
Yeah, exactly. You can get it's an A. If you get a contributor in the first round, or excuse me, in the 5th round, this is a guy that's violent.
I'm going to give this an A. Great value for it. You look at their edge rush room, Jelani Tavai, Harold Landry III, Anthony Jennings, Keon White, Caleb Von Chason. Like, Swinson is jumping into this depth chart pretty early. I would not be surprised if he's kind of that 2 behind Keon White pretty early in the training camp, because talent-wise, he gives you more of a pass rush than Jennings. He gives you more physicality than the Tavai. He just gives you more upside than those guys on passing downs. Yeah, Landry's not going to be there, I think, for the long haul. That was a
Get us over the hump here while we're
Yeah,
figuring it out.
100%.
And a player Mike Vrabel knows really well.
Exactly.
Body's kind of been breaking down a little bit, but could still play.
Yeah, exactly. So I think
So
2 heavy-handed young edges between him and Keon White.
Here we
pick
go.
is in for the 49ers,
Oh,
who went offense their last pick, and they go offense again. And Kyle Shanahan does this on day 3 every single year. He goes running back Jordan James from Oregon here, Dame. Basically, it goes like this. Whatever running back Kyle Shanahan takes on day 3 turns into value NFL draft and fantasy football gold.
I'm giving this an A+, man. I had a 3rd-round grade on him. My comp for him is, Devonta Freeman.
Oh, nice.
That is my comp for him. This short, low center of gravity, squatty back. He runs hard. He's got light feet in the run lanes to be able to sidestep, jump cut. He catches the ball out of the backfield. Good vision and patience. And he fits this to a T for Kyle Shanahan. Christian McCaffrey coming off that Achilles, man. Like, we don't know what is going to
Traded Jordan Mason.
Traded Jordan
This
Mason.
group is thin.
Very much so. You got Isaac Garendo that they drafted, I believe, last year. But I think Jordan James has a chance to be that next guy for them.
Yeah,
What do you think,
I'm
Felder?
going A as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that, one, I love his style of running. I'm glad you mentioned Devonta Freeman. He has there's a compactness to him. So you saw in the clip, he's running through arm tackles. He's running through defenders that are occupied, that are trying to just reach out and grab him. He's running through that arm. And he's making people miss once he gets to the 2nd and the 3rd level. And this guy, you say that he has a nose for the end zone. He has this, like, dogged determination to get the ball into the end zone.
That's a skill.
Yeah, it is. And there's some guys that go down. One guy is not going to take him down when he gets to the end zone.
Yeah, 21 years old, youth at running back here right now. You guys nailed it. He hits the hole so hard, and he powers into contact. 260 touches this year, 260. He didn't fumble. He didn't fumble. So you're getting a responsible rookie right out of the gate. And listen, the consistency. He ran for over 80 yards in 11 games this year. And I know people don't like stats of prospects, and I get it. I fall into that trap too, where sometimes the production doesn't always matter.
Yeah.
But in this conference, when you looked at Jordan James and you said, you're giving us 80-plus yards today in this conference, no matter what, you're efficient with your touches. No fear also, by the way, in pass pro to lower his shoulder into blitzers.
No, not at all.
He does not care that he's 5'9".
Yeah.
Plays bigger than his size. There's a no-nonsense runner to a T. And Kyle Shanahan loves that. This is absolutely
That Oregon
it's an A for me.
offense didn't look – it got better when they started featuring him
Yes.
more than just trying to feature Dylan
I'm
Gabe
with
on
you.
the court in the passing attack.
And the pick is in here for the Rams, and this is their type at defensive tackle in Ty Hamilton from Ohio State. They love these guys, Dame, that can get off the ball, shoot gaps, and rush. Now you get a little bit of depth behind Braden Fisk.
6'3", 332 and a quarter on the arm. I give this a B+. This guy, actually, even though he's not 310, 315, he does play with good power at the point of attack as well, and he knows how to get into the backfield. Him, Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, you said it, Connor, they have a type.
Oh, yeah. They have a type, and I love that he can play with leverage. So I'm going to give this a B+. He can play with leverage. He understands how to use his hands. He can move, and I think that's the most important part, is watching the way he's able to move. And he'll protect your linebackers, but he'll also be a part of the people that are making those tackles.
Yeah, man. He can angle his body, kind of flip his hips a little bit. And you look at the strength. I mean, these things don't always matter, but it tells you about the guy's work ethic. 35 bench reps at 225 at his pro day. This dude is all about that life. He's about that life. Quick first step off the ball. You said the leverage monster, Felder. This is an A- for me. I had him in my top 120. And I love the scheme fit. I like the Rams. You know what the Rams, Jarquez Hunter on offense, Ty Hamilton on defense?
Yeah.
They know exactly what they want to be. They want to be downhill against the run, and they want to attack as pass rushers. They have an identity on both sides of the ball, and that's why they're competitive every single year.
Absolutely.
And Les Snead, who's had that job for a really long time, and GMs don't last long in this league. He's lasted for a long time. Him and Sean McVay and their defensive staff, they know how to work together to find guys that fit what they want to be.
Absolutely. You're right.
All right, so we got the Cowboys on the clock. Always eventful. I thought the Cowboys cleaned up yesterday. Savone Revel, Donovan Ezeraku to help that defense. I thought Tyler Booker on day one was a little bit of a reach because it's a guard at 12. But, man, when Will McClay, who runs their drafts, takes the wheel, you can kind of feel good things happen for this roster in Dallas. And let's see it pick 149 if that continues.
Yeah, they made sure to address needs. And you lose Zach Martin to free agency and everything. And I figure this is probably going to be a running back at some point because they didn't go running back early in the draft. So I figured it'd be a running back at some point. And, yeah, the pick is in.
And you nailed it, Dame. The pick is in. The Cowboys take Jaden Blue, the pass-catching speedster from Texas here, Felder. Man, blink, and he might be by you.
Yeah, he's so fast. He's got good vision. But the biggest asset that he brings to the table is that speed. And I love the way that he does transition from that speed to power. You see him there making a tough contested catch, so you bring that to the table. He's going to give the quarterback an opportunity to make a problem down the field due to a mismatch.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one, I'm going to give it an A because you're getting a weapon in the fifth, and that is all you need. You just need a weapon. I wonder if you can return punts for them. That's going to be another thing that's pretty interesting. But, yeah, I'll give it an A. You get a weapon. You get a guy that is just one cut and gone. One cut and gone. And nobody's going to catch him.
Yeah, I give it an A as well, guys. That Clemson game in the opening of the CFP, Clemson was closing the gap. They were trying to come back in that game. Jaden Blue shut the door on them. The explosiveness, and then talking about the wheel routes out of the backfield.
Yes.
You see man-to-man. Dak Prescott notices that. I'm like, okay, call that wheel, make that change at the line of scrimmage, get him vertically down the field against a linebacker. They needed a running back. They need more explosiveness on offense. Jaden Blue is a great fit for them.
Without a doubt. I'll go a B+ here. Player 152 for me. They get him at 150. What I really like is this is a true weapon in the pass game. It's the speed and elusiveness. They use him on swing passes so often, and he can make something out of nothing in space. The running back route tree, it's expansive. Wheel routes, angle routes, the design touches. Very little transition time from pass catcher to runner with the ball. There's no delay. Now, you want to talk about the questions? He's small. And what comes with that is how much work can he handle? But more importantly for me, 5 fumbles in 2024 with a very limited workload, 2nd percentile hand size. I hope that's not a correlation where it's just this guy struggles to hold on to the ball with the smaller hands, the shorter arms. I think in pass pro, it's a big work in progress. I don't think Dallas needs him to play in pass pro a lot. Just get this guy the ball in space, and good things will happen for the Cowboys. I like this addition to the backfield that does not have a dynamic home run hitter like this.
Yeah, you got Javonte Williams. I think they brought in Miles Sanders, 2 quality vets, and now you bring in that electricity off the bench with that young man, where it's like, hey, we've been dealing with Javonte Williams, a physical downhill runner, a thumper of sorts. You get tired of hitting that guy. Then you bring in a Jaden Blue with a speed. The difference in speed is massive in terms of, okay, if I don't get to my run fit quick enough, this could go the distance and go the distance quickly. He has the type of speed that beats angles easily.
Yeah, that's going to be – his workload's going to be fascinating because this backfield needed a shot in the arm, juice. And he's got juice. I was a little surprised he declared.
Me too.
Because
there's a couple backs in this class I'm surprised.
Yeah. You know what? I guess it's when you're a running back, get out.
Yeah.
While your body's right.
Don't take all the carries.
I understand that.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. All right, the pick is in for the Miami Dolphins, and they're getting help at corner with Jason Marshall Jr. from Florida. Felder, this is a guy that was a big recruit. He has played a lot of games from Florida. The roller coaster of him has been a little bit up and down throughout college.
He is certainly gifted, which is why he was highly touted as coming out of high school. It just, I feel like Florida by itself is a roller coaster.
Yes.
We're seeing as a guy that is willing to tackle. We see a guy that can play man. Watching him sit on passes in zone. See that? Take it away. Got to make that catch, but you got to make that catch. But yeah, I think that this is I'm going to give it a C+. It's quality depth. I think obviously going to be a special teams guy for them. The big thing with me is, again, you mentioned the inconsistencies, and I think that he's a product of a program that has a lot of them.
Yeah, I give it a C+ as well. Big, NFL size, athleticism is there. I think this guy has upside as a true man-to-man defender as well. To be able to, especially against bigger body receivers. This is a guy that you can bring in, get your depth piece, like you said, special teams, and let's see if we can develop a little bit more out of him to be a consistent mainstay in our secondary. Yeah,
this one's a C for me. I have some questions about giving up the big plays. Wide receivers get over the top of him a lot. He's allowed a lot of touchdowns and big plays throughout his career in college. No interceptions the last 2 seasons. Just didn't get to finish those plays that came his way. But you look at
hit him in the chest and he dropped.
It's not a part of his game. It's not. Now the skill set, it's built for man coverage, where the size, he's experienced in playing press. He did miss the second half of 2024 with a shoulder injury, so that delayed some of the tape as well.
The thing I will say for me with Jason Marshall is, even when we mention size, I don't see it.
Like he's playing to it.
Yeah, I don't see him playing to it. I'm watching, even when we're watching his highlights, he's making a play at the line of scrimmage, but he's got his arms wrapped around the guy's waist trying to drag him down.
Play strength.
Yes, exactly. And if you're supposed to be a big corner, you can't let some guy muscle you around.
Yeah, you got to play stronger than that.
All right, guys, the Colts are on the clock here. We should look at the best available here in just a minute too, because we've kind of hit we cleared a lot of the names that started the day. Shedeur Sanders, Braden Swinson, Jalen Royals, Alec Manor, Dame, your boy Jeffrey Bassa, still on the board here, and now we're getting into the range of. Does the trio of Will Howard, Kyle McCord, and Quinn Ewers get drafted today?
I mean, we still got a long way to go.
Yeah, they should. It's just the quarterback devaluing is always really interesting in modern drafts. The pick is in, by the way, for the Colts, and one that I love in DJ Giddens here, Dame. What did you think of him at Kansas State? Who you see the highlights right there. He will make you look foolish in the open field.
One term, basketball on turf. He will cross you up. He's shifty. He's elusive. You turn on the Colorado game. He strings together cuts. He tested as an explosive athlete at the combine. This is a guy that has really good feel for space. I give this an A. because I think he can also be a pass-catching threat out of the backfield. And they needed somebody to back up Jonathan Taylor.
So here's what I'm going to go B+. The only thing that I kind of question is his long speed.
Yeah.
His long speed. I do
that's
question
fair.
his long speed.
He didn't play to that 40 time.
Yeah. I do question his actual in-the-game long speed. I know that he's shifty in and out of the hole. I know that he can make you miss. But as we were watching the highlights, we were watching him. We're watching this guy get wide, watching him get caught from behind. And that's something that it can't have happen, right? So that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand how he ran that 40 time. But we do
This
see
is
him
where
catch
this
passes.
is where he's going to help them out a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
But
yeah.
again,
Top end speed is
Yeah.
not his strength.
we used to call it getting hawked.
Yep.
Yeah, more of a make you miss player.
Yes.
This is a B+ for me. I like Giddens a lot. I think the value's right. But I'm with you guys on the limitations. I wrote down the weaknesses. Mediocre long speed. Overall play strength is still catching up to NFL level. The one thing that's puzzling and will dictate his ceiling at the next level, there's some drops on tape where I'm like, you shouldn't drop those.
No, you
You're a
shouldn't.
better player than that. Layups. So it's
Yes.
concentration. And I think to maximize his change of direction in the open field, you want to throw him the ball in space. So that'll dictate how good Giddens can be. But, man, as a pure runner, I love the player in
Yeah,
that
for
regard.
sure.
The Cowboys moved up in this slot, I believe. And they have taken Shamar James, the linebacker from Florida here, Dame, as they made some stopgap moves in free agency for linebacker, but they're also looking to develop some youth.
Yeah, I think the guy has good athleticism. When I watched him on tape, functional in the passing game in terms of dropping off in the coverage. I think he attacked the line of scrimmage well. And again, they've needed, like he's listed at 6'1", 222, right? So he's a little undersized in the weight department, but I think we've talked about multiple teams. They have a type. Like
Yep.
they don't want the 235, 240-pound linebacker.
Right.
They want the athletes that can go scrape sideline to sideline and beat running backs to the edges. I think this is a good depth pick for them.
Yeah, you pick for your division. Mm-hmm. Who do they have to play twice a year? Saquon?
You know who else? And they got to figure out, too, Cam Scatterbo.
Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah, now
And,
Cam Scatterbo.
Jane Daniels ain't bad.
So what do? You go out and get a linebacker that can move side to side.
Right.
Like you're not going to get a plug. You're going to have to run. You're going to have to run after this guy.
Yeah, 100%.
That's the reality.
Yeah, it's a B- for me. What I like, he's still 20 years old. He's been playing since he's a true freshman in the SEC. So there's a lot of room to grow for this guy. He did have the dislocated kneecap in 2023. That was a surgery. So give him some grace on what you saw at the beginning of this year. It played all phases of special teams. He's quick enough to shoot gaps and slip blockers.
Yep.
And at that size, that's how you have to play.
Yes.
I want to see him as he gets older improve in coverage. I thought when routes went beyond 5 yards, he got in trouble a lot. And they can hide that a little bit in the NFL, depending who you're playing around. But that'll be something the Cowboys try to
More
develop.
zone recognition, more
Right.
head on swivel, passing off and taking away things into your zone. Did I give a grade on that anyway? I don't think. What was it? So we got the Bengals on the board. Smart.
See, the Bengals have added Barrett Carter and Demetrius tonight.
Yes.
Smart. All defensive.
All defense.
All defense for them.
Right.
They got the interior offensive lineman
They
needed.
had to have a guard.
They needed
And they
it
said,
bad.
you know what, here's your guard. Now leave us alone. We're getting help on defense. And the pick is in for the Bengals. We'll see if they keep that trend going. They are doubling up. And I love this selection in Jalen Rivers from Miami, who played tackle at Miami, guys. But I think he is built to be an NFL guard. 6'6", 319 pounds. Remind me a little bit of Kingsley Suamataia. Long arms, almost 35-inch arms. But man, this is someone that can move a little bit. He unlocks power by dropping his hips. You can't knock him back and pass, but right there, anchor. Stuff guys with that with your punch. You see him use his length to run rushers wide out of the play. And this is a problem with the Bengals right now. They have two gigantic, talented tackles that are hurt a lot. This guy, a gigantic, talented tackle that can be depth for them.
Yeah,
If one of those
swing
guys
tackle.
get hurt. For Rivers, for me, this is an A for the Bengals. I like the value. I liked this player a lot. I thought a high school state champion in the shot put, by the way. Guys with that multi-background wrestling track on the offensive line, the hit rate is really, really high. I think this one's going to work out for the Bengals.
Yeah, I give it an A as well. Corner, I think the physicality, the strength that he plays with, the pin-pull action, getting out as a puller and lead blocker, that's going to help. And at the end of the day, talking about taking bites of the apple, multiple bites at the apple, they improve this interior offensive line. If he does play and stick at guard, you just got two physical guys to come in. Fairchild and now with Rivers.
So I'm going to give it an A as well. Because here's the thing. He can be your swing guy.
Yep.
Yes, he can do both.
He can be your swing guy at guard, at tackle, guard, tackle. He can be your swing guy. Swing guys are very important. Swing guys matter. Swing guys are kind of someone that, look, even if you just need a blow, let me get in there. Like, I don't even care. Your helmet messed up. Hey, you, get in there. And he can do that. And I think that's how he starts. And then as things evolve, he becomes a starter, whether that's at guard or if they end up making moves at tackle.
All right, the Giants are back on the clock.
Ooh.
They had one of our favorite picks in the day way earlier with Cam Scattaboo. Obviously, they made a lot of noise in round one, getting Abdul Carter, potentially the best player in the draft. Jackson Dart, they traded back in for. Got Darius Alexander, and now they go with a guy here that I think fell much further than I expected here in Marcus Bo Felder. And played right tackle at Purdue. He's also played guard. Feels like he is going to move back inside at the next level for this Giants team. We needed help here at guard.
We need help. He's a mean player. And that's what I like about him. Like, this is a guy, we see him play some guard. We see him play some tackle. He can get it done. I think he can root people out a little bit better from the guard position because it's going to force him to be down. But I love the way he passes off the twist. I love his ability to move down the field. So for me, this, especially with what number, where did you have him on your board, Connor?
Bo?
Yep.
I'll tell you in 1 second. It's much higher than this, and he made the top 100.
So I'm going to give him a name. So let's go. What about you, Dane?
Yeah, I give it an A as well. Immense value. The Giants needed interior offensive line help anyway. And being able to get a guy like this who has the movement skills. Again, if you worry about the strength, he's 303 pounds, 32-inch arms. The arm length was always going to be something that kind of knocked them down anyway, the playing guard. But the footwork, you want to protect whoever's at quarterback. So I love this fit. You get great, immense value at this point to get this guy with a day 2 grade for most of us.
Yeah, 91st overall.
There we go.
At this point.
Top 100 pick.
And I know he's not going to be for everyone. Because he's going to play around 300, 305 pounds. And he doesn't have the length that you expect. He broke his leg in 2023, which obviously set him back a little bit. But 2022, 14 starts at right guard. You look at 2023, 6 at right tackle. Obviously, he started all 12 at right tackle for them this year. Position versatility. He pass protects like a boxer. It's a quick pass set. My hands are active. I'm going to match movements. That's the big thing. Now, I think sometimes the awareness against stunts was a little bit lacking. He doesn't have typical mass for an interior offensive line player. But man, you're getting a real in terms of just the mirroring skills. You shouldn't get this caliber of player that can mirror like that.
Yeah. And that's what they need.
By the way, back to Felder's point about how he plays. I wrote down he looks like a bull searching for a target when he's on the move in the run game. It's like who can I seek and destroy? I love that. Love that aspect. So Marcus Bo to the Giants here. Much needed offensive line depth for them in a draft where they've gone pretty heavy on offense. Jackson Dart, quarterback, Scattaboo in the run game, Marcus Bo, some versatility for them on the offensive line. Dolphins are on the clock again. I feel like the Dolphins have been on the clock all day. Jordan Phillips was a pick we really liked for them. So I think they took Jason Marshall recently that we broke down. That was them again. So they've been really busy there. You look at the best available from the BR scouting department. Jeffrey Boss is still out there. Damian Martinez, who I think is better than a handful of running backs that have gone.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. They do need corner. Denzel Burke, the fall from grace, was a guy who was projected as a round 1 player. That Oregon game, that first Oregon game.
You can't get torched like that.
Yeah, I think that really destroyed his stock. But he's a height, weight, speed type of prospect that you just kind of you want to figure out what went wrong. You know what I mean? Because I think he played better after that Oregon game.
Right.
But it's just, I think people were just turned off after watching him get beat vertically by Tez and everything like that. Could be a selection here.
So the Dolphins pick is in, by the way, and we are at the I think fans announcing. Fan of the year announcing the pick. And it is Dante Trader Jr., the safety from Maryland. Dual sport athlete at Maryland. Really good lacrosse player. Has moved all his chips, Dame, into football.
Yeah, 100%. He's smart. He plays around the box, willing and solid tackler. A guy that can drop off into coverage, force you into throws that you don't want. And then he knows how to peel off and go from one read to the next. Especially if it's certain offenses get you, with the improper spacing. He'll make you pay for that. I give this a good B. They needed safety help. Lost Javon Holland in free agency and everything. I think lost both of their safeties, if I remember correctly, from starters from last year. I'll give him a B, man. Good pick here.
Yeah,
Good value.
I'm going to go B+. I like his game. I like, as you mentioned, he can trade off and he's able to rotate. And this is someone that's going to rob you. Like, he will fleece you if you make a mistake. And part of that is his ability really to play downhill in certain instances, which allows him to go here and make this tackle at the line of scrimmage. Okay, we did that. Oh, that's mine. Took your candy because they didn't make him commit to anything.
Right.
So I like the way that he plays. Not always denial football, but he definitely plays with that robbery football.
Yeah, I'm with you guys all the way here. This is a B for me with Trader. Just the eye discipline with him that we showed on tape. The eye discipline, quick feet. They threw a lot at him in different zone coverages in this defense, and he kind of handled everything adequately. Reliable presence on the back end. Comes to balance, wraps up, drives through the hips. Quick trigger downhill against the run. He's a lighter guy that'll throw that weight around in the box. He throws that weight around, plays with little fear. There's some things that are still a work in progress because he was also playing lacrosse at the same time. There's times where play fakes get him. There's times where in man coverage he looks a little overwhelmed. Not explosive, more of a stopper than a disruptor. I think at this point in the draft for Miami, you sign up for that.
Yeah,
just a
100%.
steady presence on the back end.
Just keep adding tough guys.
Raise your floor.
Yeah, keep getting. They've been good up until December and January.
Right.
I think this draft helps them address that.
So we got a trade here. The Steelers are moving back. They traded pick 156. The Chiefs come up. The Steelers add pick 226 as they also swap into 164. So the Chiefs on the move here. If there was ever going to be a landing spot for Isaiah Bond, the wide receiver from Texas, this would be it. Maybe that's almost too cliche to say. But the Chiefs are coming up here for something.
They're coming up here for something.
When you make this aggressive move and the pick is in, let's see what direction they're going. And there you go, Dame, your guy. Jeffrey Bossa adds to their linebacker depth here.
Spags just gets himself another playmaker. I give it an A. I really like this decision by the Chiefs, getting a guy that has range, can trigger downhill. Again, safety converted. I think he's only played linebacker for 2 straight seasons for Oregon, but he doesn't look out of place. The instincts are there. He's a willing, scrappy defender and tackler, a guy that can drop off in coverage as well. I think Spags is going to have a lot of fun designing blitzes, simulated-looking pressures, like fake it, drop it. Like he's going to be able to do different things with Jeffrey Bossa in his defense.
Yeah, I'm going to give it an A as well because this guy can do a lot. He's got the mind of a safety inside a new-look linebacker body. And so when he's in coverage, he's not thinking like a linebacker. He's not thinking, oh, no.
Right.
When things go past 5 yards, he's thinking, okay, I've seen this before. I know what's going to happen. Let me sink in so I can help my guys behind me.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the B for Bossa. I thought this was closer to the range where he should have gone. And I think you look at the starting experience, 3.5 years. He played a ton of middle linebacker. I wonder if this front moves him around a little bit and allows him to be a little bit more free, like see ball, get ball, more than sit in the middle and be a little bit more responsible and not make as much splash plays, where in this defense, use his aggression. Like, allow him to be aggressive, allow him to use his athleticism. And then you look across multiple years of tape, just once again, another guy that understands tackling. In a league that tackling is falling off a cliff, this is a guy that knows how to tackle. We're going to keep him moving here. The pick is in. And Elijah Roberts is the pick here. I believe that was to the Bucs. We are flying so fast that you see Elijah Roberts creating some havoc here, guys.
Yes, a 6'4", 285.
Big stand-up rusher.
Oh, yeah, big, strong stand-up rusher. That doesn't mind setting the edge in the run game, but also plays with a high motor to continue to attack forward. He's got good pace and patience to it. And this is not a guy you're going to leave with an H-back or a running back trying to block him because he's going to power through him or he's going to long arm swim him. I'm going to give this a B. I think it's a good fit. Another edge rusher to kind of try and bolster that pass rush.
Yeah, I'm going to go B+ because the big thing for me that you get with Elijah Roberts is you do get edge setting. I think we have lost the art of setting the edge pretty consistently at college and at the NFL level, but he can do it.
No, 100%.
Yeah, this is a really good pick here in this spot. This is a B+ for me. I mean, you just look at how productive he was as both a stand-up linebacker and an end that can rush with his hand in the dirt. He knocks blockers off balance routinely. And when you have NFL size and you do that in college, it should translate well for you. And you see him kind of being, he could be a shooter. He could absolutely slip through. But he also, the last thing that we don't talk about enough with prospects is when he hits quarterbacks, it's with authority to create fumbles.
Yes.
It's not like I just got to finish the play. I'm panicky or I'm off balance. No, I'm going to land with authority and get the strip sack. And that's why 2 forced fumbles this year, 2 forced fumbles the previous year. The pass rush win rates were really, really high, over 21% each of the last 2 years. Doesn't always have to be the most agile guy. He's not big enough to be a defensive tackle. He's just going to be a big stand-up edge at the next level.
100%.
Which Todd Bowles likes these big edges. I remember years ago when he had Sheldon Richardson at D tackle, he'd stand him up. So Todd will get creative with how they align this guy, and that'll maximize his ability.
Yeah,
Bucks have kind of nailed value with this draft. It feels like in every single round.
Addressing what they needed. Addressing what they needed with quality players, good value, guys that can come in, play a specific role, but has enough upside and also move alignment versatility. You can create some things on defense.
I mean, look at this draft right here. Emeka Ibuka, high floor wide receiver in the first round, but double dipping at corner because we know Morrison's got the hip. Typically a top 50 talent that fell because of the hip injury. I love Jacob Parrish.
Me too.
Man, he's just a player. Sticky in coverage, ball skills. David Walker, you go with a small school guy that was an absolute demon rushing the passer at the FCS level. And now you get a proven FBS guy in Elijah Roberts.
Those 2 corners back to back, man.
Crazy.
I love that.
That's how you flip over a corner room that needed some help. So the Chargers are on the clock here as we wait for this selection as they continue their Harbaugh identity draft, which is, we'll show the draft eventually after the pick. It really matches well with the brand of football, the punch you in the mouth style of football they want to play here. I'm curious to see where they go. I know we have previously mentioned on the show that at some point you think this is a team that might look to add tight end depth. The pick is in here for the Chargers, and it is, drum roll here, they add wide receiver Keandre Lambert-Smith, originally at Penn State, transfers to Auburn here, Felder. Get a little possession help for Justin Herbert.
That's what I was going to say. I think he's a good possession guy, not a deep threat. I think he's someone that, as you see right there, will come back. We've seen it. He'll come back to the ball. He's going to find a hole in the zone. He's going to make a play, and that's what I'm going to go ahead and give this one. I'm going to give him a B. He's not the most explosive guy, but he is someone that's going to help you, and he understands how to find space.
Yeah, I give it a B minus. I wish he played at his 40s.
He just doesn't.
Time. He does not. He does not play at that 4.37 that he ran. But if you could get 4.4, 4.45, you feel pretty good about it. Just adding more depth and more pass catches for Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a C+ here. There's just a couple of receivers I like better for them in this spot. I know Torrey Horton's been falling. A couple other receivers. Listen, the height and the length is good to win the ball. He's a good adjuster. He could dig the ball out from the ground on some errant throws. I don't think he plays to his testing. And I think he just runs himself into the coverage too often. And you got to find one or the other. You're either the athlete or you're the savvy player against zone.
Right.
Exactly.
And Felder brought up the possession ability as well, where he's got that, but they just got to coach him up on how to attack different coverages.
Absolutely.
And he can get there. He can get there in this offense. They don't need him to be a hero right away at this point in the draft. So they lose Josh Palmer in free agency. They need to add some bodies to this room, and they continue to go down that well again with wide receiver here for the Chargers. So to recap their draft, that's the second wide receiver they've taken, by the way. They took Trey Harris in the second round on Friday night's draft. They took Amari Hampton in the first round. So they've added a lot to this offense. In between those picks, though, down to this one, Jamari Caldwell, the run-plugging nose tackle, Kyle Kennard, more of a pass rush first edge rusher from South Carolina. So the Chargers really balanced draft for them, getting help for their quarterback and getting help up front for the defense. Packers are on the clock, the hometown draft team at pick 159 here to recap what Green Bay's done. Today they took Barron Sorrell, the edge rusher from Texas. Before that, Matthew Golden in the first round, the wide receiver from Texas. The scout responsible for that area has been busy for the Green Bay team. Anthony Belton, big tackle from NC State. Savion Williams, the gadget, big wide receiver, wildcat quarterback team from TCU.
Yeah, that
He's a
was
weird player.
That was a very weird player. He's Cordell Patterson.
He really is, like to a T.
Like that's what he is, and it's just if you're going to play him at running back, like
I would. Swing passes.
So like I think interesting guy for sure. They've done pretty solid though overall.
So the pick is in for the Packers, and they are going with an interesting player in Colin Oliver, the linebacker / pass rusher from Oklahoma State. Guys, this guy did play off the ball. He played 2 games this year as a pure edge rusher, was unblockable, and then got hurt and missed the rest of the season.
Yeah.
So as a situational pass rusher with Oliver, I really like the juice this guy brings. And I think in this slot, it's okay to take a designated pass rusher. I had him as player 154 in this slot. Really good athlete. You see the explosiveness in the jumps, 39-inch vertical, 10.06 broad. He was ridiculous in the 2 games he got to play edge pass rusher. Listen, is he going to be undersized from a length and weight perspective? Yes. The right foot injury that cost him this season is why he's here. But he's explosive. 3rd downs, NASCAR package. I'm a Colin Oliver fan. I'll go B+ here for Green Bay.
Yeah, I think his game is interesting. Obviously, you want to see him healthy. I think he's probably going to end up being, like you mentioned, like that NASCAR package type thing. So we're going to see what we get out of him.
Yeah, I think, J.J. McCarthy's athletic. Caleb Williams is athletic. And in the same division.
Right.
Like, you need a guy that can create those manufactured run lanes with the closing speed, the burst, the acceleration, and the speed. Be able to close the door on some of these athletic quarterbacks that can get out of the pocket. Jared Goff, not so much, but the other 2 guys can make plays with their legs.
All right, guys, we're going to pivot here for a second and bring on our first guest of the day in front of the show, Quincy Avery, quarterback coach, quarterback trainer. Quincy, what's going on? It's been an eventful draft, to say the least.
What is going on, fellas? Yeah, the draft has been interesting, to say nothing less.
Well, you know where I'm going to start with this. I mean, I could not ask you about the slide, the fall of Shedeur Sanders. Just big picture. 1, what do you make of it? But 2, the combo that us 3 had is, how do you find reps for this Cleveland quarterback room with all of these guys in there right now?
Yeah, it's funny. We called a slide. I think early in the draft process, I was saying I think Shedeur is really a 6th-round draft pick.
Interesting.
Like, that's what his skill set says to me. He's not dynamic. He's not very fast. His arm's not very strong. And the decision-making that we saw wasn't top tier. So there was nothing that stood out for me as a prospect in terms of like, hey, this is one trait we can rely on in the NFL game that can get us out of this game or even get us a win. So didn't see it there, but the reps are going to be so difficult to come by. We got 2 veterans and then 2 rookies. Like, he's going to be the 4th guy getting reps when he initially gets there. So I have no idea what it's going to look like throughout the season or even through camp.
How do you feel about Dylan Gabriel getting picked ahead of him? Because even though you mentioned you expected him to slide, did you expect Gabriel to be there for him?
I think no one in the world could expect Dylan Gabriel to go that early in the 3rd round. I love Dylan Gabriel as a person. I love him as a competitor, but I think that they probably could have made that selection in the 4th round, and they probably could have come back in the 6th round and grabbed Shedeur. So I think that they reached a little bit for the quarterbacks, but I think that that's something that's common in terms of quarterback. You see a quarterback that you like, that you want to have, and you do the things necessary to get it.
Quincy, you've coached and trained a lot of different style quarterbacks. You've had experience with Geno Smith while he was in Seattle. Talk to us about the fit of Jalen Milroe going behind Sam Darnold and the quarterbacks they have there. Is this a good fit for him to be able to develop?
I think that Jalen Milroe is going to have a really interesting time there because they really want to run the ball, and I think that they're going to create situations for Jalen Milroe to be a dedicated runner there. Jalen's not a great passer right now. Like, just honestly, he's not a great passer right now, but I think that there's things that he can do on offense that is going to make it very, very difficult for defenses to contain him, and he can grow and become a solid passer moving forward. He's just going to need a lot of time to develop because he's stiff, he's rigid, but when he's running the football, I think he could be the most dynamic quarterback in the run game in the NFL.
Quincy, the forgotten man of this quarterback class in terms of just how much we hear about him is Quinn Ewers. Are you surprised Quinn is still on the board right now today? And 2, what do you think he does well in terms that led to him declaring this year?
Well, I think that there's going to be 2 to 3 more quarterbacks selected probably before Quinn Ewers. And Quinn has undeniable traits that we saw coming out of high school. Like, that's what we could hang our hat on. He did so many things really well in high school. He, like Jackson Dart, plays for an offensive coordinator who finds a way to get guys wide open. And we didn't see him do anything special other than just hit open guys. There was nothing that separated him as a passer that really would say, hey, we should have this guy as a top-tier quarterback or someone who can change our franchise or even someone who I think that we can rely on to be a number 2. And that's what we're looking for right now. 4th, 5th round quarterbacks. We need somebody who can be a reliable number 2 quarterback in our offense.
Quincy Avery, quarterback coach, quarterback trainer. Good seeing you, Q. Enjoy the rest of the draft, man. Thanks for jumping on.
Man, I appreciate you guys having me. You guys have a blast.
Take it easy, Q.
Sure.
All right, fellas, we're going to catch up on a couple picks here as I want to make sure where we left off with the draft. I don't think we missed too much action. The Jets are on the clock here at 162. Here's the quarterbacks taken so far. Shedeur Sanders, the 6th quarterback taken in the draft. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card. And we're still waiting to hear Will Howard, Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers. Could have a couple late 7th rounders like Curtis Rourke or Max Brosmer we're going to see. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one shakes out. This is one of those quarterback classes that you could look back on and be like, man, 3 names hit or no names hit. Like, nothing would surprise you. After Cam, nothing would really surprise you.
Nothing at all.
Here's the updated picks. As the Niners at 160, we did miss with safety Marcus Siegel here, guys. We're going to catch up on all these picks because we know everybody has enjoyed us covering on every single one. And then the Eagles took Smile Munden, the linebacker, as well. How about we punch these ones back to back here, Dame, in both Siegel and Munden?
Siegel, explosive athlete, 5'11", almost 200 pounds, 4'3", 38-inch vert, 10 in the broad. A guy that is going to bring, I believe, special teams value. He's a safety, built kind of like that nickel, you know what I mean, with his size, but has that explosive athleticism. It'll be interesting to see how Robert Saleh actually deploys this young man. I think he's going to butter his bread on special teams early on.
Yeah. Somebody that, to me, team captain, aggressive downhill. You brought up the explosive speed. Let's see if he can transition to some special teams play, which he didn't do a lot of in college as well. And the pick is in here for the Jets, by the way. They're taking linebacker Francisco Mayaga from Miami, a 3-year starter for that Miami program in their front 7. More of a throwback, heavier linebacker than the typical athletes that the Jets have. Quincy Williams, and they paid Shamian Sherwood a lot of money. This is more of a banger between the tackles here, guys.
Yeah, I like what he does. Like, he can play. We saw him line up outside, but look at what he's doing right here. This is something that's a forced mismatch, so it's a good idea. But then he just keeps running to the football. That's a good thing. Here he is inside the tackles, and this is where he's probably going to make most of his money, running down plays from the backside. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one. I'm going to give it a solid B. I think he's a quality player. I think he's got an opportunity to really go out and contribute, especially on special teams.
Yeah, I think, B for me as well. A guy that, like you said, can knife into the backfield against the run. And the ability to play out of phase on that pass, right? You see corners panic in that situation.
Yeah.
He did not do that. And then he plays physical downhill. He will hit you. He will strike you, as we just see here in the highlight package. Connor said it best. Throwback style, downhill, physical guy that you need those guys in today's NFL, especially with teams going back to the run game.
Yes.
You need it.
Yeah, the Jets' defense got abused by the run last year. And it's fun to have those lighter, explosive linebackers, but you need some brawn in the middle of the field at some kind of point. Now, I have questions with this team at defensive tackle right now, and I like how the board is still sitting, where I would have gone a different direction and think this is a guy you could have got later, which is why I'm going to give it a C. But in terms of finding something they don't have in this linebacker room, this is a player that brings that, once again, more of a thumper in the middle than the rangier guys that they have on the roster right now.
The Philadelphia Eagles, the pick before.
Yeah, let's get back to the Eagles. We don't want to miss a pick.
They went right back to the old well, to Georgia, and go get Smile Munden Jr., the linebacker who's probably one of the better coverage linebackers in this class. And you think about the fact of you got N'Kobe Dean, you drafted Jihad Campbell night 1, and then they'll double down with Smile Munden. I'll give that a grade of a B for me. I think this is a guy that can come in, be a sub-package backer for him. And with their defensive line, you can kind of keep them clean, too.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm going to go a little higher on this. I'm going to go with an A- at this point. He's an interesting player, Munden, because the foot surgery in the spring, he just didn't look like the same guy, and you wonder if he rushed back from that. But, man, that 97th percentile 10-yard split tells you how explosive and how quick he is, where he could be a real steal for the Eagles as a stash cover linebacker. All right, let's get into the pick here. From the B-roll I'm watching as I look up, that looks like my man Mitchell Evans,
Yes, it
former
is.
All-State punter in high school, by the way, but he's going to play a little tight end in the NFL here, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table. He's someone that is a big body. We know it's coming out of Notre Dame. We know what they do. Produce tight ends consistently. And so for me, with this pick and figuring out what the Panthers are going to do, what do you have to do? You got to build your defense up so you can get teams off the field. You add in T-Mac, you add in Trevor Etienne, and now you get Mitchell Evans. I think it's very clear. I'm going to go with an A+, so I like him as a player. And I think this is the reality. We got to do something for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Right.
We have to do something for Bryce Young. I don't love that they didn't get any offensive line help because he lived on the ground, but I definitely think that they're doing something.
I'll give it an A-. I think Evans paired up with Jatavian Sanders. He's going to be probably more of the blocker out of those two.
That Y tight end.
Yeah, like the 12 personnel package. He can be the guy that you can run the play side blocking and sealing of the edge. But you talked about the ball skills, the catch radius, down the field, up the seams, can adjust to throws away from his frame. A solid B pick, B to B+. Good fit with Bryce.
I'm with you. I'll go B+ here. They need that Y presence on the line of scrimmage here. And this is someone to me that held his own as a blocker. He's got the mass to be a line of scrimmage blocker. Once again, that Y tight end for them. The receiving production's not ever going to wow you, and it doesn't have to at the NFL level because they got pass catchers already. So you want somebody that has been asked to block a lot. He's played in big games. He's not too explosive into his routes. At this point of the draft, this is somebody that in your 12 personnel, he's going to be on the field for you. And he's done a lot of that already at the college level at a big-time program. Steelers are on the clock. I think we have fully caught up here.
Yes.
The Steelers are on the clock right now. We are waiting for this pick to be in. This quarterback room, to me, guys, is on scary hours alert. If we're assuming Aaron Rodgers is going to be there. But you know what they say about assuming. And you know what they say about Aaron Rodgers. So here's the best available right now. We've highlighted Damian Martinez. Let's go a little further down the board. Cam Williams, the big right tackle from Texas. Might be a guard at the next level. We'll see. Pooh Paul, rangy linebacker. Miles Frazier, who I thought was going to be a third-round pick, Dame. I really did. I thought he could be a starter at guard. I guess, teams are a little lower on him than draft consensus right now.
Could this be a Will Howard spot?
This could very well be a Will Howard spot.
Could this
He doesn't have to be a hero there. You get a backup, a capable backup. Will Howard's the kind of guy that can go into a room and just listen. Where if Rodgers is there, who's a little bit of a presence, you know what I mean? Like Will Howard is the type of guy that has really good awareness to go into a situation and learn. So
I think so.
This would be a really
Pennsylvania kid.
Right, it's a sensible landing spot for Will Howard. I could see it. That's a good
Pennsylvania
call.
kid. I remember before they played Penn State, he talked about the fact that Penn State didn't offer him.
Right.
So he was upset about that, and you kind of saw it in his play a little bit. He was a little too amped in that game, trying to prove a point, that you should have had me instead of Drew Aller. But he was a little too amped, but he settled down, and they ended up winning that game. I think this could be a fit, though. I think with his ability as a 6'4", 215-plus pound quarterback, with Arthur Smith and that usage of pistol, and he used a different variety of pistol too. Like, you get the diamond or the wishbone, inverted wishbone out of pistol, different things like that. And the QB run game that he's so used to using, he won't give you the Fields and Mariota and Ritter speed.
Sure.
But you can get the power run game from him.
You could steal yards.
Yeah, you can steal some yards from him. So he's got a good enough arm. I think if his arm was better, he probably comes off the board earlier, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. So we're waiting on the Steelers pick here. We are fully caught up on analyzing every pick today. Shout out to everybody rocking with us for the Bleacher Report live show. Man, it's a lot of fun doing this. We don't really take breaks.
I'm about to.
We just roll through. Felder says, screw you. I'm about to get up on out of here. We'll cover you. It's okay. We'll see what the Steelers do here. That's perfect timing, Felder.
Yeah,
the pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers here. And they're going Yaha Black, the massive defensive tackle
wow.
from
He keeps the
Iowa.
same colors.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And Caleb Johnson.
Two of them.
The Steelers drove to Iowa and said, get in the car, Caleb Johnson and Yaha Black. You are now playing with us. And, man, fellas, this guy, he's got size. Not a lot of production. 35-inch arms, meat hook hands, 337 pounds. He played nose. He's got size and strength to be a space eater. He can hold the point of attack. Not a lot of flexibility, not a lot of speed. I love the effort he plays with, though. This for the Steelers is let's get better and more stout in the middle of our defensive line with depth here. I'm going to give this one a B+ here. I think this really helps them. You bring in Derek Harmon, who can be a little bit more pass rush juice. Yaha Blackfelder is just hold my blockers.
Yeah.
Everybody run free behind me.
Yeah, let you guys. He can wash down 2 guys, and now all of a sudden, when you get a 1-on-1 for a guy like T.J. Watt, you have the opportunity to squeeze in the run game. That's also a great thing.
Right.
He's a massive person. And yeah, I think I'm going to give this an A. I think that what we're seeing is between Harmon, Johnson, Sawyer, Flack, the Steelers want to get back to playing the type of football that this team has been known for, that this franchise has been known for.
Rugged.
They want to get back to being rugged. They want to get back to playing really tough football. They want to get back to being intimidating. And as Dame mentioned, we're also seeing this slow transition. We're seeing it with Harbaugh. We're seeing Tomlin get back into it. We're seeing the New Orleans Patriots do it.
Yeah.
We're seeing the Ravens already all the way through.
Yeah.
They're
Niners and Panthers were embarrassed after last year, and they're attacking it.
So the whole thing is there's a new age in the NFL where teams are like, oh, you want to have small off-the-ball linebackers? We're going to run.
Right.
Oh, you want to just try to play this ticky-tack offense? Okay, we're going to get big, and we're going to squeeze the pocket.
Right.
I think everything works. It's a copycat league.
It's such a react league.
Yes, it's a reaction league, but it's a copycat league, and both of those things can be true at the same time.
Pick is in for the Chargers. And we have, drum roll, Oronde Gadsden the second, the really slot tight end, like a true
move.
F here, Felder. Right,
Yes.
The move tight end who has gotten bigger and stronger to his credit. This was a guy that I thought, man, he might just not be a tight end at the next level. And he's gone through this process and gained weight. He's obviously been insanely productive for them. He can play in contested catch areas. You see the tracking, good enough acceleration. And you know what? He can continue to grow as an actual NFL tight end in this spot. So this is a weapon. This is a team that let Stone Smart go in free agency to the New York Jets. This is their new Stone Smart and Oronde Gadsden. I'll go with a B+ here for this pick that just fits the type of tight end 3 the Chargers like to have on the roster.
Yeah, a guy that can move, a guy that can be an absolute problem. Because in theory, you put 13 personnel in the game, but he's in the game. So if they're holding up the 13 personnel card, you've got at least 3 linebackers in the game with your front 4. All of a sudden, somebody's got to cover both of these guys.
Right.
In addition to, so it's going to be, I think this is an A. He is a matchup problem. It's a nightmare in terms of what he's going to be able to do. And so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will. The Chargers, they're one of those teams that they can come out and kind of look heavy and then play lighter with those tight ends.
Right.
Where, hey, we're in 12, but we can kind of beat you with the play action. We can beat you with the pass catchers. How they used Stone Smart at the end of last year is exactly how they should use Gadsden. The Seahawks are on the clock, and the pick is actually in already, and we're definitely going to get Dame back here for this one as well. Torrey Horton goes to the Seahawks. The Seahawks have needed wide receivers that can play on the outside here, Felder.
Yep.
I think if Horton didn't get hurt this year and produce like he typically did, he had a season-ending knee injury, this is somebody that would not have waited this long to hear his name called.
No. Kid played at Colorado State. Look at him just find the hole. Not be afraid to take a shot.
Yeah, he'll get lit up.
Just not afraid to do it. And yeah, his body type is, I do wonder if he can play on the outside in the NFL, just because he is still a little slender, but he's certainly someone that we've seen be incredibly productive. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what he's able to do. I'm going to give this one a B, because they went out, they went out and got some more weapons.
Yeah, player 101 for me at 167 is an A in my book. Seattle needed wide receivers for Sam Darnold. Obviously you trade DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett moves on, or you move on from him. It's a highly productive player. This is a 2-time team captain. You heard the noise. He had the chance to go somewhere else. He decided to stay and be a part of that program. The frame has length. He has room to get stronger. It's all about the body adjustments to the ball. This is somebody that's just natural to him,
Yes.
adjusting to the football. Everything is natural. You nailed it, Felder. He can adjust to the football and take a hit and still make a play. Dominated the middle of the field. I mean, he was a dominant middle of the field target, especially in 2023. And on the scheme touches, when they got him the ball and schemed him the ball, he can make somebody miss and get upfield. The routes need a little bit of work sometimes, a little upright. You worry about the season-ending knee injury, but he got to test, and he tested really well. So great value pick for a Seattle skill group that needed some help. The pick is in now here for the Tennessee Titans, and they're going Jackson Slater here from Sac State, a guy that had a really, really big Senior Bowl. He's going to play guard at the next level. Does not have to start. This offensive line is filled out with their starters. But, Felder, this is somebody that took advantage of the process and showed he can hang with the big dogs throughout the All-Star games.
Yeah, we keep saying it. You have to be dominant at your level, and then when you get a chance to play against the big dogs, as we say, you have to show that you can get the job done. I think he's done that. This is a good kind of grab and stash. I'll give it a B.
Yeah, Slater from me, player 155. I'm going to piggyback your grade here, Felder. I'm going to go to B. A 4-year starter at left guard, really good testing. Looked best in gap scheme, gets off the ball, the pad level's right, plays with inside hands. He knows how to generate strength from his base. He's not the biggest offensive lineman in the world, but you wonder if they can coach him up to be a little bit of a swing interior backup. Like, can you snap the ball for us in an emergency situation and play both guard spots? And the Callahans know how to coach up offensive linemen as good as anybody in recent NFL history. So this is a great landing spot for Slater. And the board keeps moving. The Eagles.
The pick's in.
The pick is in for the Eagles right here. And this is when the pace really picks up. So we're going to continue to fire off here.
I'm going to be quick.
The Eagles pick is in. They go Drew Kendall. Dad Pete played offensive line in the NFL. Drew Kendall played center for Boston College here, Felder. Plenty of starting experience. More of a technician than a freak show. And that's, I mean that is a compliment.
Yeah, no, I agree. I talked about it with Golick yesterday. There's some programs that just produce quality offensive linemen. BC is one of them. I'm going to give this pick, when you get a technician like this, I'm going to give it an A.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I'm going to go with an A- here. This is good depth in a program specifically that understands what they need from this position. He does not have the length to play guard or obviously tackle. He doesn't need to. He's going to be a true center here, a little bit lighter, but good movements in his pass sets. You can use him in the zone running game. I think he's just strong enough to survive in a gap scheme. But this is NFL bloodlines here. Dad played in the NFL. It's no surprise the technique is on point for Drew Kendall. This is an A-. And the Eagles, they have a pipeline at center, pipeline at guard, pipeline at tackle. Yep. When they take an offensive lineman, you trust them more often than not.
For sure.
And the Bears are on the clock, and it looks like that pick is in as well. The Chicago Bears are taking corner Zay Frazier from UTSA here at pick 169. Felder, this is somebody that is one of the oddities of the draft, and I say that as a sixth-year senior. He's a 6'3" corner. Mm-hmm. He ran in the 4.3s, freakish, 33-inch arms, and yet didn't play a ton of college football, and he's going to turn 25 during his rookie season. But size, speed, prospect, 6 picks in 2024. The recovery speed is insane. High-effort run defender. He's just, you look at these taller corners, Felder, and you know so much about playing this position. He's upright. He's a little clunky. The agility's not always there, and he's raw for an older prospect. But, God, to have these kind of tools is special.
Yeah, I think he's someone who understands. He's clunky. There's some body control issues in terms of getting his arms and legs not always working together.
Right.
But he does have a great, obviously 6 interceptions. That's tremendous. This is a fantastic pick for them. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go B+.
Yeah, it just piggybacks off our rant of, like, if you want traitsy guys on day 3 that you don't have to play in their first year, you're going to see it here from Frazier. He can get downhill. He can take away the football. When he does get beat over the top with the lack of technique at times, he's got recovery speed. And I thought he played physical for a 186-pound guy, which was impressive to me. So I'll go with the B- here, developmental corner for the Bears here. And Dame, if you want to jump in on Zay Frazier, just because he's such a toolsy player, the Bears getting a stash here at corner. Size, speed, prospect. Will turn 25 his rookie season, which is probably why he's still here. But, man, there's not a lot of corners looking to move like this.
No, and when you have a guy with that type of ability, athleticism, length, height, you want to take those guys, especially in this particular range. Anywhere from 4 to 6, like day 3 period, you want to take those developmental guys. And this is a defense that they're okay at corner. Like, they don't need the immediate starter from them.
Right.
They have talent, but like if you can hit on this kid, find a role for him on special teams, right? So you can work with him behind the scenes and really see if you can get him to where when you have that length, athleticism, and speed, like that's a high that gives you a high ceiling. So it's like what do we need to do to coach you up to get you to being that, whether it's instincts, whatever. I think this is a good pick for the Bears, who've kind of hit it out the park.
They've had a good draft.
through the 2025 NFL draft.
And for context, for a 24-year-old prospect, like that's not all the same. This guy, Coffeyville Community College, Southern Illinois, UTSA. He had to keep climbing the rungs of the ladder to get chances to play. And then he got the Shrine Game invite, which really put him on the radar for scouts. All right, the pick is in at 170 for the Buffalo Bills. They are going with cornerback Jordan Hancock from Ohio State, which, Felder, I'm excited to ask you about him because it felt like with their safety, I like this guy better almost as a safety kind of player, but in this situation, he obviously played a lot of corner and a lot of slot for this program.
I think he's going to end up being a slot. I do think he has the violence that we've talked about a few times, where if you're going to be that close to the line, you're going to have to make some of the plays that a linebacker would make. I think he has that in spades. So I'm looking forward to watching him play. I'm going to give this a B+.
I'll give it a B. I think, like, putting him in the defense with Sean McDermott, he loves tough, gritty corners or just defensive players, period. And I think with him, at 6 foot 195, listen, Jordan Poyer, I don't think he's there anymore, right? Like, they need guys that can kind of play that kind of hybrid nickel safety role.
Right.
So I'm with you, Connor. I kind of look at Hancock as that nickel safety hybrid, which at the end of the day, you need that in today's NFL.
Yeah, I'll go B- because I trust the landing spot. Yeah. I didn't value Hancock here in the 5th round, but I trust the Bills how to use this player because they've done this before.
Having a plan, yeah.
Right. So he was asked at times to be a real corner at Ohio State, and I think the transitions were a little clunky, but he could play violent and heavy when he could be that slot defender or that strong safety. So this
playing
is
behind Teron Johnson.
Right, yeah, exactly. So this is the right spot for him in terms of he's not going to be asked to play a ton of man coverage and mirror and be fluid. He can play more physical and straight line. So the draft recap here to go through because the picks are flying. We want everybody to keep up. The Eagles at 161 take Smile Munden, the linebacker from Georgia. The Jets went with Francisco Mayunanga from Miami, thumping linebacker. The Panthers took Mitchell Evans, wide tight end from Notre Dame. The Steelers, Yaha Black to beef up their defensive line again. The Chargers get their Stone Smart replacement here in Aranda Gadsden, 165. Torrey Horton went to the Seahawks. Jackson Slater went to the Titans. Drew Kendall went to the Eagles. Zay Frazier to the Bears. Jordan Hancock, we just recapped to the Bills. Dame, any of these guys you wanted to touch on that you missed?
I love the Torrey Horton.
Yeah, we were big fans of that.
Bringing speed, an outside threat at wide receiver to pair with Cooper Kupp and JSN. And that Aranda Gadsden one is actually a really sneaky landing spot for him. A guy, a former wide receiver who's kicked down into playing tight end, good route runner. I think he actually, when he went to the Shrine, he looked like he added pounds, added muscle.
So I said to Felder, I can't believe he's building a real tight end body.
Legit,
I thought he'd just be a big slot receiver.
Yeah.
And I don't think that anymore.
But I think he kind of understands that in the NFL, if I'm going to play a tight end, I'm going to have to block like at some point.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to block. He looked more bulked up. And I think the tight end spot is the last missing piece really of that offense for the Chargers, in my honest opinion. I think, not saying that he's going to become a star there, but if you can get some functionality for Greg Roman. Greg Roman's offenses typically have a pass-catching tight end. Everywhere he's gone,
yes,
they've gotten the ball to the tight end. I think they have a guy now that you could feel pretty comfortable about going forward. Yeah,
it's that tight end 3 that in like 13 you can kind of leak out. And it's like, oh, man, this guy looks like a wide receiver all of a sudden.
Legit, like a power slot.
Yeah, as a linebacker or a nickel, it scares you a lot. So the Lions traded up into this slot. The trade is the Patriots moved out of the slot. They get picks 182 and 228 from Detroit. Detroit gets to come up to 171. So they have a player in mind here. And Detroit has done this in previous drafts in the Brad Holmes regime. On day 3, they will get aggressive to get a developmental player that they prioritize over everybody. So I'm excited to see what they do here. The pick will be in momentarily right now for the Lions. And a little reminder, the best available, Damian Martinez is still out there. A couple other names. Isaiah Bond is still out there. Pooh Paul. Quinn Ewers is still on the board. We brought up Miles Frazier, really good guard prospect out of LSU. We saw Drew Kendall, the center from Boston College, go off the board. Technician, Seth McLaughlin. A little bit of the same thing for Ohio State right now as well. A couple good running backs still left on the board here. Brashad Smith from SMU. A little bit of a pass catcher with that wide receiver background. Kyle Monangai from Rutgers. I'm a big fan of his violence. It's never going to show up in the testing, but that dude could play.
He absolutely can. I think looking at what the Lions have done so far through the draft, Tyleik Williams round 1, Tate Ratledge round 2, Isaac TeSlaa round 3, didn't have a 4th-round pick, and now what has been the place that we kept mocking them to in round 1, they have completely ignored. That's been the edges.
Right. Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. Unless they like some guys on their roster, you would think that, it's a little late to get guys that you hope can play this year. And you get surprises.
Yeah, no, like
Every
Braden
year.
Swinson would have been a great fit for them.
Right. The Swinson fall is odd. And you look at the edge group right now. You have Jared Ivey out there from Ole Miss. Tyler Barron from Miami. He got thin fast.
Yeah, very fast.
Antoine Powell-Ryland from Virginia Tech. John Joyner from Minnesota, who's definitely their speed, but I don't know if they'd value him in this spot. The Lions pick is in, and it's one that we really like because he's one of the best players on the board.
Oh, yeah.
Miles Frazier from LSU goes to the Detroit Lions, so they get Tate Ratledge at guard in the 2nd round, and then they go back to that well with Miles Frazier here in the 5th round. I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm a little surprised when I look at the position rankings. By the way, this is an A+ for me for the Lions, and no doubter. I had Tate Ratledge as the 5th best guard and thought he went where I thought he would. I had a 3rd-round grade on Miles Frazier. I thought he was a borderline top 10 guard in this class. They get him all the way down the board here. A pick for Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes.
Yeah, I'm going to go A+ as well for 2 reasons. One, this is a Dan Campbell player. This is a Dan Campbell player. This is what he fits with what they want to do, how physical they want to be. He's also a guard. There's no, we got to kick him down inside. There's no, can we ask him to do this? No, he is a guard, so I go with the A+.
Yeah, I go A+ as well. Just the fact of the Lions are a team that runs the ball. They're balanced. They love to move you off the line of scrimmage. And getting Tate Ratledge and Miles Frazier in the same class tells me that they are going to, even though Ben Johnson's not there, they're going to continue that trend of being physical.
Yeah. And we talked about it while you were gone. We talked about the trend in the NFL.
Yeah.
Teams are getting heavy. Teams want to be physical.
The front sevens are so much smaller now. You got linebackers who are converted safeties.
So why not run at them?
He's such a talented downhill blocker.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if in jumbo he can get out there. Like you kick somebody out. He's not going to be on the end.
Yeah.
But you throw him out there as a 6th guy.
Oh, 100%.
And say, hey, can you just bury somebody in front of you?
Yeah, like what Stanford used to do.
Yeah.
Just put 6 guys in the game.
6 off
But
the
here's the thing, though. I'll say this, 2 things. One, obviously, it leads to blocking issues, like for the defense having to overcome blocks. 2, there's a confusion aspect to that.
Yeah.
When you don't see it very often, that people do not know what to do. And I don't care if it's the NFL or college. The first time you see it, you know something's wrong, but you can't figure out what.
As a defender, what's your reaction to that? Is the first thing that goes off in your brain, God, they're going to run right at us and go downhill?
No. The first thing is, how do we get lined up?
Right.
Yes.
Because I can tell you what, these defensive linemen, they don't look at nothing but the dirt. So they don't count. That's up to the linebacker and the safety.
All right, guys, the pick is in here, and we were just talking about.
Oh, they got it.
Yes, I want to make sure I didn't miss this one as we go back to the Ole Miss defense. I believe this is Jared Ivey in this spot. I want to make sure because we were having that discussion. We'll get back to this in a second, but who just went off the board here? Is it? Pooh Paul. There we go. Pooh Paul Jr. There it is. This Ole Miss defense, by the way, we're waiting on J.J. Pegues.
Yep.
We're waiting on Jared Ivey.
Yes.
We obviously had Walter Nolan early in the night, so I see guys flying around making plays. I'm like, is it Pooh Paul? Is it Jared Ivey? Pooh Paul to the Rams, which they needed linebacker help. Man, this is an exciting athlete in this class that the only reason he fell here, guys, he just doesn't have typical linebacker size and length. 222. The arms are under 30 inches. But you look at 26 tackles for a loss over the last couple seasons. He transferred from Arkansas. Quan Alexander is who I think of with this guy.
Okay.
Range, playmaking. You got to keep him clean. That's what Poona Ford is there. 4 with the Rams right now. So this is a defensive line that should be able to keep Poop Paul clean. You can trust him on special teams. The sideline range is really, really nasty. Yeah, this is an A for me. I love this guy. I thought he was a third-round talent, and I knew the size would hurt him. But I don't care about the size when you play this fast and violent.
Well, I think he's going to find a way to. He can make himself skinny, which I think is important if you're going to use him in parts of your pass rush, whether it's a part of your blitz package. But I also love, again, the way he runs the field. So we have spent a lot of time talking about modern linebackers. That's exactly what he is.
Yeah.
And so he's going to be able to run all over the field and go out and make plays. And he's pretty comfortable in coverage. So I'm going to give it an A.
Okay. I give it an A as well. I'm in lockstep with you guys. And it's some fact of, even though he's 6'1", 222, he doesn't play like he knows that he's undersized.
Right.
You know what I mean? He plays more physical and he plays stronger. Good athlete, 4'6" in the 40 with a 36-inch vertical. And they needed off-ball backer help. They needed that in L.A. I mean, we watched Saquon gash him for 2 bills twice in 2024, one in the regular season, one in the playoffs. So I think they got immense value right here with a guy that can also play in coverage and drop off with that athleticism.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You guys nailed it with the coverage ability. He's got speed and it's play speed. Mm-hmm. It's not like he ran a 4.63 where you look at 222, you're like, but watch him play.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like
Instincts.
4.63. Yeah, and that's exactly right, Dame. He's a processor. Like the first thing I wrote in strengths was processes and plays fast in everything that he does. Everything that he does. So, all right, the Bills are back on the clock. The pick is in. And we got Jackson Hawes. We've been talking about him. You want to talk about a tight end that plays like a 6th offensive lineman on the line of scrimmage. Not a ton of receiving production. The first thing on the highlight, driving somebody into the dirt, into the end zone for a run. Man, I really like this dude. This is a B+ for me. The Bills, they are a team that loves to play heavy. Yes, they have Josh Allen, but they go jumbo. They'll go 6 offensive linemen. They like having an extra tight end on the field as well. Jackson Hawes, it's just all about the blocking for him. And he's a good enough athlete that you can trust him out there as a pass catcher. You're just not going to rely on that.
Yeah, I give it a B+, man. Getting more physical at the line of scrimmage with this guy who's going to be able to, you think about pulling and different things like that, he can trap that defensive end, let your tackle get out and pull for James Cook or Ray Davis, or in the red zone for Josh Allen, because we know he does that type of stuff as well, sealing off the edge. But like you said, he's athletic enough, up the seam, off play action. He can make plays in the passing game. Good B+. Best blocking tight end in the class.
Oh, totally agree with that. I'm going to go B+ as well. Best block. Love that he's a blocking tight end. Did a lot of that at Georgia Tech. Watched a lot of Georgia Tech. And he was always out there. It's part of why Haynes King had such a big year.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%.
And it just fits the Bills. Like, it's so funny, the perception of the Bills, Josh Allen, explosive plays. You watch the balance in the offense. Okay, let's have 6 to 7 guys on the line of scrimmage that can block. And now we can threaten with the run and open things up for Josh Allen. And that's why they've been so successful. All right, we got another pick here for the Cardinals. The pick is in. They go corner Denzel Burke, longtime starter Felder for Ohio State's defense. A little undersized, but somebody that has had a lot of success as an outside corner for them.
Yeah, he's a good football player. I'm surprised that he fell this far, but he is someone that he made a ton of plays for them. You see him there. He's going to fight through constantly to make sure he makes the play. That's what he does. And when you watch him against the run, he's an asset against the run. Can play in zone, can play in man. I know folks like him in off. I think that the real thing for me with him is his ability to transition defense to offense at times. I think when you get a guy this late, I'm going to go with an A on this one because I thought he was a better player. I thought he should have went early. I was surprised how long Lathan Ransom and him stayed on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I give it a good B+, man. I think the value is there. Arizona adding another, because they got Will Johnson in round 2.
Right.
Adding another outside corner. And I was very high on him coming off of, I think, 2023 season. I was very high on Denzel. And I felt like this guy had first-round potential. We just got to see him play at that level for a full season. Jonathan Gannon gets another toy to put into that defense. And now it's all about finding who's the best 2, 3 to 4 that you're going to put out there at corner.
Yeah, I thought he looked better in zone. This is a B for me, by the way. The value's right. I'm with you all the way on that. I had him at player 153. I like the springy click and close. Mm-hmm. Like when you see him and allow him to read it in front of you, the reaction skills are there. And I think when he comes down to play the ball and underneath throws, that chop over the top, it's with a purpose. It's not, it's physical. And he doesn't allow guys to get over the top of him too often. So, Burke, this is a fall for once upon a time a guy. I think the draft industry thought, hey, you can go top 60.
Yeah.
But this is a good landing spot for a team that the corner competition in that room is going to be high stakes.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Fierce.
It feels like they'll truly have 2 spots open out of the 3.
Yeah, these guys are definitely going to be battling down in camp. I think with him in man-to-man coverage, down the field, he loses the ball. And I want to see him play better, just reading the receiver. You talked about it. I can't remember which receiver you were talking about. He was like, hey, the late hands.
Yes.
And it's like, if you don't see it, the DB who can't turn around, they're kind of dead to rights. For him, it's like he doesn't locate the ball enough down the field when he's in tight man-to-man. If he starts, he's typically in position to make a play on the ball. He just doesn't always look and locate.
The Seahawks are on the clock at 175. Been an eventful draft for Seattle. Gotten a lot of help at wide receiver. They not only want to make that Sam Darnold investment look right, but behind him, a developing Jalen Milroe as well.
Absolutely. You got an interesting quarterback room now.
Very.
Developmental young man in Milroe and a guy in Sam Darnold. And I continue to say this. You want to build a team. You may not build exactly what the Minnesota Vikings had or have, but you want to get him to playing as close to Minnesota Vikings Sam Darnold than New York Jets or Carolina Panthers Sam Darnold. You want to make sure he's on the upward swing of that. So I kind of like what they've done so far, especially adding more speed in that receiver room when they've had the chance.
All right, we'll see what Seattle does here at pick 175 as the draft on day 3 takes a rare lull. We'll take a look at the best available prospects as we bring up Jared Ivey, Zy Alexander, corner from LSU, who had a really, really strong season. Our eyes are still on the quarterbacks here as well. Will Howard, not for Seattle, but in general.
Yeah.
Will Howard and Quinn Ewers and Kyle McCord out there. Kobe Bryant, slender, but just one of those scrappers.
I love him.
Right. It's just, he's loud. He makes big plays.
Yep.
He does not care that he's, 180 soaking wet.
Yeah.
Just makes it happen.
No, plays much bigger than his frame. Much bigger than his frame. One of the more aggressive corners and physical corners in this class, whether it's raking through the hands of the receiver at the catch point or just being super disruptive and handsy and grabby when he's in man coverage.
So the pick is in for Seattle, and they're going with an interesting player here with Alabama, technically tight end, Robbie Oots. I watched him, guys, and thought he might be an NFL fullback at times with the way he uses him.
No,
lead blocker. I don't know.
That's what he's good at.
Right.
Like that's what he's good at, leading somebody. Both. I love when when he gets lined up at wing and comes across formation to lead somebody in a hole.
Right.
I love when he lines up in line and can create that space. He can do all those things. I'm going to give it a C. I'm going to give it a B-. But he's a good player. He has a role, which I do think is important. So I'm going to go with that.
I'm going to go with a C+. I feel like this is a pick you probably could have gotten a little bit later in this class. You know what I mean? But it is day 3. To your point, like playing fullback, like lead blocking. If you want to run some wham stuff. For those watching who don't know, he is 6'3", 275 pounds of just beef, of just like angry beef. And he's going to go out there and block. And he's not a bad athlete at all. He's not like, if it's 274, 275, he moves.
Like if you had him like kind of drift out to the flats, he can get out there and catch the ball and fall forward. So Robbie Oots, I respect anybody that takes a fullback. Here, the Ravens are trading pick 176 and a 2026 6th-round pick to the Jets in exchange for their pick 186 and a 2026 5th-round pick. So a swap here. The Jets move up now, and they move down later. And the pick is in for the Jets, and they're going with pass rusher Tyler Barron from Miami here, guys. A productive edge rusher. So the Jets go back-to-back Canes in these picks right here.
What's the question about it?
For me, with Barron here, this is edge rush depth for a team that Will McDonald coming off a breakout season, but Jermaine Johnson coming off the Achilles, where you might need a third edge that can give you some kind of pass rush juice. This is somebody that, and you saw it on the highlights, that go-to two-handed swipe, slip around the shoulder of tackles is his go-to.
Yeah.
Not really long, not overly explosive.
Yeah.
3 of his 5.5 sacks this year were against Florida A&M in week 2. So there's a little bit of inflated production in that spot. I don't think he has a lot of mass where you want him playing the run, but a good enough athlete that you want to be your third pass rusher,
Yeah.
I think, in this spot. So for this one, it's a C+ for me. The Jets are just ignoring defensive tackle where more of the value is, and they need that help there next to Quinnen Williams. And Barron was a draftable player, don't get me wrong. But it's just, once again, it just feels like they've reached 3 times today. Arian Smith was where that kind of started as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a B- because I liked his game from Tennessee. Obviously didn't work out there. Ends up at Miami. I think he's strong. I just don't think he has a full understanding of how to transition that speed to power yet.
Right.
And that's going to be the part that they need to work on.
Yeah, I give it a C+. I think he has short area quickness as a pass rusher to be able to step up on the toes of tackles and hit you with that quick long arm over, that swim move, double hand swipe to win either inside or out. But I think for me, I want to see him how he handles run defense in the NFL, and then can you consistently threaten offensive tackles vertically on the outside? Do you have that that NFL athleticism?
Right, there's a difference. Yep. Yeah, that'll be the big test for him because he's pass rush first. Like we want you to rush a little wide, kind of get off the ball, and be able to win around the corner and angle into the corner.
Finesse rusher to me.
Exactly. Draft recap for round 5. Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins. And we won't read through all of these, but some of the highlights. Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, Ball of Clay rusher from Georgia. Cam Jackson was one of my favorite picks. The nose tackle that goes to the Panthers there. Of course, Shedeur Sanders goes at 144 to the Browns. And then Jordan James, who can be a really, really effective runner for the 49ers. The Cowboys get some juice in their backfield with Jaden Blue. Bengals double up on offensive line after getting Fairchild. They go to Jalen Rivers in that spot. The Bucs take Elijah Roberts, a big stand-up rusher, productive from SMU. The Panthers get some tight end help from a wide tight end in Mitchell Evans. The Steelers get some beef again for their interior defensive line, Yaha Black. I think we all like seeing Torrey Horton come off the board to Seattle. Value at wide receiver for them after losing DK Metcalf and moving on from Tyler Lockett. And the board continues here. Zay Frazier, toolsy corner out of UTSA, goes to the Bears. Miles Frazier, one of the best value picks of day 3. Potential starting guard out of LSU. And we just talked about Tyler Barron, this little pass rush juice for the Jets, who were thin at edge after Will McDonald and Jermaine Johnson. Bills back on the clock. They've had a lot of picks in this draft, and it feels like for the most part they've made good work of them guys.
Yeah, I think they've stuck to their identity.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, like Jackson Hawes, Jordan Hancock, Deion Walker will be an interesting developmental one.
He's the X factor of their draft class, because it's like if you get him at this value that they got him, day 3, and he hits and reaches to where he's one of your better defensive tackles or defensive lineman, period, he can change a lot of things on that defensive line, especially if he's able to really help them in the run game, be able to try and 2-gap and handle dual gap responsibility, but that pass rush ability. They have done. Landon Jackson, I forgot about that pick. Yeah, like they've stuck to their guns, and really, I think the first round pick caught me off guard a little bit with Hairston.
Me too.
I figured they would have went like Trey Amos, a bigger, more physical corner, tackler.
Will Johnson was falling.
Will Johnson
the hell was the reason, but
Harrison was one of the best athletes at the combine, and we know he can cover. He could take the ball away. It's just more so the space tackling, one-on-one issues. Sean McDermott typically wants guys to be buttoned up in that physicality department. So that was a pick that kind of caught me off guard. Where I would say it didn't stick to their brand. But other than that, it was kind of a status quo type of Bills draft.
Bleacher Report NFL Draft Live show is presented by Thrivent, where money means more.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
We're back. The Bills still on the clock. pick is in. We'll get to that in just a moment. We've talked about the Bills really sticking to their identity. I agree with you, though, Dame. Harrison's it's an upside swing. Like, he's a guy that size does not typically translate or hit big, but the speed and ball skills you're looking at and go, man, he could flip the game for us.
Yeah,
at some point.
Talking about playing them 5 yards off ball,
Right.
Squatting on those quick hitches, those flat routes, and he's got the ability to take the ball away. I think my comp friend was Dante Jackson. You know what I mean?
Right.
And a guy
slender, slick kind of corner.
Athletic. He has a certain level of toughness to his game.
Right.
More as a cover corner than a pure open field tackler. So I think they just continue to. At the end of the day, I think we talked about this on yesterday's stream and broadcast. When you're a team like the Buffalo Bills, you own your division, right? Yeah, the Patriots are punching up, the Dolphins are punching up, the Jets are punching and trying to work up.
Yep.
But right now, who are you trying to knock off? Is trying to stay step for step in terms of not losing any ground to the Baltimore Ravens, and by not losing ground means that you can punch back to Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs and try to finally knock them off in the AFC Championship game, in the playoffs, and represent the AFC and get Josh Allen to the Super Bowl. And that defense is going to be a big part of that. It can't just be Josh Allen and company scoring points.
Right.
If they can keep Pat Mahomes on in the playoffs in February, in January, knock him down, get to him, play sticky coverage, be able to keep them under 25 points. You're looking at Josh. If you're Sean McDermott,
slow the game down almost
slow
in a way.
And you say, I have a guy that can score 25.
Right. The pick is in here for the Bills, who once again they've been busy. And Dame, we've had a long convo about corner with them. They go back to that well in Virginia Tech's Dorian Strong.
So this feels like a Bills pick.
I agree. It's a classic Bills pick.
This feels like a Bills pick. This guy, I saw him in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Big, physical press man corner. There is, for me, I think with Sean McDermott, he does mix and match his coverages. So he'll play man, but he'll also play cover 3 and even some cover 4 that I've seen, or just like zone coverages. I think he's more suited as a man, where he could dictate the pace and the terms of the contact window. There's some hip rigidness.
Yep.
I give this a B though, because of the value when they get him, when they drafted him. But there is some physical tightness in his hips. Rotation, like we see him as a cover 3 guy trying to gear down and trace back downhill. I like him as a pure man-to-man guy, being physical.
Yeah, going off value, I had him at 121. I go with an A- here for Dorian Strong. I'm with you. Height and experience at outside corner. He's got the recovery speed. He's somebody, in 2023, he really wasn't challenged because he was so sticky.
Yeah.
And then you look at, he's experienced in press. He's looked good in single coverage. And he's got the eye discipline and awareness that goes back to your point about mixing and matching. Like, they're going to play a lot of different zone coverages. That's where that eye discipline and awareness is so important. Though he needs to put on a little bit more weight, which gave me a laugh. His dad was a IFBB pro, like competitive. Like, legitimately, his dad is one of the most physically impressive humans you'll ever see. So Dorian Strong needs to take a protein shake out of Dad's closet.
It fits the last name.
Yeah, Dorian Strong. Yeah, so a couple more protein shakes from Dad, and he'll be right where he needs to be.
Absolutely.
I thought he was going to be more of a 4th-round pick. So it's a good,
really good value.
This is a good way to kick off round 6 for
Really
the
good
Bills.
value.
The Ravens are on the clock here at pick 178. I'll recap the Ravens draft here in just a moment. Obviously, they took Malachi Starks at the end of round 1, which is a big value. Took another falling player in Mike Green, one of the best pass rushers in the draft. Emory Jones played tackle at LSU, might be a guard at the next level. Teddy Buchanan, the linebacker from Cal, athletic. Carson Vincent, their developmental tackle, and he will stick at tackle at the next level here. And the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. They are taking Bilal Kone, the cornerback from Western Michigan. Dame, good ball skills this year. He's got size. Somebody that kind of goes back to a little bit at times at our conversation with Dorian Strong. There's moments with Kone where you look at him and he's had a long road, right? This Indiana State, Iowa Central Community College, Western Michigan. But he's someone to me that was so highly competitive at the catch point. The consistent ball production. When he senses it's going to be a vertical route, as you see right here, he can really open up and run down the field, makes an effort to locate the football down the field. The penalties have been a problem.
Yeah.
The last 3 seasons, a lot of pass interference. He gets grabby. I think the hip fluidity and going into panic mode against double teams is a problem for him. But that's why he ends up in this range. So for me, with Kone, this is closer to where I thought he should have gone. I saw him ranked a little higher than this. I had him at 201, so this is a B- for me for the Ravens.
Yeah, I'm B- as well. I think they need another corner, right? They've gone up until Nate Wiggins last year. They went multiple years of not truly valuing the cornerback position,
Right.
You know, and especially when you're in a division with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. But I think with Kone 6'1", 190, 4.43, 4-yard dash. He didn't have the most explosive vertical jump, but I think this is a guy that could potentially, like with his ability to tackle, and you're gonna have to be.
I really like his ability to tackle.
Yeah, you have to do that if you're a Raven. Like you know what I mean? Like,
you don't get to slack off.
You can't sag off.
You have to make that tackle
and throw your shoulder. You know, not with
Right.
Roquan Smith and that maniac running that defense. Him and Kyle Hamilton aren't having that. Like
No, absolutely
You got
not.
to do exactly. You got to play to the Ravens. You know what I mean? So I think it's a good fit for them. Good pick for them. Get a nice depth piece, special teams guy.
Special teams guy, depth piece, and you also have the ability to add him into the fray, right? You
Yeah,
get to add him into whether it's in that nickel spot, because as we were talking about, if you're going to play closer to the ball, you better tackle.
Got to.
And he can do that.
You have to. Miami Dolphins are on the clock. Let's look at what they've done so far. They've gotten physical.
Yes.
They've gotten physical, Felder. Kenneth Grant in the round 1. Jonas Savanea, the guard out of Arizona in round 2. Of course, they didn't pick again until today in round 5. They got Jordan Phillips, Jason Marshall, the junior, the cornerback out of Florida, and Dante Trader Jr., the safety out of Maryland. So the pick is in. And we're going to wait for the dramatic pause here to see what they Ollie Gordon III, running back from OK State. They seem like they wanted to get physical this draft cycle.
Yeah. Who's he, 226 pounds? 206 pounds?
200, I think he, at the Senior Bowl, he was like 230.
230, oh my goodness. So, yeah, right around 226 pounds. He's a tall running back. How do you feel about those guys?
You're going to deal, when they're tall like that, you're going to deal with some transitional restrictions with
some
them.
stick.
Yeah, you know, a little stiff and stuff like that. But when you get him going downhill, and you see here as the highlight, he is athletic enough to catch the ball out of the backfield, leap over guys. But it's when he gets that full head of steam. I'm going to give this a B+ for the Miami Dolphins. I just love getting physicality. And I think we talked about it.
He runs hard.
Runs hard. December and January, you got to figure this out.
Yes.
Because you light everybody up when the weather's warm. When it gets
But you have
cold,
to go to Buffalo.
yes.
Or you have to go to New England.
Right?
Or, you know, maybe
Baltimore.
you win a game. Baltimore, Pittsburgh. Like, that's.
Kansas City again. Like, you know.
KC, yeah, because, I mean, that snow game for KC.
It was bad, man.
Dude, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a B+ too. I like him. Look at that power.
Yeah.
That
He
power.
lowers that shoulder, man. He lowers that shoulder. And they need this. They have Devon A-Chain, Jalen Wright, two speedsters,
They are both
explosive
speedsters.
backs.
A-Chain, I really loved him coming out of Texas
Same.
A&M.
Their
He's really
most
good.
physical back was Raheem Mostert. He's in with the Raiders right now. So I think this is a really good fit for them.
All right, we've got the Raiders. The pick is in.
Pick is in.
There it is. It's my guy,
JJ
JJ Pegues. Love this kid. I'm going to go ahead and give it an A already. Let's go, the Raiders. They go out there and they get JJ Pegues. Watch this kid's film. Watch the way that he plays. Obviously, right there, quick spin move to the, get to the quarterback. And then he plays a bunch of different spots. I want him to play 3. But this is him lined up on the outside. I want him to play the 3. Oh, I think he can be a problem. Look at this here, lined up outside again. Like, I have to call that a 6 almost. Like, that's
At
athleticism.
330.
That's athleticism. What do you think about him?
I give this a A as well. I think this guy, again, Ole Miss played him in multiple positions. Where you probably would have better has, most defensive coordinators would have played him interior.
Right.
But he has the quickness, he has athleticism. And then at the same time, he could play fullback for you at the goal line.
Sure.
And make sure you can convert some of those situations. But I think his ability to play the run, and then he, like for a 330-pounder, I like his pad level.
Yeah, he stays low. knows what he's doing. And with respect to him playing fullback, if he's doing it just at a goal line,
situation.
or like a third and short that you really, really need, okay, that's not the same as what we've talked about with Travis Hunter.
Not the Pat Ricard thing.
That's not the same. That's not. Excuse me, I was thinking of Travis Hunter, but I'm like, it's not.
No.
It's not the same as like, oh yeah, he should go both ways. Like, no. Like it's like Ed Oliver when he comes in to help block.
Yeah, for sure.
Or Christian Wilkins, like that whole thing.
Yeah. Philadelphia Eagles.
Pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. Kyle McCord, quarterback, out of Syracuse or out of Ohio State. By where? Syracuse, or how do I say it backwards? Either way, Kyle McCord, he gets picked by the Eagles. Okay, that's just some good backup stuff.
Listen,
kid changed his game at Syracuse, and I will say that. Shout out to Fran.
Yeah, man.
He changed his game. He did things that they didn't always let him do at Ohio State, and he found a great landing spot, and they had a pretty good season.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm giving this an A, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm giving this an A. I like Kyle McCord's game. He's accurate. He's got a good arm. But there were calls to Philly about Tanner McKee from certain teams.
Yeah.
So you think about giving Tanner McKee the keys in the preseason, go showcase yourself. We saw Joe Milton literally get traded off of one regular season game. Tanner McKee probably gets traded to a team that wants a quarterback next year that might not be in position to get one, and then you don't lose out on having a really good backup quarterback behind Jalen Hurts with Kyle McCord. I like this for the lot because he's got the arm talent to be able to throw in that Philly December weather. But he showcased that he's a tough kid, man. The way to bounce back after the 2023 season, I was not a big fan of him when he was at Ohio State.
Right.
What he did, he changed the program at Syracuse, and I love that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give that. I'm gonna give it an A as well. Watching a lot of ACC football, he was able to go out there and consistently make things happen. Connor, I'm gonna kick it to you, man. What do you think of him?
I love this, man. Listen, with McCord, I had him earlier than this, 113.
Me too.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point, Dame, about the situation with McKee. This is somebody that went to that Syracuse offense. They run a lot of different formations. A lot was put on his plate, and he thrived. Yeah. And this is an A for me. Listen, is he a little bit of a gunslinger from the pocket right now? He'll take chances. When guys are covered, he'll say, go win this football for me. And that led to 24 turnover-worthy plays this year. But the good side of it is the deep ball was great this year. Explosive downfield throwing. Off of play action, averaged almost 9 yards per attempt, 11 touchdowns, 2 picks. Small sample size of under center throws, but he looks comfortable under center. The mechanics look clean. Not very mobile, but this is a real pocket passer with a gunslinger mentality in the 6th round, slam dunk.
Well, here's what I liked about him. His ability to hit the void. And some of that's the offense, but against cover 2, he was pretty consistent at hitting that void.
Yep.
Safety up here, corner sinking underneath, and he can put the ball right here to his wide receiver. And he did it pretty consistently with accuracy.
Yeah, I think, and honestly, I remember this was a saying. I think Belichick, out in New England when they were making their run, and they were the Super Bowl champion multiple times. They drafted quarterbacks all the time on day 3, late day 2, just to draft them. Right? You draft them knowing that they will have value in the league for other teams.
Right.
So you draft them, you stash them. And you say, okay, yeah, here's preseason reps. You do joint practices. You display them. You allow the other teams to see. And it was like, you know what? We could use that guy. Now you get an extra pick for a future year by trading him off your roster because, hey, he's not taking Jalen Hurts' spot. We just need you as a backup. And if something happened to Jalen Hurts, we don't expect Jalen Hurts to get hurt. But if something were to happen, you have a quality backup either between him or Tanner McKee that could come in and keep this passing game afloat. I think they did a great job with that pick.
Yeah, this is a good use of resources for a place that just understands how to put players on the right progression, right? Kyle McCord doesn't go there, and he's one quarterback sprained ankle away from being thrown into the fire. That's what you love about it.
Absolutely.
But, man, yeah, big arm. It is so interesting because he is definitely more of the Tanner McKee pipeline than their pretty important, talented starting quarterback. But the Eagles are pliable.
Yeah.
They can move around like we get so obsessed, and I'm guilty of this, with scheme fits and player fits. And the Eagles will sit around and go, we'll take a guy that doesn't always fit what we do, and we'll find his strengths to kind of fit him into the system.
And I think to your point, Connor, that's something that most.
Oh, wow. It happens.
Hey! We need a special sound for a kicker pick.
No, we do.
The Patriots are on the clock, and the pick is in. It's Andres Borregales, the Miami kicker who is insanely accurate, but Felder. Let's What do you got for us? I go to you first because you love these picks.
I'm gonna go. This is a D. What? D minus. I'm not gonna go all the way F because they got a player that can probably be pretty valuable. But
Right.
man, what?
Yeah, I'm gonna go D as well. I feel like you could have went. Kickers are people too. I'll give them that. They are people. But I just feel like you could have went somewhere else with this pick. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like selecting kickers.
Picking specialists.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
So the good news is he made the big board. The bad news is he was player 305. So, he's a priority UDFA. I think he's going to kick in this league for a while because he's so accurate. But why he wasn't my top kicker is kickers that you draft have to have a special leg. Like we can hit from 58 with the game on the line.
Yeah.
Okay, 7th or 6th rounder.
In the wind.
Borgalis is really accurate. So that's what they liked about him and why he went here. It's more of a philosophy thing, and you guys obviously stand with me. I just don't believe in taking kickers in the top 200 typically.
But this feels like that. I mean, he, Vrabel, former Patriot player under Bill Belichick.
Let's win games 12-3.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say knows how much Adam Vinatieri meant to that team.
Right.
So
I get it. I get it.
I don't like it.
I don't like it. Yeah, that's the point.
I don't have to like it.
Not a fan, but I understand the concept.
Yeah. It's
Titans are on the board.
Their pick is in, so let's see what they got.
Yeah, Titans are on the clock. They've been hammering away at needs. They've been a very need-specific team, and they go back to the Cal defense with Marcus Harris here, Felder. For how little pub that defense got during the year, they've had, I think, 5 players drafted from it.
Yeah.
Again, just so Wilcox coaches good football. That's just the reality. I had a couple of friends that have worked for him, and one of them was a defensive back. He's like, we drill everything. You have to be totally prepared for everything. There's no joke about it. Marcus Harris, I love this pick. I mean, I think you're getting value. 2, value on multiple levels too, because you're getting a guy that can help you with some immediacy.
And he's played at he's had a few stops.
Well, that's the other part. That's what I was going to get to. And go, oh, by the way, it's not just Wilcox.
Yeah.
It's also that Iowa defense that just consistently plays amazing zone coverage, and then get a little bit extra from Cal, and so it's great.
Yeah, I give this a B. I think
a B plus.
Getting a sound football player, who's sound in his responsibilities. You call a coverage. He's not going to freelance and let guys get behind him that he's supposed to be covering the jump. You know how guys get a little, how you corners do from time to time. You guys get a little aggressive trying to go get the ball. But he does have the ability to play catch technique, playing off, be able to stop the momentum of the receiver, break with them, make a play on the ball. And I just think it's a good pick, a good value pick for them, and just adding talent to that cornerback room.
The biggest question I have with Harris is he's a guy that this year played 688 snaps at wide corner. Mm-hmm. But when you look at the build, this guy is, 5'10 and 3/4, 189, short arms. Might have to kick inside at the next level. Let's see how that adjustment goes. It's a C+ for me because of that transition. But what I do like is he was on the kick coverage team this year. Mm-hmm. So while you're developing a new position, it's a new position, going from outside corner to slot, you give us something on special teams.
Absolutely.
The pick is in for the Saints, and they've needed running backs. Devin Neal, it's almost like the Honda Civic of this running back class. It ain't nothing pretty, but 200,000 miles later, you're loving it.
I love that.
I mean, I loved watching him play every Saturday. Like, truly, he's a treat to watch. He's shifty. We talked about it with a couple other guys. He is a little small, he's a little short. I don't think he's small.
Yeah,
he's a little short. And he's got the ability to go out and make plays consistently. And so he's gonna get lost behind the offensive line, and then he's gonna burst out. He's gonna run past the linebacker, and then he's gonna be a problem for somebody in the secondary to tackle.
Yeah, I give this a.
I give this a B+ because I like this player a lot.
Yeah, I give it a B+ as well. 5'11", 213. Not the greatest athlete in terms of long speed, but he's good in the whole one-on-one. He ran. I think he added a little bit from 2023 to 2024. to try and handle, to look more, to have the appeal physically of a more 3-down back. And I think this speaks to the fact that, yeah, like you have Alvin Kamara, but he's not getting any younger. And then it's Jordan Mims, Kendre Miller, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They needed a running back. He can be a 3-down type of guy, functional pass catcher out of the backfield as well, knows how to make guys miss. Just a really good, one-cut downhill runner.
I'm with you guys. B+ for me with Devin Neal. This is someone that, once again, little flash, but man, he's just so reliable. This is 3 seasons of 1,000+ yards. Yeah. He takes care of the football. He does not fumble the ball. He's got 760 carries across 4 seasons. That speaks to his DNA to me, is that he's ready to play every single game. The Colorado game was absurd, just the amount of workload he took on and the punishment his body took. Yeah. And then you talk about the athlete. He's not an explosive, fast athlete. Mm-hmm. This guy was on the Kansas baseball team as an outfielder for 2 years. So, this is still, once again, a pretty unique player and somebody that'll just get you the dirty yards. Foot forward, shoulders down, run through contact. And that's what the Saints need in this backfield. We're going to get to November, and this guy could easily be getting their true inside run carries over everybody else on the roster.
No, 100%. And you feel better if Kamara were to get dinged up or nicked up and he had to miss a game or two. Devin Neal can walk right into that starting role.
He's a pro at the college level.
Legitimately.
There's not a lot of guys you could say that. This was a professional player playing at the college level.
100%. Yeah. Kendre Miller has not been able to stay healthy. Dennis Allen made his comments about it while he was still the head coach over there. I think it kind of speaks to the fact that they know they needed to upgrade at the running back position.
So the Saints getting good value in this slot with Devin Neal. Pick 185. The Steelers are on the clock here. Steelers are interesting because we keep talking about how thin, not that it's going to change your franchise taking a quarterback here, but I go back to our earlier combo. I love Will Howard in this spot.
Oh, insane. Just great value right here. He's 6th round.
Raise your floor in the quarterback room. Mm-hmm. You want to be one 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers injury away and Mason Rudolph injury away from calling guys off the street?
Right.
So that would be a really fun pick. It makes sense at this point of the draft. We're going to see what the Steelers do here in just a second as the pick is about to roll in. Mind you, we are at the portion where the fans are announcing. And
you got it.
Will Howard to the Steelers. There it is. You love to see it. This kid is awesome, man. He was one of my favorite conversations I had at the NFL Combine. He is tough. He's a hard worker, big-bodied, obviously a leader. I thought the green light came on in the Ohio State offense in the last 40% of the season. Some switch flipped where he started making real throws and said, I'm not just a point guard here. I'm the quarterback of this team. I'm going to elevate us, and we're going to get a national title. Does he have the biggest arm? No. He can move a little bit. He's accurate. Once again, he's tough. Is the load up a little clunky at times? Sure. But once again, this guy, we throw around gamer, and it's a boring cliche, but Will Howard deserves that. A lot of starts before he transferred there. This is an A pick for me. Something that, once again, we had this conversation all day. Raise the floor of your quarterback room. That's exactly what Will does.
No, 100%. I give this an A for the Steelers because, like you said, even with Aaron Rodgers, what's your future look like? Like, what do you have that's young, that's vibrant, and to me, you bring the prodigal son home. You bring the young man back to PA where his family is and everything else. He gets to play in the place that he was raised in, where he grew up. And I wouldn't be shocked if he was a Steeler fan growing up, So he could throw, as we've seen, that connection with him and the Emeka Egbuka, the seam route. He throws it well. He puts arc and touch and layers the ball well. I think this is a really good fit for them. And just great value getting him in the 6th round. A national champion, got paid NIL money to help you talk about raising the floor, to raise Ohio State's QB floor and help lead them to a championship. And he did just that.
Well, I think I love the stuff from Kansas State.
Yeah.
That was, to me, that's toughness. You don't get to play football at Kansas State and not be tough. Mm-hmm. I think you can be a little flashy at Ohio State.
Yeah.
But you cannot be flashy. You got to be tough at Kansas State. And so for me, I'll give it an A too, because of the value, because of the player, because of what he did at K-State, and then was able to transform his game into something so wildly different at Ohio State, and it worked for them to win a national title.
I want to throw this out there to you guys real quick. Will Howard, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, 3 rookie quarterbacks, all in the AFC North, 2 on the same team.
Yeah.
It's 2 teams that came into this draft not knowing who their quarterback would be. has walked out with a young quarterback, or in Cleveland's case, 2 young quarterbacks.
Yeah, player lotto tickets. That's what quarterback is at this point of the draft. If you told me a kicker would have went before Will Howard, I don't think I would have slapped you in the face, but I would have been unhappy. Nothing against Borregales, but like, man, Will Howard, you know, it's easy to get lost in how great that defense was, how great their wide receivers are, how they're coached, how they run. But this dude was a bit of the glue there as well. He really was. Because you saw McCord struggles the year before there.
Yeah.
So
Which
we
is
saw
why he's in the Syracuse.
The bright lights in Ohio State
it's
are
not
legitimate.
easy.
It's not easy over there. They have championship aspirations year in and year out.
You can't lose a game.
You can't. You can't. I mean, heck, C.J. Stroud's first game, they were calling for Quinn, who was back home in Ohio State. He was like, they were on the road against Minnesota. They were like, hey, go get the jet, go get Quinn to come save this game. Like their expectations playing for one of these blue blood, high caliber teams. And listen, he came in, once they took the training wheels off of that offense and let him play, Will Howard made throw after throw after throw that were NFL throws.
All right, so the Ravens are now on the clock, a team that will see Will Howard potentially at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe not this year.
No.
Maybe so. Always relying on the fate of Aaron Rodgers' decision. But the Ravens are on the clock here. Really, really strong draft for them. They've gotten faster and more violent on defense and just smarter on defense. And then kind of developmental side with Carson Vincent at tackle. So we'll see what they do here. Another team, maybe wide receiver depth at some point, right?
An outside guy.
Yeah.
Like a true. The name that I would love to see here, Brew McCoy from Tennessee. Big, physical, he's got speed. For a bigger receiver, he snaps off his route, especially those slants, very well with good sharpness and crispness to create that separation. And then he's just a load to try and bring down after he gets the ball in his hands. And for me, Lamar has never really had that go up and get it, back shoulder fade, 50-50 guy. They brought in DeAndre Hopkins. Well, I would get Brew McCoy to put his locker right beside DeAndre Hopkins and learn everything you can from a guy who's done it at the highest level with many quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm with you. Their wide receiver room's interesting because it feels like, you know, a couple injuries or you don't get what you want from Hop, and you're going to need guys to step up into bigger roles. So you try to fill that room with a little bit more volume here. And the wide receiver board's still it's not barren, right?
No.
Some positions just completely dried up. Isaiah Bond is once again
He's still there.
He's still there. You have to be comfortable with the character swing. Nick Nash from San Jose
I like
State,
Nick Nash.
Converted quarterback.
Elijah Badger still there.
Badger, I think, is a really underrated player in this group with his route running, for sure. I don't think Andrew Armstrong has gone off the board from Arkansas yet.
He's still on the board, too.
Man, big perimeter receiver, catches the ball away from his body, physical. All right, well, the pick lived up to the hype. Kicker Tyler Loop from Arizona is the pick here, guys. Second kicker pick of the day. A kicker that did make my board. He was player 320 out of 320. So the Ravens. Now, obviously, they're a team that, after a long time, for the first time, feels like they are going to need kicker.
Yeah.
With
Powerful guy, powerful leg.
That's the thing. Loop hit a 62-yarder this year. So, and on 50-plus yard kicks, he was 6 for 9.
Yeah.
The consistency is the biggest thing to watch with him. But the Ravens are the type of team at this spot. They're going to take the guy with the biggest leg and try to work on some of the mechanics to just find the consistency. So this isn't shocking for their style and what they need. And a ceiling pick, once again, kicker.
Yeah, 100%.
So
a lot of uncertainty at the kicker position for them. Before off-field stuff, just the way Justin Tucker played, like he did not play anywhere near the level we're accustomed to. Missing kicks with the game on the line, missing extra points.
Extra points is what I was going to say.
Like, he just looked I didn't even want to say like he was just washed, but he did not look the same. And it's like, I'm not even mad at them making the pick. I'm like, well, you're a perennial playoff team. So it's like, this late in the draft.
Win these games.
Like, and they have like 4 other picks to close out day 3 of the draft. So they can, they could go receiver a little bit later, but I get this pick a lot. Oh, there's your boy.
Texans on the clock, and the pick is in. They have taken safety Jalen Reed from Penn State here, guys. Felder, you like this one?
Yeah, I like this one. I think he's got really good instincts. I don't know what made him fall, honestly.
Yeah.
But 6'1", 211, he's going to make plays for you. And I love that safety rotation, and he's already ready to go down and make a play. Like this guy, give me the ball.
Yeah, but Jalen, for me, I mean, 2-year starter. The 7 picks speak for themselves for the last 2 seasons. I think he plays really well in the box.
Yes.
He knows how to slip blocks, get to the ball carrier. He's super aggressive. He's got speed as a blitzer, as we've seen. He'll crash down into gaps. Very fearless kind of player.
Bingo. I was going to say fearless.
Right, which D'Amico will know how to utilize him. Where you wonder about the limitations, loses some assignments in coverage, some big plays over his head. The 14.2% missed tackle rate over the last 2 years is a little high, but I think that speaks to his aggression. Sometimes when you're that aggressive of a player, your missed tackle rate's going to be higher than a guy that takes a bad angle or isn't there to make the play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, this is a solid, athletic, once again, a guy that could eventually turn into a special teams player for you, but also live in the box and play a violent brand of football.
I think he's instantly a special teams player for you, and then you figure out how you're going to use it.
Sub 4.5 speed at 211 pounds is peak kick coverage, punt coverage.
Absolutely. I think with his ability as a defender and his size, if you want to pull a linebacker off on nickel and dime packages, you could supplant with Jalen Reed. And
Totally agree.
I'm gonna ask you, Felder, like we've seen like Jalen Smith, Jalen Reed, Jalen Petrie, a lot of Jalen's on the Texans right now on that defense. But also they got Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I wonder how they're gonna deploy all these
I think it looks
nickel hybrid guys.
I think it probably ends up looking a lot like the way Florida used to look with Muschamp. Where you want to put your best 11 on the field, and those guys, if 6 of those your best 11 are some combination of safeties and corners, then you're going to have to just get them in the game.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's grade this next pick as Khalil Mullings comes off the board. I want to make sure this was, as we're on the highlights right now, Khalil Mullings headed the backfield. This is a former linebacker, by the way. So Michigan running back, almost 6'2", 227 pounds. No shock. He's a former 4-star linebacker recruit. I mean, this is a steam engine going downhill, and he ends up being the Titans' final pick of the draft as they just get pure physicality in their backfield. I'll actually give this one a B here, guys, with Mullings. I'm fascinated by his position change just because his power to run through your face and potentially be a violent goal line threat in this offense behind a heavy offensive line is really interesting to me in the Callahan's offense.
So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to go B+. And the reason I'm going B+ is because I thought going into this year that Donovan Edwards was going to be the man. And to watch Mullings just take over everything was unbelievable. He has to get credit for that.
Yeah, I give it a B. I like it. I think he adds physicality, the power. They did this a couple years ago with another big back from Michigan, Hassan Haskins.
Right.
But I think with him, Hassan, will return kicks and everything like that. But just adding this was, I'm not gonna lie, if Vrabel was still there, I was like, yeah, this is a Vrabel pick. Getting that big physical downhill runner. But the way that he runs the way he probably hit as a linebacker.
Right.
Violent. Like he wants to shed every tackle. He wants to stiff arm you.
Deliver the blow.
Right. Deliver the blow and really dictate the terms. And they could absolutely kind of late in the game, drain the clock and keep C.J. Stroud on the sideline.
And it's something they don't have. Right? Tony Pollard, Tajay, those are guys.
Jitterbugs.
Like they're looking at outside zone. So, like this is okay. Like halfback blast. Like we could put you as a fullback in a formation and run belly or dive.
Right, yeah.
Like this dude is legitimately going to play at 230 pounds.
Legitimate.
Yeah.
So it gives him a different look, a legitimate former linebacker. So definitely a different look for Tennessee as they just continue. They just want to be as big, physical, and fast as they can around Cam Ward. And that's what you should do when you take a young quarterback. So the Colts are on the clock here. This is pick 189 as the selection comes in. The Colts, who got Tyler Warren in the first round, fell all the way to them. That was one of the surprises of the first round. They potentially could have traded up for him. round out the rest of their draft. JT Tuimoloau, the edge rusher from Ohio State. Justin Wally, the corner from Minnesota. They love the Big Ten in this draft. Then Jalen Travis, the massive tackle from Iowa State. DJ Giddens, running back Kansas State. And fellas, they love quarterbacks like this. They have Anthony Richardson. They have Daniel Jones. Now they add Riley Leonard from Notre Dame, another quarterback that can threaten with his legs here, guys.
They have 2 Duke quarterbacks. 2 Duke quarterbacks.
That are the same exact guy.
That are
Yeah,
kind of
the
the
same
same
exact
exact guy.
guy.
Yeah.
They could be long-lost twins.
I like Riley Leonard. I think I'm going to go ahead and drop this one. I'm going to give this one a B+, because it does speak a little, not the same, but some scheme fit in terms of what he can do, so they don't have to completely change the offense from Anthony Richardson. I think that he's got a good enough arm, not the best arm, a good enough arm to go out and make plays if you need him to. I'm very excited to watch him this preseason.
Yeah, I give it a C+. Getting that depth, like you said, you don't have to change the offense with him. He can use his legs. We saw that. I was against Ohio State in the championship game. I think they ran like 12 or 13 straight runs with just him.
Yep.
Like, so he even though he's not even the Jalen Hurts, Anthony Richardson, Cam Newton body type, he's just a tough dude, and he does layer passes. I wanted to see them like really allow him to develop throwing the ball more this year. Like, there are moments and flashes during the season where he's in the pocket and he's actually diming, and I'm like, why don't we see this more? I don't need a Tim Tebow show. Like, let me see him throw the ball more. They didn't do it enough. You saw in the championship game, they start getting Jaden Greathouse involved in the passing attack. Looked like it had some life to it. So good developmental prospect for the Colts.
That's exactly what he is. This is a B for me with Riley Leonard. Now, for context, multiple surgeries on the right ankle, and that really slowed his progress down. Once upon a time, he could have been a day 2 kind of quarterback. Big, athletic, the track background in high school. I mean, we're talking sprinter, triple jump kind of background here. Dangerous runner. There are tapes sprayed across the film where you go, wow, in terms of the vertical throws, playing with confidence. But back to Dame's point, it's such low volume. It's hard. You have to
look for them.
You have to look for them. Against pressure, he's a total work in progress. I mean, the completion percentage went down to 42% under pressure. The yards per attempt went down to 4 yards per attempt. He drifts out of the pocket. He'll force throws. He's got to use that athleticism to extend plays, not just be a runner. That's the difference. This is a situation behind Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones where he gets to do that under a mind like Shane Steichen, who I'm a huge fan of.
Footwork is very uncoordinated.
All over the place.
Very uncoordinated.
So, all right, the Colts on the clock again, and they get a true run plugger in Tim Smith in Alabama's front. Guys, this guy just played heavy-handed, not explosive plays, but responsible run stuffing as that kind of 3-tech, even maybe shade nose at times player.
Yeah, I mean, he stops guys. Like, where do you think you're going to go? Because you're not going there.
Yeah, 6'4", 300 pounds, 33-inch arms. He knows how to stack, peek, and shed. He knows how to use that arm length and wingspan to keep those interior offensive linemen from out of his breastplate, out of his chest plate, away from his shoulder pads, so they can't latch, strain, and try and run them off and move them off the ball. And at the end of the day, I think we were talking about it yesterday, the Colts' run defense was not great in 2024. Statistically, they were not a great defense. And I think adding another guy, a big guy that can help take some of that pressure off the edge guys, the linebackers, especially with Zaire Franklin playing off ball. You add another big physical guy on the front lines, kind of keep them clean and let them run fit again. Not let these guys climb up to the second level.
That's exactly it. Fit the run. Violent, heavy hands, rattle blockers, rugged style play, hold the line of scrimmage. Don't get moved off the ball. 3-year starter out at Alabama is a 3-year starter at Alabama.
Yeah.
Like we talked to his teammate, Q Robinson, who went, it feels like 5 hours ago, who had better flashes, but he couldn't get on the, you know what I mean? So for Tim Smith,
to
not
hold
going to
him
be
off.
explosive, not a disruptor, but a guy that does his job. The Eagles on the clock here, and they take a developmental tackle in Miles Hinton here, who, guys, with Hinton, size, 6'7", 323, 34 1/8-inch arms. Pretty good athlete, a lot of mass. He can just erase linebackers when you get him going. Like when you rev the engine in the run game and get him on top of linebackers, he can really dump bodies. But this, to me, is just somebody that he can't really bend. He's got to reach. The feet are a little slow. if this is a move to guard for Miles Hinton, which I don't know if you could do at 6'7" almost, that's a tough move. But if anyone could do it, the Eagles know how to coach up big tackles.
Right.
So it's a B- for me with Hinton because, man, the Eagles know how to take a guy with his rare size and length and strength and say, okay, let's minimize your weaknesses.
So here, I'm going to go B+ because there's so much meat on the bone. And he's so powerful. And, you know, thanks to that S&C, obviously, we get to see more Mullings right there. But look at the power, the move. Come on. And he just has to get better with his hands, pad level, and that's something that you can work on as he's not going to be your go-to starter.
Yeah, I had him actually at 167. So this is just truly believe in the development. I think if you could hand pick a place, Dame, this is the place you'd pick.
100%. For example, to your point about him potentially playing guard, Mekhi Becton, 6'7", 360 pounds, got into that Stoutland University and passed with flying colors.
Right.
So
comes out in a tux.
Got
in and sweats, comes out with a tux.
Got paid and everything. So I think when you look at what Miles Hinton can do, Tyler Steen is there at right guard right now. Like, they have some guys there, but I definitely think that they can add him in and work with him.
All right, we're flying. We got the pick for the Seahawks is Bryce Cable. Interesting guy that did not get a combine invite, but has really taken advantage of this process here, guys. For me, with Cable player 207, so this is the range. Incredible testing. Grip strength, quickness to cut off and climb an outside zone, finisher's mentality in the run game. You just got to get his hands under control in pass pro. Really wide hands. Gets a little in trouble against those speed rushers with his pad level, and he's got that kill shot mindset. So there's some big whips on tape, but this is right where he should go. This is a B to me. Cable is a guy that should have been invited to the combine. It's good to see him come off the board.
Yeah, good to see him come off the board. I'm going to go with B as well. This is someone too, like you said, he gets grabby. And I think that's also due to kind of a panic.
Yeah.
Where if that kill shot that you mentioned does not work, all of a sudden the hands come out, you start to flail, and you get grabby. And that's just the reality of the situation. It is a thing that has to be focused in, talked about, targeted, and then corrected.
100%.
All right, the Bengals on the clock here. And they get a really interesting selection in Taj Brooks, guys, who insanely productive, huge workload at Texas Tech.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have speed. That's it. But from 0 to 10 yards, highly efficient.
I give this a B+ of a pick. Sturdy build, squatty build. He's strong, but he has very efficient feet in terms of pressing gaps, evading and escaping, getting through congestion. You see him be able to string together cuts in tight in the phone booth and make multiple defenders miss. And like Carter said, he just doesn't have that electric, explosive long speed. But I think he does pair well with they have in Chase Brown as that kind of, you know what he reminds me of? Mike Davis. He reminds me a little bit of Mike Davis.
Yep.
I think just not even a little bit, but just with quicker feet. I think he reminds me of similar build, that bowling ball build with just quicker feet.
What'd you give it? You give it a B?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with B too. The thing I get when I watch him is, I can't remember who we were talking about earlier today, right? Really great in the box, really great to find a way. Gets caught from behind.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Gets caught.
Always.
Gets caught from behind.
I think we were talking about DJ Giddens when you said that.
Yeah.
And here you go. He technically is, but he got it. He got through it.
He was close.
It was getting scary hours.
Dude.
But man, 154 missed tackles over the last 2 seasons he's forced.
That's fantastic.
Quick, strong, not going to run away from you. You know, if I give you 4 yards, can you get me 6?
Right.
That kind of guy. And this is his range. Yeah, a B for me for Taj Brooks. This is exactly where he should be coming off the board. Limited upside, but you like the floor of what he could do. And the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, and the pick is already in. The pace is, everybody wants to go eat dinner, apparently. They're flying right now. Jalen McLeod here, guys. Another linebacker prospect, an undersized linebacker prospect that we're going to enter this phase of the draft. McLeod from Auburn.
Yeah.
Actually, 241 pounds he's coming into the process. So he's one of the bigger linebackers we've had off the board here. What stood out to me with him, I love the snaps with his hand in the dirt as an edge rusher.
Yeah.
I don't like him playing off the ball. But those snaps were limited. I mean, he had 192 pass rush snaps this year, 18.8% pass rush win rate, throws his hands in with purpose, closes on the quarterback. You see the cross chop, the rip and dip. the off-ball linebacker instincts and foot speed to me wasn't there. I hope this is a position switch for Jacksonville.
I think it should be. Like, bring him in as a rotational pass rusher in a situation where you could then kick down Trayvon into that 3-tech 4-eye role and then put him opposite of Trayvon as that, like, hand in the dirt or stand-up edge rusher. Pop. He's got good power. For 241, he packs some power in his hands and when he's getting forward. And I love that chop. He knows how to use that. It's so timely.
Move.
It's so timely.
Right.
Because when you try to latch that hand, he knocks it down. He knows I can clear the shoulder then. Good depth piece, but they definitely can do some things with creating advantageous packages. Defensively, I give it a B.
Yeah, I missed the grade vote on this one, but this is absolutely a B+ for me. I saw upside with this guy as a pass rusher. And the fact that he's already up to 241, get him up to 247, like Dame said, situational pass rusher. And he'll play specials for you because of his size and his ability his explosive first step. So, Bears are on the clock. The pick is in. And it is the Bears select Michigan State tackle Luke Newman. I believe another player that we're getting in the range of some guys that didn't get combine invites.
Yeah.
The question with Newman is going to be, he probably is playing guard at the next level.
Yeah.
He has 31-inch arms. He is absolutely going to be a guard at the next level.
Yeah, you don't have to play guard when your arms are like 32 and close to 33. You're like, maybe.
Yeah, you got a shot.
Maybe.
You get to camp at 31, they go.
We
Go
gotta
hang out
play
in the centers and guards. Yeah.
You got to play guard, big fella.
But to be fair, he did play a lot of guard at Michigan
Yes.
State.
Yep.
And the only reason I know that is because my wife went there.
So you are a Luke Newman specialist.
So I had to watch a lot. I'm gonna give this one a B-. But again, it's the Bears. What are they doing? They're getting a little more physical. They're finding ways to be a little bit tougher. And I mean that's straight out of the playbook of Dan Kimmel.
Yeah.
That Ben is porting over.
I was going to say, how about the scheme? Like,
Ben's porting a lot of that over. He's got his own touches that he's going to put on it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know we play football together.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know this guy pretty well.
Yeah. He's porting over a lot of that stuff, and it's going to be really interesting to see how he makes it work. He's got a lot of different influences in his toolbox.
Yeah. No, I give it a B as well. I think getting Ozzie Trapilo, now getting Luke Newman, getting depth on the offensive line, right?
Yeah.
Because I believe one of the interior offensive line they traded for with the Rams has battled injuries.
Yep.
So having a guy that can step in, right, 6'3", 312, and like even body type wise, he looks like a guard. You know?
Right. And the only reason he played tackle before he transferred to Michigan State is he was at Holy Cross.
Exactly.
So at Holy Cross, they looked at him and said, cool, you're our left tackle because you're our best lineman.
Yeah.
At Michigan State, they looked at him and said, you have a guard's body. You're pretty explosive, honestly. Like the testing.
Matter of footwork too.
Yeah, he didn't get the chance to go to the combine, but he got to show I have the testing that's needed for an NFL guard. You brought up the footwork, Dame. So he's going to be a guard at the next level and fits Ben Johnson's zone scheme that he wants to bring in. Once again, depth on the offensive line is key at this point of the draft. All right, Ben Johnson's old team is on the clock. The Lions here at pick 196 as we wait for the selection here. The Lions have taken. The fans really like to milk the announcement of the selection on day 3, which this is your moment.
Yeah.
So
hey,
do your thing. Have
shine.
fun.
You know.
I'm not going to hate. There's no hate here.
You're not going to have many opportunities.
No. And you take this long, you'll never have the opportunity.
Never have another opportunity.
They will not call you back. So, wow, Packers fans and Lions fans standing in unison. Not a common scene there out in Green Bay, the fans that are left. The Lions here, guys. We're still waiting for the pick. And up next after this will be the Packers and then the Broncos. And they're taking Ahmed Hassanin. Interesting story here. The edge rusher from Boise State, guys. Grew up in Egypt. Was actually one of the highest-ranked CrossFitters, the highest-ranked CrossFitter, I think, in Africa at one point as well. Late bloomer to football, and boy, did it work out for him. A disruptive presence for this Boise State front.
Yeah, he plays with a great motor. A guy that knows how to retrace his steps, work upfield, work back down. He went to the Shrine Bowl, had a solid outing out there. He can work cross face, and just again with that, this is their first. I think it's their first edge off the board, like for Detroit.
Yeah.
So I think it's their first true edge. I give it a B minus, honestly, because I think he fits their culture. He fits what Dan Campbell wants.
Yeah, I'm going to give it an A because he does. There's a couple of things. One, the CrossFit background. This guy's going to come in and he's going to work. Mm-hmm. 2, he does fit their culture. 3, this is a guy that was just explosive. He could do it standing up. He could do it sitting down.
While playing heavy. That's what's impressive.
playing
Like
heavy.
271, and he's getting off the ball like that?
Yes, exactly.
So, yeah, I'm with you guys. This is an A- for me. I mean, this guy did not start playing football until 2019. I believe he was born in the United States, grew up in Egypt, was, once again, highly competitive in CrossFit, starts playing football in 2019, and now here's his name called in the draft of the Lions that like these heavy edges on one side of their front. So an A- for me. This is really, really good value in this spot, and somebody where, once again, there's a little bit more meat on the bone because of how much he was a latecomer to playing American football.
I wonder, for you guys, does he remind you of AJ Epinesa at all?
The same body. They have the same exact body. Where you wonder if you can kind of kick like a 5 all the way down. I don't know about a 3. It would have to be like 3rd and 12 situation.
Yeah, for sure.
But a 4-eye, a 5. He's probably unique enough that he could stand up and like peel out at times for you. You don't want him making a living off of it.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, definitely a different level of athlete considering the weight that he carries. So, all right, the Texans are on the clock here at 197. We're going to see what they do. The Texans have been doing everything possible in this draft to make life easier on C.J. Stroud.
Right.
Both Iowa State wide receivers, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, Ariante Ursary, the tackle from Minnesota, is in play. Woody Marks, the running back from USC, that's really a pass catcher first. We broke down the Jalen Reed pick at safety, which is going to be special teams and box safety role for them. So the Texans here have the opportunity to go best player available. Guys, I also think probably time to add another body to the offensive line room.
Yeah.
Like, they got a lot of stopgap guys in free agency, Dame, but you know, there's still room to kind of improve the ceiling, the developmental ceiling of that group.
Cameron Williams.
Cam Williams is one of the biggest fallers today.
Yeah.
I just realized he's still on the board.
Yep.
I just realized that.
I just took a look over and I was like,
I mean, so we got trade there. This is a trade, by the way. So the Texans have a player specifically in mind that they're making a move for. The Broncos they obviously flip in the 6th round. So the Broncos go from 197 to 216 in the process of that. They pick up pick 241 in the 7th. So the Broncos grabbing an extra pick. The Texans saying there's somebody here that we really, really like. Offensive line definitely makes sense for them. They're always adding defensive talent for D'Amico Ryans. Wide receiver room got crowded overnight.
Quick.
It got crowded overnight quick. They're waiting on the return of Tank Dell. They made some moves in the pro market. They got the 2 rookies. So offensive line could be in play here. They got a pass-catching running back behind Joe Mixon now and Woody Marks. Maybe linebacker. They're always looking for – this is another one of those – we talk about the 49ers defense all the time. And you think where D'Amico Ryans came from. They run waves of rushers and different kind of players in the front 4. Like, we're going to need a 2-gapper, but then we're also going to need guys that can get off the ball and go as 4-3 ends. So, and they got a couple damn good ones in Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, but that interior could honestly use another body, and that's where the value of this draft is right now, is the defensive line. So I've seen so many come off the board today.
Yeah, I mean, their draft so far, Jaden, traded down, got Jaden Higgins in the top of the 2nd, Ariante Ursary, Jalen Noel, Jalen Smith, Woody Marks, Jalen Reed. And I do think, because I feel like, I'm going to look it up here, but I feel like there's some good D tackles still on the board that could potentially, like you talked about O-line, Connor, maybe get another interior offensive line, another guard.
Right.
After you lost Shaq Mason, you lost multiple guards, honestly. And everything like that. So you could absolutely improve that position on this offensive line.
Best available prospects. I totally forgot Damian Martinez is still out there, which is just mind-blowing at this point. We brought up Cam Williams. Let's talk about Cam Williams for people that aren't familiar with the Texas right tackle. Felder, this is someone that has so much power, a real NFL frame and body. Just slow feet at tackle and young, still developing.
Yeah, still developing. You mentioned the slow feet, which allows him to get beat around the edge.
Right.
That was a problem for Quinn Ewers because when you're tackling guys slow feet, that's a problem for the quarterback.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if somebody takes a flyer on him. He's big, man.
Huge. O-line coach's dream.
Yeah.
Where, like, there's flaws, but he's young. So
I wonder, can he, do we think he could play guard?
I think he can.
Okay.
And that's where I project him just because he can't protect that outside shoulder. That's been his biggest problem. And he carried his own, like, when his playing weight was 335. So that's a really, really heavy body.
Yeah.
But he's got that brawler mentality. Like, when his hands land, you're going places.
Oh, absolutely.
The just problem is the foot speed, the balance, the twitchier edge rushers. He had 13 penalties this year.
Sheesh.
I mean, that's like J.C. Latham territory, but more significant because Latham had higher end reps on tape.
No, 100%.
So
Latham has shown he can live on the outside in the NFL.
And this is exactly, and this is someone that's still kind of figuring out their body because in 2023, the Texas website said he was 369.
What?
So
yeah.
the weight's like peeling off this guy by the years. But
Yeah,
still
369 to 317 at the combine.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is a crazy
transformation.
Nearly almost a 50-pound drop or
Right.
somewhere in there. Like, and I think with 34.5-inch arms, yeah, like you said, everything you talked about with the lack of foot quickness and speed and agility, you reduce him inside the guard. Now he has little space to cover, and you can protect him and protect the edges against him rather than putting him on at tackle and then he gets beat vertically around the arc, and it's like, man, like you can't recover.
Right, you start oversetting. You open up that inside door.
Right.
Playing guard, obviously mitigates that.
Yep.
So that would be the move for him. We obviously like Cam Williams in this spot or one of the near future spots. Running back board is still strong. Kyle Monunga is out there. Damian Martinez is out there. I believe Brashard Smith is still out there as well. Ollie Gordon, what a fall from grace for Ollie Gordon.
1,700 yards rushing in 2023.
Yep.
OK State's offensive line, their passing game wasn't great.
No.
In 2024.
Didn't look like the same guy.
No, it didn't. We talked about him, when the pick happened, and it just was the simple fact of like, this is a tall, long-legged runner, and downhill is where you want him. You want him downhill.
Oh, wow.
Surprise here.
I forgot about him.
I think a lot of people did. Graham Mertz is the pick to the Texans, sneaks in right in that top 200 here. And you know what? You say you forgot about him, and understandably with the injury.
Yeah,
This is someone that after 6 games tore his ACL here. I thought, guys, and I'll give this pick a C+, because I didn't know if Mertz would get drafted. If he did, I thought it would be towards the end of the draft. And we're getting there.
Yeah.
I thought there was improvement from Mertz compared to transferring from Wisconsin to Florida into 2024 season, playing a little bit more under control, and then he tears his ACL.
Yeah.
The problem is with the draft process, you don't get credit for tearing your ACL and the benefit of the doubt. You lose points for that. So the Texans, this is a guy that they're going to have to really take things slowly with on the back end of their quarterback depth chart.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and drop a C on it, C- on it. I have never thought he was good.
And this was once upon a time like the next dude.
He was,
Yeah.
I believe he was a 5-star recruit coming out, chose Wisconsin, gets to Wisconsin. And the biggest issue for me is not, I shouldn't have said I never thought he was good. The biggest issue is consistency.
Right.
We could go from a game where he throws 4 touchdowns to a game where he throws 4 interceptions. Game where he throws one touchdown, 3 interceptions, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Like, it's all up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And those interceptions, they came in bunches pretty consistently.
I think, Arm was good. Like he's a former 5-star recruit.
Yeah.
And I would always say on the show, on the podcast, I was like, man, Wisconsin, some of these Big Ten teams need to get some 5-star recruits at quarterback so you can start competing, and then Wisconsin gets one, and it still doesn't work out. So it's like, but he does have the ability to become a potential, like, good, solid backup quarterback in this league.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the way that I think about it. Getting 5-star quarterback is nice, but you better have all the pieces, and that's what makes Ohio State so good.
Yeah.
That's what has made, to a lesser extent, Michigan so good, because their wide receiver game is kind of, but that's what made Penn State. They've always had at least one wide receiver that was good.
Yeah.
So I just think that even having Mertz, the reality is, who's he going to throw the ball to? Like how many wide receivers are on your? How many Wisconsin wide receivers are on your list?
Yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah.
The only one that they really like, DK in Wisconsin. That was the only one he transferred out.
Right. And then this year, should be the year for him because you got DK and Badger in the same offense, and he gets hurt.
Yeah.
He tears the ACL.
DJ Lagway was not supposed to play this year.
Right. So the Packers, the pick is in. They're going Warren Brinson, defensive tackle here from Georgia, guys. We knew all the Georgia defensive linemen would be drafted here. Brinson, to me, guys, fifth-year senior, size, 315 pounds, long enough arms. He just gets off the ball and into attack mode. That's the thing with Brinson. Like, you look at his ability to rush the passer because of the first step, and he works that two-handed swipe. I thought he was pretty agile for a 315-pounder.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is he moves really smooth.
Yeah.
Like he's a smooth mover. I'm going to go and you get him this late. I'm going to give it a B+.
Right.
He's played a lot of football.
Yeah.
Who's clearly part of that leadership structure. He understands what was asked. Understands and does what was asked of him. So I'm going to give him that. You mentioned the two-hand swipe. I like the fact that he was 315 pounds, but could somehow make himself skinny.
Impressive.
When he's supposed to go through a gap, I think is important.
No, 100%. I give it a B+ as well. And then, like you said, everything you said, being able to be a one-gap guy, play the run well, and especially with Georgia defensive line. Now we talked about it. They might not come out as technically advanced in the pass rush department, but they're going to come out ready to play the run on the defensive line. Like they know how to use their length. I think he had 33 and a half inch arms.
Yep.
He's going to know how to use that. 6'5", 315. Yeah, like this guy's going to play that 4-eye, probably play 4-eye for you and help you in the run game.
And that's the key, too, Dame. You bring up, 4-eye is a better fit for him. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of reps of him playing shade nose, and he can't hold up there. Right. Guards and centers doubling him, he gets erased. And that's not what you should ask him to do.
You open the door for double teams.
Yes.
I'm not a fan of that.
So this is a spot in Green Bay where they'll know how to use him. Obviously, they have just a pipeline of defensive linemen with athleticism. All right, the pick is in for the Chargers as we keep it rolling here. They go with Branson Taylor here, guys. So we're seeing a lot of developmental offensive linemen. Branson Taylor out of Pitt, 6'6", 321. Pretty good tester. The key with Branson, and this is kind of a trend with a lot of picks in this, torn meniscus in October ended his season.
Yeah.
Team captain, 2-year starter, size and mass. To me, he leans, he bends his waist a little bit too much. You'd like to see at that size him sustain blocks more in the run game. I had him at 254. We're at 200. This is C+ for me. This is just for the Chargers. They want size at offensive tackle, and they're saying, okay, that torn meniscus is why we got you on the discount here. Let's get you right and get you into our program and get you healthy. I think if he had finished out the season, this was someone that could have played himself into being a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the B. I think that because he is developmental and because of where he's going, he has an opportunity. And also, obviously, coming off injury, so they're going to take their time with him. But they want it, and they want the size, and they want to protect their quarterback. So let's go ahead and get that now, because there must not be a ton much else that they like on the board.
Right.
6'6", 321, 32 3/4 on the arm. I think it's the guy that, if you feel like he can handle any tackle work to be a depth piece, but I think he's going to probably play guard. You got Zion at left guard. I think they signed Mekhi Becton to play right. And this would be a good depth piece behind either one of those guys. And they haven't, from what I've heard, they haven't been super happy with what they've seen from Zion at times. So it's like if you feel like, hey, we want to improve the power and strength of that guard spot because Zion was a smaller guard, this pick makes sense. The Harbaughs are physical type of coaching.
Yeah, and the 32 3/4 arms, at that height, it's better at guard.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the same reach, and that might be a better fit for him. All right, the pick is in for Jacksonville. Rowan Lane, the second. They get a safety. He got the Senior Bowl invite. Got to show out there a little bit. The safety out of Navy here, Dame. And the biggest thing with him coming out of this program, he was an incredible gunner on special teams with elite work ethic. So you're going to see a lot of highlights from safety, and he did a really good job at that at college. But this, to me, guys, and why I give this a B+ in this spot, I think you're looking at an 8 to 10 year special teamer. I think he'll be a special teams demon at the next level.
Yeah, every team needs that special teams ace, that Matthew Slater
exactly
of sorts, that guy that comes in, can make those big tackles on kick coverage, who can potentially return punts if you give him the opportunity. And he's a solid athlete as well, but it's the same effect of when if he does get on the field for you, you drop him off into those zones. And as we saw from the highlights, this is a guy that knows how to get underneath in between routes and then make a play on the football. I'll give it a C+.
Reminder, we're presented by Thrivent, where money means more.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
All right, the Vikings on the clock here, and the pick is in at 2:02. We are waiting right now. So the Vikings have actually selected, and this is a good one, guys. This is somebody I kind of forgot throughout our conversations here. The Vikings go with tight end Gavin Bartholomew in this spot from Pitt. Now we're getting a kind of a run on Pitt guys here. This was somebody, to me, that has size to be a true inline tight end.
Yep.
He's played over 50 games over the last 4 seasons. Team captain, dense build, 363 snaps in line this year, and 155 out in the slot, and 123 out wide. They used him all over the place. The blocking technique, the hands still get a little wide, but that's a spot for me where I could see him actually having a real role at the next level.
Yeah, I love what he does. One, I'm a Narduzzi guy. I'm not a joke. Definitely, I'm a Narduzzi guy.
So we had 2 picks for the Vikings in this spot. They actually take Kobe King first. We'll get back to Bartholomew.
Okay.
Felder, Kobe King, the thumper for that Penn State front.
Absolutely. Look, we talked about them. This guy C-ball. You mentioned C-ball, hit ball. That's what this is. Being able to get him here, I think is going to help you. Probably on the teams. I'm going to go B.
What do you think of Kobe King, Dame?
Give him a B-, man. I think this is good value for him. You know he can tackle. You know he can get downhill. I think in zone defenses, he's instinctive enough that you can drop him off 5 to 7 yards back in zone, let him get to his spots. But he's gonna make his money attacking the line of scrimmage, stopping the run. He was one of the key guys when they played Ashton Genty, who got downhill quickly and was trying to meet him in every single run lane he was hitting.
Yeah, Kobe King, this is an A for me. Player 133 on the big board, just that ability to throw those violent hands and stack and shed. And I love when he gets the ball carrier, he's ripping at that football. He wants to make a play there. This dude, he's jacked from head to toe. Like, this is what a throwback linebacker looks like. 236 pounds is big for a linebacker in today's game. Really, really good value spot here. Almost get him 70 selections later than when I had him. Let's get back to their other back-to-back selection here, Gavin Bartholomew. They get a tight end for the line of scrimmage here, guys.
Yeah, I love him. I think he's a really good player. What about you?
Definitely. And I saw him. I believe he was at Senior Bowl as well. And he moved, like, even though he's got the size for more of an inline blocker, it's like 6'5", almost 250. He moved well. Like, he was fluid enough.
They played him out wide sometimes, which tells you what they thought of his athleticism.
Absolutely. Like, the athleticism was there from a movement skills and movement patterns situation. And I think that, he can get you. You have TJ Hawkinson, so you're fine. But, like, this is a solid guy that can come in, help 12 personnel, some 13 if you want to go there and things like that. I like it.
All right, the pick is in. Once again, these were back-to-back selections for the Vikings. And now the Ravens pick is in. So the Ravens select Colorado's LeJohntay Wester here, guys. We talked about the Ravens needing some help at wide receiver in this spot earlier in the show.
Wasn't what I was thinking.
Right. You're thinking more, perimeter.
Yeah, a big body guy, but I think he's going to be special return ace. I think also go back to the playoff game against Buffalo. Who was not in that game? Zay Flowers.
That's what this is. This is the Zay Flowers insurance policy.
They did not have Zay Flowers in that game, and you needed that guy, that twitchy route runner, short area quickness, explosiveness, to get to their spots in the middle of the field. Lamar, and they still were in position to win. They just didn't have Zay. So I give this a B, man. I think it's solid value there, and I think he's going to be more of a special teams ace for the minute.
I thought he was a poor man's Tank Dell. So, and we got another pick here, guys, as the picks keep flying in. To put a bow on LeJohntay Wester, though, Yeah, I think that is absolutely the Zay Flowers insurance policy. All right, we'll catch up here in just a second as we roll on the highlights.
Johnny.
Oh, Johnny Cornelius just went off the board?
Yep.
So obviously Oregon offensive lineman Josh Connerly went in the first round. Now his teammate, Johnny Cornelius, tackle at Oregon. Be interesting to see where he plays at the next level. The Cowboys looking for more depth here. Cornelius, a New York guy. A lot of tools here. It just felt like a little bit of an up and down ride at Oregon here, Dave, for him.
Yeah, 6'5", 310, 33.5-inch arms. I felt like movement skills wise, he was fine.
Yeah.
I think leverage can get a little inconsistent with him, giving up the chest, allowing guys to barrel into him. But if he's going to Dallas, it'll really be interesting to see where they're playing because
I agree.
They got all these guards and interior offensive linemen. He's got the arm length to play tackle. Does he have the athleticism to live on that island at time? Maybe he plays switch over to right because I know Terrence Steele has not been as refined and solidified at their right tackle spot.
That's maybe let him compete there. I thought the pass sets just kind of lacked that explosiveness that you look for.
Yeah.
But he's really balanced. He's a really balanced guy.
He is.
So, and he's played a lot of football, transferred from Rhode Island to Oregon, and the fact that he transferred up and took over for 2 years at right tackle for them, really, really says something about him. So Cornelius, more offensive line depth for the Cowboys. The Commanders are on the clock right now here, guys. It's been a busy draft for them. We talked about them getting the speed of Jalen Lane for this offense. It's going to be interesting to see ultimately where the Commanders go in this spot. And a reminder, their draft, it's been a little thin because of the Laramie Tunsil trade.
Yes.
So they got Josh Connerly, who Johnny Cornelius' teammate at Oregon, Trey Amos, the cornerback from Ole Miss, and Jalen Lane. So a 3-player draft for the Commanders. So while people look at a lot of these picks as depth, developmental talent, when you're the 4th pick for this team in the draft here, this matters for the Commanders. This is another body where you'd like to get at least a serviceable backup, special teamer, some kind of contributor. It's going to be really interesting to see where they go here.
I'm interested with this pick because if I remember correctly, they came out and said before the draft they wanted to get more explosive at the running back position, and they haven't yet. I'm not
sat out the running back position.
Correct. I mean, you look at the guys that are available. Donovan Edwards is an explosive back himself. I feel like they should have went running back at some point in this draft before the draft closes.
I'm a little surprised as well, especially since some of the talent has really fallen. Mm-hmm. And it appears they are not going to go running back in this spot. We brought up the need for special teamers. They are still on the clock, but this is pick 205 for the Commanders right now. We will get to the selection in just a second. They're a team that should attack running back. If they don't go running back here, they should attack it heavily in the UDFA process, get a couple bodies in there. The pick is in for the Washington Commanders. They're going with linebacker Kane Medrano from UCLA. This is a speed demon right now and more of a run and chase player and special team player than going to take on blocks, Felder. But played next to Carson Swessinger, who went much earlier in this draft. This guy's got a lot of athleticism at the position.
Yeah, I love the way that he plays. Like you mentioned, he's probably going to be a chase guy.
Yeah.
If he's in a 4-3, he's going to be playing that with that will. He's going to be on that weak side, waiting for the cutback, being able to go out and make plays. So no problem for me. I like it. Let's go ahead and go.
Yeah, cover and blitz to me. Dime backer.
And special teams.
And special teams.
All
That's
right, looks like the Bills pick is in.
Yep. So Kane Medrano to the Commanders, special teams sub-package linebacker. Just got to improve as a tackler. 26% missed tackle rate. That was 0 percentile in the country. That's his biggest weakness right now. A lot of it's the arm length with him. So, but on special teams, it was more consistent than it was in actually playing in base downs. So, all right, the Bills are on the clock here at 2:06. While we wait, the Bills have had a lot of picks in this draft right now. To recap Buffalo's draft quickly, Maxwell Hairston, the corner from Kentucky, TJ Sanders, defensive lineman from South Carolina, Landon Jackson, the edge rusher from Arkansas, Deion Walker, defensive tackle from Kentucky, Jordan Hancock, DB from Ohio State, Jackson Hawes, blocking tight end from Georgia Tech, Dorian Strong, corner from Virginia Tech, and the next one here, which I believe is now their 8th pick in this draft. They are looking to add to their backfield here, guys.
No, it's Chase
And
Lunt.
they went Chase Lunt. Okay, I was looking at the running back arrow there. Chase Lunt, so this isn't shocking when they have Spencer Brown at tackle. They like these big, tall, athletic tackles that can get moving in the zone running game. That's exactly what Chase Lunt is. A little surprised. I thought with his ability and traits, he'd go a little earlier than this. I had Lunt at 173. They get him at 206. This is a B+ for me. This is good work by Buffalo, and he's a scheme fit for what they want to do.
Yeah, I like Lunt. This is a guy, I'm going to give this a B+ as well. He's strong, and I think that we can't underestimate that. He is a strong guy who's ready, who can anchor. You're not going to push. You're not going to put your paws on him and move him around.
Yeah.
And I really like that about his game.
B+ for me as well. 6'7.5", 304, 32.58 on the arm. The power you talked about, can absorb contact, can anchor down, drop his butt, drop his weight, get his feet sunken into the ground, and really stonewall rushes.
Yep.
And as we saw in the highlights, being a puller in the run game, lead blocking, that helps as well.
Yep.
Yeah, for the Bills, this is a guy that can truly be a backup swing, like your true swing tackle for you.
Maybe he'll be a bigger guard.
He would be
maybe,
very tall.
Yeah, be a tall guard, but maybe kick down and guard it a little bit, give him some.
Yeah, you bring up the arm length too there. That's important for that. Yeah, I mean, not a lot of guys just move like him at that height.
No.
And he's played a lot of football. So, and he goes ahead of Cam Williams, who we brought
Crazy.
up. You think of the best available, Cam Williams is on the board, Damian Martinez is on the board. Nobody's taking Quinn Ewers, guys. I did not have Graham Mertz over Quinn Ewers on the bingo card today.
And the fact that I said I didn't remember Graham Mertz was in this draft, and I definitely forgot that he went before Quinn Ewers. That is,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
The Eagles are on the clock at 2:07. The Eagles always kind of just go best talent available here or developmental player. Kobe Bryant's still on the board. The pick is in for the Eagles at 2:07, and there it is. Right on the nose, Cam Williams, the big right tackle from Texas, who has completely changed his body over the course of 2 years. Guys, this guy plays with power. He's quick off the ball for his size. That first or second step getting out of the gate in their zone running scheme, it stands out. But the foot speed struggled in pass pro. That's the biggest thing with Cam Williams. Protect that outside shoulder. Had a tough game in the playoff against Jack Sawyer. This is a developmental tackle with size and power for the Eagles. This is an A for me. I was nervous about Cam Williams being overdrafted and being thrown to the fire too early. At this point of the draft, in what, Dame, you nailed it, Stoutland University.
Yeah.
Like, this is the perfect developmental spot for him. Well done by the Eagles.
Yeah. Another A for the Eagles, man.
All they do is get A's, man. I mean, it's amazing. You get this guy.
Just draft good players.
Yeah, and they know what they want. They know what they're going to get, and they're going to work on him and try to develop him into something that they can use.
And even with his arm length, don't be shocked if they do look good. I think that Mekhi Becton experiment that went well, I think they're going to try and go back to the well.
Right.
Like with big tackles that might not have the athletic profile to live at tackle in the NFL. So, you're 6'6", 6'7", you're very powerful, you can run block. Cool, we'll kick you down. Let Jeff Stoutland work with you, and let's see if we can get you working downhill and vertically as a guard.
Yeah, that's a great call out. The Eagles have a flow now. We're just going to take the biggest people that have an adequate first or second step, and we're going to work on the rest.
Yep.
Hand placement, like
Figure us out
peripheral
from there.
awareness. Yeah, and you know what? It works for them more often than not. So the Panthers are on the clock at 2:08 as the Eagles continue to draft how they always draft. The Panthers, this has been a little bit of a, I don't know about an identity change here, guys, but definitely a statement draft in just kind of becoming a tougher, bigger football team, especially up front in that front seven.
Yeah. I mean, making the decisions to double up at edge, to understand that, hey, we need a safety, we need another defensive tackle, a young one.
Right.
Not just the aging guys who can come in and they play right away because they've been playing in the league for so long or for the time they've played, but also doubling down, getting Trevor Etienne, a pass-catching back out of the backfield for Bryce, getting Mitchell Evans, that tight end, the pair in that 12 personnel. I think Dave Canales, the thing I was worried about with Dave Canales in this offense coming into the 2025 offseason and draft was like, okay, if you don't add pieces, you're going to be redundant. You're going to be easy to figure out because what do we know? NFL teams and defensive coordinators, they watch the film in the offseason. What did you do that worked out well? How did you get your quarterback into rhythm? How did you get your receivers open? Things of that nature. And in that case, now that we got the film on it, if you ran it back with the same guys, we know how to stop it. We know how to limit it.
Yep.
So being able to get Tet, that opens this offense up. Mitchell Evans, that 12 personnel with him and Jatavian Sanders. I expect Jatavian to probably be that detachable tight end for them out of 12 personnel with those 2 tight ends,
a good
2
call.
receivers, and a running back. Chuba Hubbard comes back healthy, man. I think that's what's going to happen here.
Pick is in for the Panthers, and it is wide receiver Jimmy Horn Jr. from Colorado here. So LeJontay Wester, his teammate, recently went. These are 2 undersized receivers that were playing in Shedeur Sanders' offense. Horn made some explosive plays, though, here, guys, for an undersized player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think explosive is a problem with the size. I think it helps him be a little bit faster. And the key for him is just going to be don't take hits.
Yeah.
Right.
How do you use him? How do you pair him with, like, if you're going to, how do you pair him with T-Mac? What happens with him in the return game?
That's the key.
It's super critical. What happens with him in the
punts.
return game
Yep.
is important.
Yeah, the make you miss ability is.
I'll give him a B.
Yeah, the make you miss ability to me, I go with a B here too, just because he averaged over 10 yards per punt return this year. He returned a kick for a touchdown for South Florida in 2022. He's got enough speed, so this is just a solid special teams return specialist. Depth as a slot receiver.
B for me as well. Like I said, the return ability for him, the yak, the yards after catch, being a guy that works the crossing route, and that's what Dave Canellis and Bryce Young really thrived at in 2024. Being able to stress teams horizontally where he couldn't stress them vertically. Now, with Tet, you probably can stress them a little bit more vertical, but with Jimmy Horn coming in and being that, I think they needed a primary returner anyway, and he can bring that kick return, punt return ability, big explosive speed, shifty, can make guys miss, and if you give him enough blocks, he can sift through it and find space. I think this is a good fit, just from a special teams lens.
Yeah.
This is a really good fit for them.
The Eagles are back on the clock at 2:09. They play the compensatory pick formula really well each year, which is, if you're wondering why they're always on the clock on day 3, well, they entered the day, I believe, with 3 fifth-round picks, and they move out of slots and pick up more 7th-round picks. So the Eagles on the clock here as they continue to draft the biggest humans on earth and seeing what they can develop them into. We'll see if that continues here. They've been busy today, too. I mean,
Yeah, they definitely have.
they are volume drafters, it feels like, with the Eagles. And who could blame them?
More swings. More swings.
More
You're gonna hit
swings.
something.
Analytical organizations just believe in more picks. This will be the 10th Eagles selection of this
That's
draft.
crazy. I think it says that loud. This is yep.
Yep. And it looks like the pick is in for the Eagles. And one of the better players on the board in terms of the edge pass rush group, Antoine Powell-Ryland goes here, guys. What do you think of this pick here?
I like him.
I like it too.
Yeah. Play hand down.
The Tech guys, they had some pass rush artistry to their game. You saw variety.
Yes. They have plays. They have a plan.
Yes,
We talked
there it
about
is.
this. They have a plan. That's what they do. Stand up, obviously, too. Goes right underneath them. Plays with great leverage. I'm gonna give this pick an A-.
6'3", 258, 31 and a quarter on the arm. His arms were just a little longer. I think it boosts him up at least a round or so. Like he knows how to get to the quarterback. He's got a really good spin move. He gets off the ball well. Like you said, low pad level. It makes it hard to get hands on, even though he's 6'3". So I give this a B+, man. I think they just added more depth and just, again, they focus a lot on that part of their defensive line, having multiple bodies to rotate. He probably plays special teams as well.
Yeah, develop him behind Bryce Huff on this roster for the same exact role. I mean, a compact rusher.
That was a good move.
Obviously, yeah, he's got moves. There's not a lot of guys available at this point in the draft that had 25.5 sacks over the last 2 years.
Right.
6 forced fumbles. Never going to be a big edge setter, but that ability to dip the shoulder and get under and around pass blockers. You see the cross chop. He hit the Marshall right tackle with a spin move, change of direction, flexibility. He brought it up to him. Like, he doesn't have length. He's kind of this tweener player, really good effort. Just keep it simple and let him do what he does best, and that's just pin his ears back and get off the ball and rush the passer on passing downs. A good value spot, though, in that slot. The Ravens at 210 here, guys. And the pick is in. And it's funny, I just said these Tech guys know how to rush the passer. Well, here's the guy that's unbelievable at it. Right after Powell-Ryland, Aeneas Peebles here. This dude has got it all in the pass rush bag. He's an outlier. He's not really explosive. He's not really big. He's kind of in between being an edge defender and a D tackle, but burst off the ball, active hands, swipes, clubs, chops, constantly throwing blockers off balance. They played him from a 3 to a nose tackle, counters. You see the big man spin move in his arsenal. He hit one against Miami that was just vicious, vicious stuff. He just doesn't have length. He doesn't have size. How much do you trust your eyes on tape versus what a typical defensive lineman at the NFL looks like? I'll bet on the tape with Aeneas Peebles. This is an A. This dude knows how to get after the quarterback.
I'll go B. I love the moves. And again, we talked about it. You got to have a backup plan. He's got one.
Yeah, I give him a B+, man. I think seeing him also down at the Senior Bowl, guy that's well, he's listed at what, six foot. I thought he was 6'1". He's 6 foot and a half. 280. But it's his ability. Of course, he keeps the low pad level because he is low to the ground. But he knifes through gaps. Like, he shoots gaps very well, and he can. When he does that, he gets off the ball with enough quickness to disrupt plays quickly. So, like, you're talking about getting the ball to the running back really quick. I think it's a good fit for Baltimore. They need to continue to add to their defensive line rotation.
All right, so Baltimore making an effort. They went Mike Green earlier in this draft. Now Aeneas Peebles, just pass rush, pure pass rushers, pass rush artists getting after the quarterback here as we look at the Ravens. Draft picks, Malachi Starks in the first round, Mike Green, Emory Jones, Teddy Buchanan, the linebacker from Cal, developmental tackle, and Carson Vinson, Bilal Coney, the big cornerback from Western Michigan. LeJontay Wester, kind of in the mold of that Zay Flowers. I thought he was a poor man's Tank Dell. Aeneas Peebles in this spot as well. The Ravens and the Eagles, what do they like besides winning football games? Their picks. They make tons of picks every single year. They use the compensatory pick formula. They trade out, make all kinds of moves. They like the volume classes. Pick 211, Arizona is on the clock here, guys. Let's see what Arizona's got in store. Capitalize on the falling Will Johnson earlier in this draft. That could pay massive dividends for them.
Absolutely. Get you a guy at corner, and if the medicals actually do check out and he does have a long career, that's great for you.
Yep.
It's really great for you because you get you a CB1, a guy that can literally live on the island by himself. We saw him do it at Michigan, and they've needed that guy since Patrick Peterson decided to leave the desert.
Best available. How many times can we say Damian Martinez is still out there? Talented runner. Still out there on the board, though, right now. And we got the pick here. The pick is in for the Cardinals here, and they go Hayden Connor, the guard from Texas in this spot, guys. Kind of a underrated player throughout this process. I don't think Connor got a combine invite, but he's put out a couple years of tape right now. And somebody here, that Texas offensive line was really good. Jake Majors at center. It's a 322-pound player right here in this spot. Offensive line depth for Arizona that they were pretty thin on the interior in terms of their second unit.
Yeah, but tell you what, the first unit was really good. And we've seen multiple of them get picked. I mean, for me, I'm going to go ahead and give it an A. Because you're getting something for value.
Yep.
Something that's going to help your team, a place you need help. And we'll see if he's able to, get better, make things happen, and ultimately try to protect Kyler Murray.
Yeah, 6'6", 314, 33 and a quarter on the arm, so he's got good enough arm length to play at the position, but he plays with power on contact. It's really going to help in the run game, and what have we seen from the Cardinals offense? They like to run James Conner. They like to attack between the tackles and really be a physical team. I think this further proves that.
As you look at the Arizona draft additions, I'm actually surprised. And I like Connor. I thought he was underrated because he didn't get that combine invite and a really good starter for Texas. I'm actually surprised it took this long for them to go offensive line.
Yeah, no, you're right. I didn't realize that they didn't go offensive line this whole entire time, which was a big need for them.
All right, so Hayden Connor to the Cardinals, and the Ravens are back on the clock again. A lot of Ravens, a lot of Eagles. Let's see what they end up doing at pick 212 in this spot. Once again, they've made a lot of picks in this draft already, so you can kind of go best player available approach. We'll read through some of the more best available left on the board here outside of Damian Martinez. Zy Alexander, corner from LSU, is still out there. Logan Brown, really athletic offensive tackle out of Kansas. Sebastian Castro kind of played that big nickel role for Iowa. An interesting NFL fit. Probably a box safety at the next level. Kobe Bryant, we know how light he is as a corner, but that dude made some serious plays at the college level.
100%.
RJ Mickens still out there, the safety from Clemson.
Yeah.
I think he's a hell of a player.
He is.
Yeah, I don't understand why he would fall this far. NFL bloodlines. He's handled every role in the Clemson secondary. So, both the Rutgers guys and Holland Pierce, the massive tackle, Kyle Monangai, their running back.
Yeah.
I think they're both NFL caliber talents, especially Monangai. I think Monangai could be a starter. So the pick is, we're still waiting on the pick from the Ravens. They are still on the clock. So as we wait for that one, we'll check in what they've done once again. Let's take a look at the best available, especially from the BR scouting department in this spot. Jared Ivey still out there, Ole Miss edge defender. Phil Maffa, Dame, really just a no-nonsense downhill runner.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very physical, violent, contact balance. And I appreciate his work of the last couple off seasons of actually working on the receiving game, getting better with his hands, and not just being a guy that, okay, I could throw a quick screen to you, I could throw a flare out to you, and you could actually catch it with your hands and transition to a runner. Seeing Quinn Ewers still here is just, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, why he would be slipping down the board. I like Sebastian Castro. He's an older prospect. I think he'd be 25 this year. But he played that hybrid safety linebacker role at Iowa for a couple of seasons. And the pick is in.
Looks like the pick is about to be in here from the Ravens. We'll get to that in just a second here, guys, as they look to add more depth to the defense here.
Yeah.
And we talked about Kyle Monangai still being on the board from Rutgers. We talked about Holland Pierce still being on the board from Rutgers. It sounds like the Ravens are going to go from the defensive side of the ball from Rutgers with Robert Longerbeam here. A man cover, speedy corner. You see him used as a blitzer there. This was a hard-nosed defense. It felt like Felder, they always punched above their weight compared to the talent they had. This was one of the leaders of it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. With Longerbeam, like you said, man corner. But I'm not surprised that their defense is good. The coach is Greg Schiano.
Right.
That's what he does. And that's where his bread is butter. And Longerbeam is a great example of a guy, maybe a little bit undersized, but certainly plays an aggressive brand of football. And you see that they use him in pressure packages as well. I'm going to go ahead and give this a B.
Yeah, I give it a B as well. And I think he popped on my radar from the combine.
Okay.
When he went to the
40
combine,
time?
he had a 40 time, like 4.39, 11.2 in the broad. He had a 1.5 flat 10-yard split. So you see the athleticism with him. Like you said, he is wiry, that wiry frame, but he's tough. And like you said, being in that Greg Schiano defense, you can't see the field if you're not tough.
Exactly.
So I think he fits. And listen, the Ravens, again, they went years ignoring the cornerback position. They've drafted, Cone earlier. They drafted Nate Wiggins last year. Right. I like what they're doing to get some playmakers and some athleticism and just bodies in that cornerback room.
Yeah, there's someone he's broken up 21 passes over the last 2 years. Like, he's found the football. He's got the speed, like you said, Damon. Definitely put him on the map. Plays really, really hard. You want to see him get a little bigger?
Yeah.
I mean, 175 pounds.
Can we get you to 180, 182?
Yeah, right. Yeah, 5 more, 10 more pounds for Longerbeam. And the Ravens don't shy away from taking slender corners, though.
No.
They don't shy away from that. So they feel confident in just the coverage skills and the movement skills in this spot. This is a B for me for Longerbeam. Somebody that he fits what they look for at outside corner. And once again, the character and the energy that he plays with is something that they want in their infrastructure on day 3 with day 3 draft picks, because they think they could develop and then translate to special teams.
Yeah.
All right, the Raiders are on the clock at 2:13. It's been a little while since the Raiders have picked. We'll check in on what they've done in this draft. If there's going to be a spot for Quinn Ewers, you would think this is it.
That's a good call.
I mean, we're kind of running out of quarterback landing spots. It goes back to how many reps there are, how many spots there are. This roster right now is Geno Smith, Aiden O'Connell. They have room for a third arm in camp
They do.
in Quinn Ewers. It's just a matter if they want to take one or not. They've loaded up on offense. They have 2 wide receivers in this draft, and Jack Besh and Deontay Thornton. They got Ashton Genty. They got 2 offensive linemen in Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant, 2 interior defensive linemen in Tonka Hemingway and J.J. Bakees. So let's see if they do go down the quarterback well, because there is a spot on the roster. And it looks like the Raiders are close to making their pick as they revamped this entire offense, by the way. I mean, Genty's their identity. Besh could be their number 1 wide receiver in 2 years. Thornton's your stretch guy. Kind of takes some reps away. And the pick is in for the Raiders. And by technicality, they're going quarterback, but Tommy Malote is not going to play quarterback at the NFL level. He is going to convert to slot receiver here. This is one of the super athletes in the draft here, Dame. I know he's listed quarterback, but he is going to try to convert to wide receiver. Do you think he could do it?
I think he's got the athleticism to do it. I think now it's all about getting the practice and the reps. And you're going 6 rounds, so you can come into camp without anybody worrying about who you are.
Right.
And just really focus and grind. And I think we've seen it. I'm not calling him Julian Edelman, but, we've seen Edelman do it. I think Danny Etling tried to do it when he came out of LSU to the Patriots years ago. So we've seen guys make this move. Louisville's quarterback a couple years ago, he made the transition, I think about 2 off seasons ago, to start playing wide receiver and everything. So, yeah, they needed another. Well, who was their slot receiver before? Hunter Renfrow.
They play Myers in the slot.
Yeah, Myers in the slot.
And, yeah, they had Renfrow before him. And Brock Bowers lives in the slot.
So it's going to be very interesting of where maybe let's see if he can, his athletic profile, can you return some punts?
You'd hope so. Listen to this. 4.39 40, 41-inch vert, 10.04 broad, 6.9 3.3 cone, 4.2 shuttle. These are all elite metrics.
Yeah, that's the elite.
I have no idea if he could play wide receiver.
Right.
But he has the athleticism of one.
Right.
Obviously in his offense at Montana State, he ran a ton.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
That's a transferable skill.
Exactly. What you can do in space. So, and teams they're obviously confident in his ability to do it because he worked out at wide receiver at his pro day, not quarterback. So, Tommy Malote over to the Raiders and at the end of the 6th round here, after they take J.J. Pegues. And once again, they're so deep now at skill positions that he's going to have a chance to sit for a while there. Maybe even be a practice squad player. Chargers, the pick will be here soon. They are on the clock. Another team with a pretty extensive draft class here for the Chargers. This will be their 8th pick in this draft. And they've gone really just a physicality route across the board. Marion Hampton, Branson Taylor was their last pick, a guy that might kick inside to guard. Rondé Gadsden is a tight end 2 or tight end 3. We know what Amarian Hampton's going to bring to this backfield. Kyle Kennard to help their pass rush. Jamari Caldwell. They lose Poona Ford in free agency. They draft Jamari Caldwell in the 3rd round to help up the middle of this defense. I mean, we're kind of past the point of position groups here. And I think we're going to, all right, the pick is in here. We're going to have this one in just a second here, guys. And I think we're getting back to the well here of the best available. It's time. So let's wait for the music. That sweet, sweet jingle for the Chargers here. And the pick is in, and they are taking one of the best players left in the draft in R.J. Mickens. Felder, this was somebody you were speaking glowingly about before.
Yeah, I love him. I thought it would be way gone off the board.
I thought 4th round.
Yeah, at least. Or at most, I guess is how you say it. But this is a guy that I love him coming down to the box. You mentioned NFL pedigree, and his dad obviously played for the Ravens. Comes down the box. He's a sure tackler. And I love his eyes. I love his eyes, and I love the way that he talks. He was talking to Barrett Carter all the time. They were figuring things out.
Yeah.
So I love that. This is going to be an A+ for me.
Yeah, I got it as an A. I love it. Like, with the size that he has, but also he tested very well at the combine. 4.49, 41.5-inch vert, 10.1 in the broad. And I watched him at his pro day, and his hips are smooth. He can turn, pivot, trigger downhill. And they actually, ran some stuff for him to go deep and see if he could track the ball and have the show hits the speed to do it. Because I think some scouts wonder, okay, is that 4.4 legit, or is that just you working with a trainer? No, he showcased that speed at his pro day as well. I'm surprised that he's here. The Chargers get themselves a steal.
No business being here. A-plus pick for me with Mickens. Player 107 on the board. Tested really well over the last 3 seasons. 600 snaps in the box, 300 in the slot, 850 at free safety, long arms. He gets downhill and comes to balance. Boom, right there.
He makes tackles.
He makes tackles. He's a tackling machine. He's got a nose for the ball. His dad played corner in the NFL for a long time. This guy is, it's dangerous to call anyone a sure thing in the 6th or 7th round. I think this guy's going to play in the league for a really long time. This is just the Chargers understanding this point of the draft and getting maximum value. A-plus pick in R.J. Mickens, who could do everything for that secondary.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Raiders are on the clock again. They took Tommy Mellott, the converted quarterback to slot receiver, just a couple of picks ago from Montana State. I've brought it up before. The actual quarterback depth chart on this team is really, really thin. It is Geno Smith. It is Aiden O'Connell. There's a Quinn Ewers sitting out there somewhere wondering, when is it going to be me? And we'll see what the Raiders do at pick 215. The pick is in for the Raiders, and we were on the right trail. It just didn't get us to the destination. Cam Miller, quarterback from North Dakota State. If you said to somebody, Dame, in August, Cam Miller will be taken before Quinn Ewers, how would you respond?
I would have told him we were a liar. I was like, there's no chance that he goes before.
In the UFL draft?
Right, in the UFL draft.
Good for Cam Miller.
No, 100. Shout out to Cam.
He's a good football player.
Right.
He's a good football player. He displayed that talent against Colorado week 1. This guy can throw the ball well enough. He's also a good athlete. He can use his legs. He's a tough runner as well. And a factor in that run game is kind of North Dakota State's theme. So I think for the Raiders, they'll be able to get him. I give him a B. I give him a B for this. I'm happy for Cam Miller getting that moment to be drafted and then go to camp and prove that you belong.
Yeah. He can play.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and go B+. They're obviously there's something they like more about him than they like about Quinn Ewers. And if that's what your board looks like, that's what your board looks like.
Right. I think when it comes down to it, this is somebody that in that offense, which this is a hell of a program, they run plenty of pro-style concepts. Now, is he the biggest guy? No, 6'1", 215. But 4.8 wheels at quarterback isn't terrible. The 32-inch vert, the agilities were good. I'm going to give it a C+ just because I would have taken the shot on Quinn.
Yeah,
and I'm not even the biggest Quinn guy. But, you know, they obviously want to go a different direction here with a small school quarterback instead. So the Broncos are on the clock at 2:16. We'll get an update on their draft, and eventually we'll get to some best available here. But the Broncos, we talked about it. It's been quiet for them today. This is only their 6th pick in this draft. They took Q Robinson from Alabama, a developmental pass rusher, with their last pick. They closed out last night taking Pat Bryant, a possession wide receiver. You've got the best available here. Still a lot of the same names. There's been no change. Tez Johnson, I will say, very, very close with the Bo Nix family.
Yeah.
And so if you're looking for one of the best available, that Bo Nix would be absolutely pounding the table for this draft room. Undersized, but big play threat in Tez Johnson.
I think with Tez, his draft stock, it's negatively impacted by what's happened with Tank Dell.
Right.
I think with
you're
the
right.
2 back-to-back leg injuries, the first one was not on Tank. I'm not putting Tank in a tight formation to block at the goal line. Like that felt like that was just poor coaching because like that doesn't make sense to be all up in the chaos of bodies. But this recent one, you know what I mean? Like I think those two, being a skinny, wiry, frail body type. I mean, and a lot of people compare Tez to Tank. So I think that there's parallels between the Broncos and Bo Nix and Tez, but I think Tez's overall draft stock definitely got negatively impacted, unfortunately, due to the injuries from Tank.
That's a great point because pre-draft, the argument with Tank was there's no receiver, maybe a couple special teamers, but no receiver in the NFL playing at this size. And then when Tank flashed it in the way he did, it was like, maybe. And then reverses course when Tank gets hurt twice.
Yep.
And that you're right, that hurt Tez because Tez was insanely productive throughout the college level. He's a Senior Bowl guy. Mm-hmm. Usually, when you're a Senior Bowl guy, like you have a good shot to go in the first 5 rounds.
100%. And they put him in advantageous positions at the Senior Bowl this year.
Yep.
Like they let Azariah Thomas couldn't get a one-on-one outside with him. They had to put him in the slot every time. And they backed him up. After he got jammed by Jalen Smith, he never stepped back on the line of scrimmage. He's like, nope, I'm gonna get the free release, get a little space. I can, do my thing and get open. He's a really good option route runner. He reads leverage well. Guy that can get to his spots in the short to intermediate. He can make, some plays after the catch with his elusivity. But again, he's like 100. I think he came into the Senior Bowl at like 160, 165 or something like that.
Yeah, his official combine weight was 154.
Jesus, that's
it's
it.
Not an NFL weight.
That's it.
It's not an NFL weight. But the tape is the tape.
Yeah, tape is good.
For Tez. Tez made plays. You just got to protect him and keep him clean. Once again, there's a big relationship there with Bo Nix, but we're going to see what the Broncos do here.
Wow.
And the pick is in, and they do not take Tez Johnson. They go with the specialist. They did need a punter. Jeremy Crawshaw, the big leg, goes off the board here from Florida. So we are in the kicker-punter territory, fellas. Maybe we'll get a long snapper for fun.
Oh, man. All right. So, cupped pepperonis or specialist being drafted?
I'll eat the cup pepperonis. I don't like it.
This is okay.
I mean, I'll do my grade.
Pity grade.
There you go.
Oh, man, the saddest grade press ever.
I mean, it just is like, there's other players.
No.
There's other viable players.
Yeah, legit.
I'd rather just get Damian Martinez or Kyle Monunga in my camp and see what they look like.
Because they drafted with R.J. Harvey?
Or Philip Maffa.
Yes. And I know they have Audric Estime, but that's not
Jared
going to
Ivey.
stop you.
No. I'll give my grade. I'm going to do a D. To your point, you could take a flyer on Martinez, on Maffa, on Ivy.
It's the 6th round.
Like, all right.
Yeah. I mean, listen, if punters were going to get drafted today, I thought Crawshaw had a chance, but it's the 6th round.
Yeah.
That's a D+. I think we're going to recap round 6 as we get to the finish line here of round 7. All right, the draft recap. We'll read off a couple names from each spot. Kyle McCord goes to the Eagles, as it's been a heavy quarterback day, of course. Devin Neal, workhorse, hard-charging runner to the Saints. We had kicker picks, Borgallis and Tyler Loop. Riley Leonard, the Colts are trying to clone quarterbacks. They get their Daniel Jones clone in Riley Leonard. Taj Brooks, very efficient runner at Texas Tech. He ends up in the Bengals backfield. Luke Newman, after some really good pro day testing, ends up as a guard depth pick for the Bears. Warren Brinson, pretty explosive player for that Georgia front, ends up in Green Bay. That's their type of defensive lineman. Kobe King, a thumper at linebacker, goes to the Vikings. And then Chase Lunt, very similar build to Spencer Brown, as the Bills get a swing tackle in Lunt. He's played a lot of good football for UConn. Antoine Powell-Ryland and Aeneas Peoples, the Virginia Tech dynamic pass rush duo, they go back-to-back to the Eagles and the Ravens. And then, of course, the Jeremy Crawshaw booming leg pick for the Broncos here at the end of round 6. Round 6, pick 40. For those that are riding with us for the first time, the reason there are so many picks in these rounds are the compensatory picks, which can now be traded. And that's why you'll see the Eagles and the Ravens pick 75 million times, because they have mastered the spreadsheets to get comp picks on the formula. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock here as we are into the 7th round. We're going to see what the Cowboys do. Very aggressive on the defensive side of the ball in day 2. Values in Donovan Ezeraku, a player in Savona Revel that would have went in the 1st round if he didn't tear his ACL. They get him on day 2 as well. Dallas really trying to beef up and become a more physical, faster defense.
Yeah.
I believe the pick will be here in just one moment. The pick is in. The Cowboys are selecting Jay Toya here, guys. Somebody that I really like. He will never show up in your box score because he's a big run-plugging nose tackle for Toya. But, man, 338 pounds, plays with power, wide body, true nose tackle. This is an A for me, by the way. I really like Toya. His presence in the middle of the field forces the run to redirect somewhere else. And he's kind of got a slick arm over for a nose tackle. So he's not going to give you anything as a pass rusher. Dallas doesn't care. They need to get beefier in the middle of the field. I'm a big Jay Toya fan.
Yeah, I like him too. Here's the big thing for me with him. We saw 2 of his linebackers get picked between the last couple days. We saw a couple of his guys who were successful. Why were they successful? Because they had a big, huge human in the middle of the defense.
Right, space creator.
And he forced that run to go wide, and then they tracked it down.
Yeah, I give it an A as well. I mean, doubt, especially after
round.
the Mozzie Smith thing hasn't exactly panned out against the run.
Right.
Like, you need to get more physical, especially their line. We talked about it. They have a type at linebacker. Their linebackers they're not the 230, 240-pound linebackers typically. They have more of the athletic, rangy guys. Jay Toya can keep those guys clean and stop those interior offensive linemen from just climbing up and picking them off.
He's a block eater.
Yeah.
He just kind of devours blockers. You know, you get a guard and center in his face. He doesn't get moved off the line of scrimmage.
It's just even if it's just 2.
Yeah.
What if it's 3?
It's weird in the league how the value of this player has deteriorated, yet everybody screams, why can't we stop the run every year? When does that balance? Like Cam Jackson today going to the Panthers. Mm-hmm. He's one of the best run-stuffing nose tackles in the draft.
Yep.
Nobody cared. So I like the teams that are cleaning up on these run-stuffing run cloggers here. All right, the Falcons are on the clock and the pick is in. They're getting some depth on the offensive line. Longtime starter at tackle for Wisconsin, Jack Nelson here, guys. So Jack Nelson to the Falcons, as obviously not projected to start, but somebody that can probably play inside and outside for this offensive line.
Yeah, I give it a B. I think, like you said, play inside and outside. 6'7", 314, 33.5-inch arms. This is a guy that, like, you look at him and he knows how to use that wingspan, the 33-inch arms well to punch and punch from his base and from his landmarks. That wide body, he likes to quick set you, kind of cut you off, things like that. And again, I think we're just going to continue to see these 6'6", 6'7", even some 6'8" tackles that have the guard flexibility.
Right.
Get kicked down in there.
I'm going to give it. Go ahead and give it a B+. And why? Because of pedigree.
Right.
I think that's super important too. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. I don't think we talked a ton about it today, except for with the guy from BC. These guys are ready to go when they get to the NFL.
That's right.
They're ready to go. From Wisconsin, they are ready to go. They're well taught. They understand what the assignment is, and they take care of it.
Yeah, it's his life. I mean, Dad played offensive line for Wisconsin. This guy played offensive line for Wisconsin. Starter at right guard in 2021. You know, you look at the last 3 years at left tackle. Size, length, take away the outside rush. High effort in the run game, like brings it in the run game. You just got to, and this is a B+ for me. This is where Jack Nelson should go. It's even a little later than I thought. Got to get the penalties under control. False starts and holds almost every piece of tape you watch.
Yeah.
But once again, this is someone that all that play experience and maybe his little comfort level at guard. The Giants are on the clock and the pick is in, and they're going Thomas Fedoni. They're getting a tight end here from Nebraska who really good athlete at the position.
Yes.
Good athlete, long arms, a slender build. At Nebraska, one of those, kind of country Big Ten teams. You got to run block. Like, he's a willing run blocker. But I think there's upside for him as a developmental pass catcher because of the body type, the athleticism. He can high point the ball, win those crossing routes, those over routes, run past those second level defenders. Man, I'm going to give this a B+. This is one of my favorite day 3 developmental tight ends.
34-inch arms.
Yes.
Very rare at the position.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Fedoni here, 6'5", 243, really good tester, good length. Big hands, he's got the catch radius. You see the second level speed. He's just got to continue to add mass and get off the line quicker. You're going to see him get off the line. Sometimes there's just delay, just too many moves. Right there, that's good getting into the route.
Yeah.
More of that. He's a little high cut. He runs himself into some coverages. He's had the injury history, torn ACL in 2021, another knee injury in 2022. But now you get this guy up to speed. He was the top tight end recruit in his class. This is a B+ for me with Fedoni. This is somebody that can really give you some life in the pass game. And as you see on the tape there, he wants to run block. He's just got to add more mass to his base to be able to do it.
Yeah, he wants to block. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a B. He wants to do it, and that's a big thing. If you want, you have to want.
You have to
pass,
want it.
You have to want to pass block. You have to want to pass block if you're a tight end, and this is going to be your job, and it will be his job. That's what he's going to be asked to do.
So the Giants here, Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, that was round 1. Darius Alexander, Cam Scattaboo, Marcus Bowe, Thomas Fedoni here. So for the Giants, just trying to get better up front. Rush the passer with Carter and Alexander. Run the ball behind, eventually, Bowe, who might not start, but brings you depth at guard, and Scattaboo, who is a tackle-breaking machine.
Correct.
Yeah. So the Patriots are on the clock here now at 2:20. Patriots have been very busy in this draft as they kind of are in a bit of a rebuild in this spot, especially at least a makeover with Mike Vrabel. Pull up the Patriots draft here in just a second. Recap everything that they've been able to do. Will Campbell was the 4th overall pick in the draft. They got Travion Henderson in the 2nd round. They really needed some home run hitting speed. They doubled down on that at wide receiver with Kyle Williams from Washington State. Jared Wilson at center, one of the best testing centers we've seen in the draft. Craig Woodson at safety. Joshua Farmer at Florida State. Surprised me that he fell to the 4th round. Braden Swinson had no business being there in the 5th round. Take Borregales at kicker in the 6th. But the Patriots, it feels like they've hit a couple home runs in this draft so far, guys, especially on the value of Farmer and Swinson back-to-back.
Yeah, 100%. Last night I said they were one of my winners. And that was before even getting Swinson. You know, like they've done a great job adding the pieces they need around Drake May on the offensive line, playmaker at running back, playmaker at wide receiver, which creates just kind of some competition in that young wide receiver room opposite of Stephon Diggs, and then getting another pass rusher. And I don't think most people even looked at edge as a big need for them. But then when you looked at their depth chart and see what they have, the Patriots have done good. And getting Swinson was a great move where they got him. Great value.
Yeah, it was an awesome value for them, just the heavy hands that he plays with. You know, they have Harold Landry there to kind of be that stopgap rusher, but it helps you get your edge players together. You're up to speed. The Patriots here at pick 220. The pick is in. We saw Armand Membu go 7th overall, the left tackle from Missouri. Now Missouri's right tackle, Marcus Bryant, comes off the board here, guys.
6'7", 320.
He's a big fella.
I don't believe he was invited to the combine.
No. I thought he should have been, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 100%. And I think being battle tested in the SEC means something.
Yeah.
Give them a B because you're seeing all type of different edge rushers in the SEC. You're seeing power, you're seeing length, you're seeing speed, and to be able to hold up, maintain your job, and not get benched. That's a really big thing for him. And I think this is a guy with his power, with his strength, upper body wise. I think it's going to be a good thing for them to be able to just stick pick and add him, because at the end of the day, like, they have Morgan Moses at right tackle.
I was going to say he's at right tackle.
Yeah, so you got Will Campbell, Morgan Moses at right tackle. This is a guy that can learn from Morgan Moses, potentially end up being your right tackle to give you 2 young tackles. And was it Jared Wilson that they drafted as the center?
Yeah.
So, and investing in the trenches.
It's a good investment. Obviously, he's going to have to clean some things up about his game, but he will get better. Okay, the pick is in.
So Jacksonville goes Jonah Monheim, a very athletic center from USC in this spot, and just undersized, right? There's just not a lot of NFL offensive linemen that play at this weight. But you're going to see what USC can do with him as a mover. Look at him out in front of the screen game. It's going to be his ability or inability to anchor guys that'll decide if he could start or if he's always fighting to hang on roster.
That arm length, I give this a C+. The arm length is 30 and 1/8 on the arm. Like, that's, even for an interior offensive lineman, that's short. To have nearly 29-inch arms, almost 30 even. So the length is going to be interesting to see how he handles those, longer arm. Like you think about dealing with the Indianapolis Colts, and we already know that D'Amico will do whatever he has to do to get pressure on the quarterback.
Right.
Runs twists and stunts and loops and everything else like that. So nice depth piece, but very interesting to see how he handles the NFL with that arm length.
I'm ready to see him develop because he can get stronger.
Yep.
You can add mass. You can get stronger. I think his technique does look good. I wonder if he can be a guy that doubles as a guard as well.
Potentially, yeah.
Because he does have some pretty cleaned up technique. I'm going to give it a B.
All right, we got another pick here, guys. The Raiders, the pick is in, and they go Cody Lindenberg, the linebacker from Minnesota. One of the actual heavier linebackers in this class. There's been a light linebacker class. Lindenberg tested at 236. I'm sure he played heavier than that and tested pretty well. Good mass, good movement skills for the position. He could be a thumper in the middle of the field, guys. I didn't see the burst on tape, and he doesn't have the length, so he's kind of a lunger as a tackler at times. And I thought in space against pass catchers, the coming to balance was a problem for him. So Lindenberg is probably somebody they want really as a base down linebacker and special teamer and see if he can develop into anything more. I'll go with a B for this one for the selection of Lindenberg here in the 7th.
Yeah, I think he's a good pickup. I think he's someone, again, we're talking about the 7th round of the NFL draft right now. Pick, what is it, pick 222? Like, if he helps you on special teams and in a pinch, he has to go in the game as a linebacker. I'm gonna give it a B+.
Yeah, I give it a B as well. He's gonna help you in the run game, but it's the special teams and the leadership that he's gonna be able to bring to your locker room and everything. So, good value pick there.
All right, as the picks keep rolling in, Seattle's on the clock here at 2:23, and the pick is in, and we have waited. And they're going nuts actually for this one, as everybody should be going nuts for this one. Damian Martinez. Guys, this has been the best player available for 2 rounds.
Yeah.
2 rounds. Dame, you've been hyped about this guy. Break him down.
Yeah, listen, patient, vision, powerful back, good open field speed as we saw with the 4.51, but he has wiggle in the lane.
Yeah,
the guy that can make you move, the contact bounce. They're stringing together vertical cuts for a 225, 30-pound back is not easy. And then he catches the ball out of the backfield as well. The landing spot in Seattle, man, I give it the player, of course.
Right.
I love the landing spot. I give a C+ because they got Damian they have Kenneth Walker, they have Zach Charbonnet, and now you add Damian Martinez. Where are the carries?
Like a lot of bulk.
A lot of bulk.
If Martinez comes into camp and is the player we think he is, and this is an A+ for me, you trade one of the two.
I would think, yeah.
Right.
I mean, I would, yeah.
Because you're gonna have to pay one of them soon.
You have to.
So
Kenneth Walker, the closest one.
Yeah. So trade somebody and get some return. Martinez could be the steal of the 7th round.
I think so. You give him opportunity, man.
Yeah. I saw just great footwork. His weight class, like when he got to the 2nd and 3rd level against DBs, it was like watching a heavyweight against a cruiserweight. They didn't stand a chance against this guy.
They didn't want to tackle him.
He knows how to use the threat of his power to make defenders miss. Yeah. So Martinez, to me,
A+ to me too.
Yep. All right, the Texans. The pick is already in for them here. Let's see what the Texans do. And they go Keontae Hamilton from Rutgers. So we see another player from this Rutgers defense off the board here, Felder. They were a rugged, tough bunch, the Rutgers defense.
Again, that's Greg Schiano.
Yep.
I love the way Hamilton comes off the edge. This is a guy that I want to see how strong he is when he gets to the NFL. But other than that, this is absolutely, for me, this is a B+, a B pick.
Yeah, 305 pounds, 6'3". You know, somebody that is just going to play more of a rugged, muscled-up brand of football.
Yeah.
Yep.
Than being a freak show kind of athlete out there. And I'm with you as well. I'm going to go with a B for this with Hamilton. For the Texans that run waves of defensive linemen, this is somebody that can do kind of some of the dirty work for you, I think.
Yeah, B for me as well. And also, he has a wrestling background. Like, you know what I mean? So you're talking about the ability to detach your upper or lower body, contort, fight through double teams, corkscrew, things of that nature. That body control, he'll have that, especially against the run.
All right, so we still have quite a few picks to go. Over 25 picks to go here. Arizona is on the clock at pick 225. We're going to get to the Steelers. We are going to get to the 49ers as well. Let's take a look at the best available when we can, because we've had a couple names go off the board. As we see Kobe Bryant. Quinn Ewers is still out there.
Yeah.
Anybody looking for a downhill running back? Phil Maffa would fit the bill. I'm surprised Zy Alexander hasn't been taken. That's the one to me. Just because he has NFL size and man coverage ability.
No, 100%. I wonder with Arizona, I feel like because of the up and down play we get with Kyler every year, could that be a Quinn Ewers spot? Could they decide to go Quinn Ewers? Like, it's a 7th-round pick. Kyler shouldn't feel too threatened by it, you know?
Right.
But it's a simple fact of like, yeah, you start hot and then you start to temper off as the season goes on. And you want to see he's never thrown for 4,000 yards in the season.
Right.
Kyler Murray, and I'm a Kyler Murray guy, like the dynamic playmaking ability, the arm talent's there. Like, yeah, it's just, he just hasn't been able to really like capture that season-long momentum.
Got another pick here for the Cardinals in the spot, and it's Keaton Crawford from Nevada, who speed demon guy, going to fit really, really well, I think, as a gunner on specials. And you can kind of see how the speed translated to safety here in the spot, guys.
5'11", 202, 4'41" in the 40, 41.5-inch vert, 10.8 on the broad. Guy's versatile. As a safety, he can play in the nickel. He can track the ball well downfield, play man-to-man. Like I said, 5'11", 202. They have like a lot of safeties now.
They really do.
Like, they have a lot of safeties.
He's an interesting one because to me, it almost feels like the slot might be his best chance.
Yeah.
Like a more matchup against tight ends rather than actual roamer. I didn't think he had instincts on the back end.
Yeah.
Which is why I give this one a B-, because if you get he's an elite athlete. Like I'm not exaggerating, elite athlete. Agilities, jumps.
Sure.
And it shows up when you watch him play fast downhill. But when he has to read things and see things as a traditional safety, he got in trouble.
Yeah, he's hesitant.
So.
Hesitant is that's the word I was looking for.
Yep.
He's and I guess hesitancy is uncertainty.
Right.
He's not sure, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? And the times that he turns and goes and gets it, beautiful football.
Yeah.
And that's why you mentioned when he goes downhill, it works really well because he knows what he's doing. But when he doesn't know what he's doing, that hesitancy, that leads to big plays, and that's something that you can't have. So I'm gonna go with B-.
Yeah, I'm gonna go B- as well.
Yeah. All right, we'll take another look at Crawford. I just think his best ability is, and you're going to see him run and chase here, like, he can catch up with anybody. When everything's in front of him, he's a striker. But when you guys brought up the times where he hesitates, that's where he has to use his speed to make up for it. And what he's doing here, he's chasing.
Chasing.
And it's a great play, but you're chasing for a reason.
Yeah.
So, but this is somebody that, once again, can fit your special teams, and you're going to try to see what kind of role for him you can find on the defense as the Steelers are on the clock at 2:26. The Steelers have had a big name draft. They took Will Howard today, which we thought was a great pick for them at backup quarterback. Not a lot of picks because they traded for DK Metcalf, so that second rounder was off the table. So this is where you try to make up a little ground and see if you can get some value of somebody that can make your roster in the 7th round. As you look at their draft additions here, they go to the Ohio State well and the Iowa well twice. They did the Big Ten loop around there and
they did, yeah. All Big Ten.
Workhorse running back in Caleb Johnson, run stuffing D tackle in Yaha Black, backup quarterback in Will Howard, edge setter in Jack Sawyer, and of course the premium pick Derek Harmon, the pass rusher from Oregon. Big pass rusher. It's a good class on paper, by the way, for the Steelers. You only made 5 picks, but you've made the most of them. And we have a trade here. The Patriots are trading 228 to the Chiefs. The Chiefs give up 251 and 257, so a little bit of a 2-for-1 as the Patriots are just that's the Mike Vrabel way. You get to a place and you flip over the entire roster.
Yeah.
Like he wants 30 new roster spots. So what do? You just keep dumping picks.
Yeah.
And adding more picks. They're going to have a deep draft class. So the Steelers on the clock here. We're waiting on that selection. They'll be here in just a second. We'll break it all down here live on the Bleacher Report 2025 NFL Draft Show. You guys, I got to say, not to pat our own backs, but we haven't missed a pick, I don't think.
No. No, I think we've been on point.
Which is, yeah,
Not easy.
it is a marathon. We're talking gunners, kickers, punters.
Listen,
got it
we're
all
grading them
covered
all,
here.
man.
Oh man, we'll see. We'll see if a long snapper makes the cut. The Steelers here at 226 as we're waiting on the selection. Could probably use some secondary help here. The running back, the backfield. You're excited about Caleb Johnson, but it's just really him and Jalen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell as their third running back. So we'll see what direction they go. And the pick is in, and the special teamer run continues. I love this guy.
Yeah.
Carson Bruner, linebacker from Washington. A guy that had to earn it, Felder, on coverage teams before he ever got to really play on the actual defense.
Absolutely. So he understands what it's like. He knows what he's going to have to do to get on the field. And
Yep.
I think he's going to do it.
And his dad is a scout for the Steelers.
Boom.
So pretty cool moment there for Pittsburgh right
He
here.
did B.
Carson Bruner.
I call a B on it as well. Good athlete, right? He came in 6'1", 227, ran a 4.58. A guy that can cover some ground, but like you said, special teams, ace, kick coverage, punt coverage. You need those type of guys, and hey, you keep it in the family with Dad over there.
There you go.
Right. Yep. That's a pretty awesome moment. I'll give this one an A with Bruner. I saw, somebody to me, player 222, plays with good speed. He plays with really good speed, and he could blow up returners. I think he can give you a little speed as a nickel backer or kind of that sub-package player.
Yeah.
You're not going to ask him to run through a ton of blockers, and they don't need him to. This is just getting guys that'll make your roster in the spot, and he will make that roster. And it's a nice little moment that Dad probably got to make the call.
Absolutely.
And say, hey, I'm the scout that's drafting you. Don't make me look bad at work, kid. So pretty awesome moment. Carson Bruner, linebacker from Washington. Pick 227 as the Niners are on the clock right now. And we'll get to that pick in just a moment to recap what the Niners have done. Boy, did they make a consistent effort to beef up their run defense with Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins as their first two picks. They get a scrappy corner in Upton Stout. Nick Martin, a very solid linebacker.
wow.
See ball, get ball. C.J. West, another pick for their defensive line. Jordan Watkins, a receiver. And the pick is in here. And another quarterback taken before Quinn Ewers.
Wow.
And it's Curtis Rourke from Indiana, the transfer that this Indiana team was punchy all season.
Yeah.
Not the most physically imposing player with Curtis Rourke, but it felt like, guys, he just consistently made the right decision in this offense after transferring from Ohio. Bucket thrower. You see the off-speed throws. And look at this. Just drop it in the bucket. Kind of layer those throws. And he throws guys open. And in Shanahan's system, you're going to be doing a lot of that, rolling out and drop in bucket throws. They probably like this guy as their developmental quarterback, not only behind Brock Purdy, but also behind Mac Jones.
Yeah, I'd give this a B, man. I compared them to Aiden O'Connell.
I like that a lot.
Tall,
Good comp.
Can be accurate, get the ball out on time if you protect him. He can really work within rhythm. Arm talent, it won't be the biggest strength of his game, but it's going to be the timeliness of what he throws. And I believe he played the season on a partially torn ACL.
Which is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. So I think when the report came out, people were like, there's no way that's true. And then you see that he hasn't done anything this entire draft cycle because I believe he got surgery to make sure everything was tightened up and whatnot. So, yeah, a good B.
Yeah, I'm going to give it an A. I really like this guy, like what he was able to do at Indiana, but I also really liked him when he was at Ohio. Watching him play at Ohio was really
put up big
fun.
numbers.
He put up numbers. He is a kind of a tempo guy, and I love his two ball, that up and over. Mm-hmm. He does that really well, puts safeties and linebackers in conflict. So I do think that him behind Brock Purdy is an awesome spot to be in. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's a B plus for me. I think he kind of fits the mold of what they're looking for in a quarterback to play within the offense. All right, the Chiefs take Brashard Smith. This is an A plus pick to me. The former wide receiver. The Chiefs are looking for a running back that can play in space, catch the ball, make plays. Brashard Smith, really, really good in the open field. He's got speed. He's undersized, but it doesn't matter. And that running style, you do see some Tyrone Tracy in that running style. When you convert a wide receiver to running back here, Dame, this is somebody that I just love the style of football he plays as that third down pass catcher now in the Chiefs offense.
I'm going to give it an A as well because I love the fact that there's just speed. Speed there. There's going to be speed. And yes, obviously as a converted wide receiver, he understands the concept and it can be dangerous if you if you think about him as just a linebacker, if you're the opposition, you think about or as a running back. If you're thinking about him just as a running back, you're gonna try to cover him with a linebacker.
Good luck.
That's no dice.
It's not happening. I give it A+ as well. The best satellite back, in my opinion, in this class. That receiving ability
Yeah.
translates. Before he transferred to SMU, he was a slot receiver for Miami. And this guy, and you see it with his ability. They showed the highlight, running a double move. The ball was on the throne, tracking it, playing it at the catch point. He can run routes out of the backfield, lined up as a slot receiver, motion them out, like you said, and he returns kicks and punts and be a special teamer. The speed, the sub 4.4. They had, like, at the Senior Bowl, there was nobody, like, they kept putting linebackers on him in the one-on-ones. I was like, this is
Instead of chance.
this is not happening. This is not working out for those guys. Getting the Chiefs getting this guy, I think that is a great, just home run pick, man.
All right, the pick is in here as we got another pick rolling in. And it is Dante Kent for the Steelers. This was another corner, guys, that I thought had a real shot to be a special team player for them while developing at corner, Western Michigan corner. A little undersized at 187, but that 4.38 speed. This is a two-time team captain, straight line speed. This is somebody that's a 4-year starter, so he's played a lot of corner, but he's somebody, once again, that can come in on kick coverage and punt coverage for you. This is a B+ to me. I was late to getting to Kent throughout this process, and when I did, just that play experience, the leadership, and the ability to do whatever's asked of him, combined with the sub 4.4 wheels are real. Like, that's on tape for him, and the Steelers are going to love that aspect. So they take Bruner and Kent back-to-back. Those are two of your best kick coverage players right away.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give it an A, because I think about gunners. Gunners and jammers. Those are the guys on the outside and punt for people that don't know. Gunners and jammers. If this guy runs a sub 4.4, that's going to be hell for a jammer. Like, it's going to be terrible.
Yeah.
They're not going to like that. You trying to run backwards with a guy that's running a 4.3? Come on.
Yeah, 100%. I give it an A as well. And I think just the sole effect of not only that, but if he ever does get on the field defensively, he's a good zone defender. Like, good eyes, good range downfield, downhill. A guy that can really bait you into some throws that, with his recovery speed to play out of phase and from distance with the range, that shows up on tape when he does get the chance to cover. So getting back-to-back special teams guys, like you said, this is the part of the draft where you round out your roster to where, hey, my starters, even my second string guys, you guys stay healthy. Just play your main position. I like getting guys that specialize on special teams, besides punters and kickers.
Lions are on the clock at pick 230 here, and the pick is in for the Detroit Lions, and they're going with Dan Jackson, the safety out of Georgia, a guy that stood out at the Senior Bowl, didn't get a combine invite, longtime special teamer that grew into a starting role this year, ran around and made some big-time plays on the back end of this Georgia defense. This is a B+ for me in this spot. I think Jackson, when he connects, your feet will be up in the air. He can lay out. But the tackling rate, there's just times where he just needs to play a little bit more in control, in my opinion. So at this point of the draft, you already know what you're getting because he's already done the special teams route for Georgia after, I believe, being a walk-on at that program. But it was good to see him get starting experience finally on the back end of that defense this year.
No.
The Dan Campbell guy.
Yeah.
I was going to say, he's a Dan Campbell guy. He earned it. I'm going to go ahead and give it to him. And by the way, shout out to walk-ons. I'm going to give it an A.
Yeah, I'll give it a B+ for where, especially where they're getting him. Like you said, Connor, the tackling is where he needs to really be able to clean some things up. I think the wingspan may be a little bit of an issue for him, having shorter arms. But he plays with instincts, especially as that strong safety, that robber technique. He works downhill well. He reads everything. He processes well, and then he tested well. Showcases that speed and that range downhill. That's the part I really like about his game. If he can clean up that tackling, he can be a player that plays defensive snaps for you.
And another guy that just had to take the long road. 2 years on the scout team, 2019, 2020. 3 years as a special teamer and spot starter, but really special teamer from 21 to 23. Full-time starter this year. The downhill speed is there. You nailed it. The instincts are absolutely there as well. Just he needs to come to balance a little better. Less lunging and more breaking down and tackling.
Yeah.
But he was able to do that on specials. So now you see the Lions Tyleik Williams, Tate Ratledge, Isaac Tesla, the power slot receiver from Arkansas, Miles Frazier, guard from LSU, Ahmed Hassanin, the Boise State edge rusher, and then Dan Jackson, the starting safety this year from Georgia, now a member of the Lions special teams and secondary. The Dolphins are on the clock at pick 231. Let's get you up to date on what the Dolphins draft class looks like here, guys. And they've been busy as well. Kenneth Grant, obviously, in the first round. Jonas Savaiinaea, the tackle guard from Arizona, in the second round. They go back to the nose tackle well with Jordan Phillips in round 5. They take Jason Marshall, the corner from Florida, in the 5th round. Dante Trader, safety from Maryland. And the pick is in for the Dolphins, and there it is, Quinn Ewers. One of the teams left in this draft that needed a quarterback in terms of to fill out the roster. It's Tua, it's Zach Wilson, and now it's Quinn Ewers. And this is an offense, obviously timing, but really point guarding this offense, which is what Quinn can do. When he's at his best, you could see him drop it in the bucket in that spot there. But with Quinn, you know, we were having a discussion just off air about this. When his base is out of whack is when the accuracy goes. He's got to play with a steadier base. He's got to stop opening up that shoulder and going off target. And he's somebody that, off the first read sometimes, some bad decisions. So I'm surprised he made it this far, where this is still a B+ to me for the Dolphins, because I think he's a better quarterback prospect than a lot of names that have been called ahead of him. But there's just mechanical aspects of his game that Mike McDaniel and company have to coach up. But this is the right scheme fit for Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving it an A-, because what you said, there were quarterbacks that went ahead of him that we shouldn't have. It was just like he's got the things that you got to work on, and the mechanical stuff, the timing in the pocket, like over-reliant trust on the protection, like climb into the pocket, find throwing lanes. He sits too much in the pocket, stone-footed. You got to fix that stuff. You can't take those hits in the NFL, but when he's on, he's accurate. He can drop in the bucket. And he's a functional athlete.
Right.
It's not like he's a bad athlete. This guy can make plays out of structure and create a little bit them second reaction throws. I give it an A-, man. I think that he should have been off the board before now, but I love the fit to Miami.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give it an A because of where they got him.
Right.
Yeah.
It's good value.
It's pick 231.
Right.
7th
round.
He was the biggest deal in the world. He kicked off the NIL boom. Getting $1 million to go to Ohio State. Got there, was like, I'm going home. Goes home, keeps making more money. So I don't think that's like phasing.
Right.
But yeah, I thought there were other quarterbacks. I thought he was better or had better bones than some of the other guys that got picked.
Yes, that's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
But if you don't like what you see, you don't have to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, you know, you look at what Mike McDaniel has done in the NFL, and you look at what Sark had Quinn doing, you understand why they think it could translate to their offense. This was probably the best schematic landing spot for Quinn Ewers.
Absolutely.
All right, we got a pick here. The Colts take Hunter Waller, hard-nosed safety out of Wisconsin. Guys, I really like Hunter Waller. He's someone to me where you don't get the flash because he doesn't have the speed. But, man, he's played every role on the back end of this defense. He's played special teams. He's tall, big frame, kind of a hybrid strong safety, almost outside linebacker build. Made plays in the backfield. The instincts are tremendous. He's physical against tight ends. He's not going to run with slot receivers.
No.
But he can get his hands on tight ends and make plays. This is an A for me for the Colts. I think this is an absolute steal at this point of the draft.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with an A as well, because when I watch him play, what I see is a guy who's well taught.
Right.
Like, he knows what he's doing. He understands the defense. He knows where he's supposed to be to help his corner. He knows where he's supposed to be to help his linebacker. And I think that that's super important. I don't think he pluses up to play linebacker. I think he sticks at special teams and maybe at some point gets a chance to play safety. I don't think he pluses up to linebacker.
Yeah, I'll give it an A as well. Headsy, smart, instinctive football player. Speed is solid, not great, but it's better downhill than it is going backwards.
Exactly.
And you know, if you let him just say, hey, be a physical, middle of the field defender in those zone schemes, things like that, you can get some value out of him there. And like you said, special teams.
Yeah, Waller's one of those guys that you could blink and in 2 years he's starting strong safety for the Colts. Just because he's so mentally and physically equipped to do it. All right, the pick is in for the Bears, and I love this one in Kyle Monangai. This is an instant A+ for me here, guys, with Monangai. It's not going to show up in the testing. This guy's just all football. He'll run through your face. He'll make you miss. He's been highly productive, compact runner, 5'9", 210 pounds. Human pinball. Never fumbled in his college career, ever. Not one single time did he fumble. Over 70 missed tackles for us in both 2023 and 2024. Sharp, quick cuts, doesn't exaggerate, gets to his speed, and he is violent in pass pro. He does not want to get the job done. He wants to knock your head off in pass protection. It's not flashy, but man, this dude gets it done. They rebuilt the entire backfield in the draft. Mm-hmm. They totally changed his backfield over. All three of these guys should absolutely make this team. Monangai is physical, is how I would describe him.
Yeah, I give it an A+ as well. Like you said, the vision, the physicality he runs with, the footwork when attacking the line of scrimmage. If you peek your head as a defensive tackle in the lane he's going to sidestep and replace where you came from. He can't catch, even though they didn't have great quarterback play at Rutgers, they didn't throw the ball a lot, but he can catch the ball out of the backfield in space as well. I like this. I like this fit, like one of the better backs in college football that you get in the 7th round.
So here's my thoughts on Monangai. You said attack the line of scrimmage. So often I see backs stop their feet. Mm-hmm. He attacks the line of scrimmage.
Right.
And he doesn't run up his guys' backs. He has vision to make sure he sees a crease and attacks it. And I think that's why he's an A player.
Yeah, I misspoke. The Bears. This is the first running back the Bears have taken, not the second running back they've taken. So this backfield needed help.
Yeah, they needed help.
Right now, you look at DeAndre Swift, Roshan Johnson. Kyle Monangai could be leading this backfield by November because he runs how Ben Johnson want David Montgomery of the offense, right? That's what I think of right away. So that's an awesome pick. All right. Of course, we're going to keep covering all the picks here. We're going to keep things rolling here. But before we do, just a quick word from our sponsor, Thrivent, where money means more.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
All right, the draft rolls on here. Getting to the finish line here, boys. And it's like everybody started remembered who the good players were left. We've kind of had that run lately where a lot of players that we didn't think would make it to the 7th round end up falling in the lap of some lucky teams. Kyle Monangai, the latest to Chicago. Seattle is on the clock right now, and the pick is in for Seattle, and the pick is Mason Richman, another offensive line pick here from Iowa, as Seattle looks to. They've had really two missions in this draft for the most part. It's felt like with Seattle is how do we get better at wide receiver? And of course, how do we get more athletic? But also, how do we kind of now get some depth on the offensive line? They took Bryce Cabledew from Kansas in the 6th round. Now they take Mason Richman from Iowa. So looking for that. And they took Gray Zabel in the 1st round. Yeah. So they're trying to make over the entire depth right now of both their interior and potentially a tackle here.
Abraham Lucas battled an injury in 2024. You're going to have to pay the left tackle, and that's the guy you're going to prioritize, Charles Cross. So Mason Richman looks like a developmental depth piece at that right tackle position, just in case Abraham Lucas either gets hurt or you can't come to a contract agreement with him.
And the pick is in for the Bucs. And Tez Johnson finally off the board here, guys, as the Bucs, the rich get richer at wide receiver. They start this draft with Emeka Egbuka. They look to end this draft with the 155-pound Tez Johnson. But all this dude did was made plays. And it's going to be tough for any wide receiver to make a living in the NFL level at that weight. But I'm still going to give this an A- because you keep the role for this guy simple on the field. Tez Johnson, get down the field vertical, allow Baker Mayfield to take some shots. And with the amount of depth they have in front of him, this might be more of a, hey, can you get in our program? Can we get you up to 165 or 170? And then 2 years from now, you could be a player for us when a spot opens up.
Yeah, I give it an A- as well. I think he comes in immediately as a special teamer, that punt return, kick return ability, be able to flip the field position for you whenever your defense gets a stop. And like you said, the route running, and they have a lot of receivers, but I understand prioritizing the youth now. Mike Evans going into the final year of his deal. He's over 30 years old. Chris Godwin's coming off the injury. You paid him $50 million and everything. So you got Emeka, Jalen McMillan that you drafted last year who started to come on. And now you add in a guy like Tez Johnson, like I said, who's going to make his living early on special teams, but there's potential to be that slot receiver for you for the future.
I totally agree. I think it's an A pick. I know he's small. I understand that, but at the end of the day, the best recipe for being small is just don't let people touch you. And you see it right there.
Right.
He saw right there, right? He saw all those people. What did he do?
Yeah.
He got down on the ground. He's like, I already got the first down.
Run away from people.
Plus 10 more yards. I'm gonna get down right now.
Very Tyler Lockett-ish.
Yes. I'm not gonna let people touch me. That's insane.
Yeah, just consistently get away from people. Jacksonville on the clock at pick 236. We're going to see if some of these skill guys, where the depth of the classes come off the board, and that continues with the pick as LaQuint Allen, insanely productive pass-catching running back for Syracuse. High-cut kind of player, guys. But, man, when that stride gets going, LaQuint can really, really pick up some burst. He looked so natural as a pass catcher in Senior Bowl drills and the productive season he had for Syracuse in that role. Somebody that, at 6 feet tall, a little bit high cut, little leggy, but big hands, long arms to be a receiving back, dangerous in the flats, dangerous in the screen game, and the pass protection at just 20 years old was wildly impressive to me. Yeah. That's his route to get on the field. This is an A pick right here for Jacksonville.
Yeah, I like it. I give it an A as well. It's a guy that I honestly felt like he should have went back to school to Syracuse and get that one more year. But we talked about
a star if he returned.
100%, right? You already know that he's an outstanding receiver. Like, they split him out wide, and he's running slants and different things like that in the middle of the field against nickel and coverage defenders. And then he does run tough. He's a tough runner, but like you say, he's high cut. And I think he's at 20 years old, 2021. I don't think his frame is completely filled out yet. So I think that if you can get him at a little bit more mass, especially in the lower halves. His legs are a little thinner.
Yes.
Get a little bit more, a little more mass in the lower half of his legs. I think it helps a lot. Reminds me a little bit of T.J. Yeldon, a little bit that taller, high cut back.
That's a good call. Same build.
Yep.
Yeah, same build.
Skill set too.
He's a strider. Mm-hmm. And when he's not one of those guys that's got like little machine gun feet. Like, he's taking longer steps. He's taking long steps. He's gaining ground, and he comes up on you really quick, especially in that pass game.
Yeah.
You're a safety who thinks you have time. So I'm going to go ahead and give it an A.
Yeah, pretty high remarks across the board for LaQuint Allen as Jacksonville getting a pass-catching threat into that backfield right now. Packers are on the clock here at 2:37. Let's see what the hometown draft team ends up doing. Another organization, it's like the Packers have made plenty of picks, although this will be their 7th pick in the draft. So a pretty standard draft for the Packers. Their last pick was Warren Brinson, the athletic defensive tackle from Georgia. They've gone defense 3 times in a row so far. Their day 3 has been all defense. Pass rushers, Barron Sorrell and Colin Oliver. Before they took Brinson, they started off the draft with wide receiver Matthew Golden and tackle Anthony Belton and Savion Williams. So 3 on offense in a row, 3 on defense in a row. They go back to the defensive well here with defensive end Micah Robinson from a Tulane defense that had some talent this year, Felder. It felt like they got the most out of that group. Robinson, here's his name called here in this spot as the Packers add more to their defense here.
For anyone that didn't watch Tulane play, you are missing out on a really good defensive team.
Impressive.
Everybody on that team does a great job.
Yeah, they had a lot of talent here. And Robinson on the back end used in a lot of different ways, too. That was kind of the thing that stood out to me, Felder, is that they can move guys around in this defense,
yes,
which is something Green Bay likes to do. They like to be a little interchangeable with their safeties.
No 2 looks were the same.
Right. So the Packers go defense again. And we're moving here as Seattle has a pick on the clock. Dame, you had any thoughts on Micah, or you want to keep it moving? Because we're going to be flying here in just a second.
Let's see what the Seahawks knock out.
All right, Seahawks are. Well, let's look at the best available as we are running out of picks here. Less than 20 picks to go. Seattle in this spot. Kobe Bryant still on the board. Isaiah Bond on the board. Yep. Zy Alexander at corner. Seth McLaughlin at center. Phil Maffa, downhill running back. Jake Brenningstool, pass-catching tight end on the board here. The tight end class has been, dove into pretty heavily so far. Jared Ivey's still out there. He was really productive for Ole Miss. We've seen Pegues come off the board, obviously Walter Nolan, and Poop Hall come off the board. Ivey waiting to be called from that. And Trey Amos that really talented Ole Miss defense. And Sebastian Castro.
I like him.
I do think he's just a football player all the way through in that big nickel kind of role.
100%.
You got to have a plan for him, and the pick is in for Seattle here, and they go with one of the best special teamers in the entire draft, Ricky White. I believe he blocked 4 punts and kicks this year, and what I saw from wide receiver with him, guys, is doesn't have to be the biggest, doesn't have to be the fastest, but so smart with how he attacks zones. He just understands spacing, understands tempo, good, reliable hands. But once again, this guy was a special teams demon this year for that UNLV program. This is an A-plus pick for me in this spot. Big fan of what Ricky White could do.
Yeah, he was good in the pass game, even better at special teams. Big reason why they were a little better this year than they have been in the past. I'm going to go ahead and give this a B+.
Yeah, I give it a B+ as well. He didn't run as fast as I thought he was going to, but he's a good route runner. He separates well, gives you positional versatility and alignment. And you see it, the silky smooth 1-2 release with the inside-out crossover. He tracks the ball well down the field. Yeah, I mean, and he was coached by a Brendan Marion is one of the better wide receiver coaches in college football. He's now the head coach at Sacramento State. But a lot of people don't know, when Jordan Addison had that Biletnikoff winning season, I think the wide receiver coach was Brendan Marion. He coached up Xavier Worthy at Texas and adding up, he's an outstanding wide receiver coach. So, good pick. I give it an A as well.
Yeah, you look at a guy like Ricky White, you go 4.61 wheels. Well, how do you make up for that? Change tempo in your routes. That's how you get open. So Ricky White blocked 4 punts in 2024. The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys as they continue to add to their backfield. Phil Maffa, who was one of the best available on the BR scouting department board here. Dame, this is just all about getting north and south with this guy.
Physicality. He's big, he's strong, he's a long strider, decent open field speed. He's not a guy that's going to burn you a lot, but he's functional in the passing attack. But a guy that you can absolutely run your run game through, pin pull concepts. Once he gets out in open field, he can cut vertically once he gets upfield into the teeth of the defense. And Dallas, they need more physicality at the running back position. Right. I was wondering if they were going to just stand pat with the running backs they drafted. So I give this an A-, man. I think he's got a real shot, given time in camp, to climb this depth chart.
I'm going to give it an A+, because watching Maffa's development, not being the starter behind Will Shipley, but slowly growing his role to the point where he did take over that job, I think he showed Clemson that, hey, man, being physical, being rough and tumble, being rough and tough, it might be the way that we should go. And ultimately, he was right. So I'll give it an A+.
All right, Maffa to the Cowboys. And after this, we got the Bills coming up here, guys. Bills on the clock at 2:40 in this spot. Been a pretty big volume draft of the Bills, and the pick is in, and they are going wide receiver Caden Prather. We saw his teammate Ty Felton taken earlier. It felt like in this offense to me, guys, and I'm going to give this one a B. I thought Prather was the guy on tape in 2023, and then Felton kind of took the wheel this year. So it's kind of hard to figure out which version of Prather you're ultimately going to get.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Prather's good though. I like the way that he's able to run through the ball, run to the ball, and not afraid to go up and get it.
He's got size.
Yeah,
he's got enough size.
I'm gonna give him an A.
I give him a B+ here. This guy, I felt like was a bit of a sleeper in this class. And like you said, Connor, 2023, coming into 2024, we're like, he's the guy that's going to take that leap and kind of open a lot of people's eyes. And then, Tay Felton said, I'm
it was kind
here.
of more the same for Prather, why Felton made 5 steps forward.
100%. I think the route running for him, as a bigger receiver, he's smooth, man. He's smooth.
Yeah, big perimeter target, big strides. He's so competitive in contested catch situations, which I love that about him. Like he has a my ball mentality.
Yes.
And he could kind of use his catch radius to
Strong
catch the ball away
hands.
from his body. Hard and heavy after the catch, not swift.
Yeah.
Just hard, which is fine. Hard and run through somebody, but 9 touchdowns over the last 2 years. This is someone that it's just the 2023 tape was so promising, and he was just the same exact guy. Where maybe the Bills and Josh Allen's offense, they kind of find a way to unlock some of that promise we saw 2 years ago rather than just staying kind of stagnant with Prather. All right, we'll keep it moving here. As the picks roll in, the Broncos are on the clock at pick 241. The last pick for the Broncos was punter. So we're expecting a little bit more of an electric factory this time around. That was Jeremy Crawshaw. The Broncos have only made 2 picks today. Hugh Robinson, the developmental pass rusher from Alabama. Jeremy Crawshaw, the punter from Florida. This is a team, guys, that I thought would take a defensive tackle in this draft. They have not yet. They've taken 2 edge rushers, a corner in Jahdae Barron, a running back in R.J. Harvey, a wide receiver in Pat Bryant. Let's see if they dip into what's left of this defensive tackle class, as it's really, really started to thin out as we get towards the end here.
Yeah.
We're waiting on the Broncos pick. Talk about best available one more time. I'll read off some names as well here in this spot for best available. Still a lot of running backs out there. Sebastian Castro, although they took Jahdae Barron, who he might play him in some of the same ways.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Ivey, if you're looking for a big edge. Nazir Stackhouse, if you need a run clogger, like a big body defensive tackle. That would be an option for them as well. If you're looking for an undersized D lineman that can kind of rush the passer, that'd be Howard Cross. Cam Horsley from Boston College is probably my favorite that's left, just because he's so stout against the run. And
I feel like they should go tight end.
That's a good call with tight end, because it's really like you add Evan Ingram, who's banged up a lot.
Yeah.
And we thought they were going to be on Loveland in this draft, and they just didn't have a shot to get.
They had no shot at all.
Yeah, so we're going to see what the Broncos do here in just a second. Conyers is still on the board at tight end, isn't he, Dave?
Yeah.
That would be their kind of guy.
Yeah.
Big-bodied, line of scrimmage blocker, but you could use him in some unique ways. And they do go tight end, but they actually pivot and go Caleb Lawner in this spot from Utah instead. But they do go size, which was exactly what we were talking about. The Broncos always like to have a big-bodied tight end on the line of scrimmage or in 12 personnel.
Yeah, I mean, he's like 6'7".
He's 6'7".
6'7".
We ran sub 4.7 though. 6'7", 250, ran sub 4.7. I believe he also played basketball. I think he might have played basketball at Utah as well.
Right. Yeah. So tight end prospect converting.
Yes.
Yep. Over there. So he was a forward on the basketball team, 6'7", 250-pound tight end.
So yeah,
So this is like your ball of clay.
Yeah.
Can we find a way to develop, like jump ball, red zone kind of guy?
All right, their tight ends are really good. I don't know what they're teaching these guys.
They always have.
But they have really good tight ends. Shout out to him. I think that's going to be, like you said, ball of clay, so I'm going to give it a B.
So get this on Caleb Lawner this year. 4 catches. All 4 were touchdowns. And he also caught a 2-point conversion. It tells you what they think of this guy in the red zone.
Yeah, red zone. Yeah.
You just go be taller than everyone else, use that basketball background, win the ball. We're going to teach you how to eventually use your body as a blocker. Mm-hmm. But this is a total, we didn't want to lose this guy in the UDFA process. We're going to use a pick on him.
No, yeah, 100%.
So,
with that size, that speed, the basketball background, is like, if he gets undrafted, somebody's going to try to offer you more money.
And the pro day was nuts. I mean, 256 pounds, the 37-inch vertical, which isn't shocking with the basketball background, but you bring up the sub 4.7, like there's reasons to believe this could work.
Yeah, 100%.
We've seen a lot of basketball players convert to tight end.
Yes.
And the hit rate is promising enough. Caleb Lawner, the next one is the Rams are on the clock here at 2:42. We'll see what the Rams do. The Rams are officially away from F them picks. They make all the picks now as they try to round out this roster here, coming off a 10-7 season. And we can recap their draft while we wait for them to make a move here, guys. To recap what the Rams have done so far. Small draft in terms of volume. Terrence Ferguson at tight end. Josiah Stewart, the edge rusher from Michigan. Jarquez Hunter, the running back from Auburn. That was their first pick of today. Ty Hamilton, defensive lineman from Ohio State. And then Poop Hall, the rangy linebacker from Mississippi in the 5th round. So pretty heavy defensive draft for the Rams.
Yeah.
3rd-string running back. And then Ferguson, I think Dame will take over for them as a starting tight end in the future. Now, maybe not this year, but down the road.
Yeah, Ferguson was a guy that I felt like, you wanted to want to try and bulk him up a little bit. He's got to get better as a run blocker, but we saw him at the Senior Bowl get open. And he's a really good athlete at the tight end position.
All right, so the pick is in. They go wide receiver with Kennetta Mumpfield. Undersized guy with limited length. but he's played inside and outside. This is an A for me, by the way.
Oh,
with
yeah, I love
Field.
this pick.
Yeah, he's a fun player. The hang time and the body control on deeper passes really, really stood out to me. 9 for 15 on contested catch targets. Unorthodox route runner, but that's what he does best.
Yeah.
Pluck the ball away from your body. He doesn't have long arms, but he maximizes his catch radius. And in the middle of the field, he just found a way to make plays. So those routes could be a little unorthodox. He doesn't give you much creativity after the catch. But, man, in an offense that can play him inside and outside, and a guy that understands ball skills and body control, I like the fit here and the depth they get for the Rams.
Yeah, I give it an A as well. This guy, he got open in the ways that he does get open. You know what I mean? It isn't as, it's not as teach tape. It's kind of almost Jerry Judy-ish.
Yeah, it's like backyard football.
Yeah, like it's foot firing. It's a lot of salesmanship to it. And some, it's truly, some people might call it not TikTok routes, but like the 7-on-7 stuff with no pass rush. Yeah,
every time.
Like, so it's like, but with him, man, I think you play him, like you said, play him inside and out. He's got the ball skills. The speed, the athleticism is okay. He's not going to run away from people, but he just tracks the ball well, man. And he got open. Like, he got open a lot for Pitt, whether it's in the middle of the field, in the short to intermediate part of the field as well. So a nice grab here, because I think with McVay, like McVay's gonna love this kid. Like, to really work with him and start ironing the actual plan for him into the offense. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is dangerous to say steal at this point in the draft, but definitely viable developmental depth. A guy that made plays. You kind of wonder, do they use him how they used DeMarcus Robinson? Like, DeMarcus Robinson found new life there.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at Kenneth Mumfield, the same exact role. A guy that could finish plays in the air as a touchdown catcher.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Ravens on the clock at 2:43. We're in the final 15-ish picks stretch here. And I believe the pick is in just a second for the Baltimore Ravens, who will be taking guard Garrett Dellinger from LSU. Dame, this was somebody you and I got to see down at the Senior Bowl. The reviews with Dellinger are just so smart, sturdy, aware. I think he needs to get a little stronger. Sometimes the bull rush got to him and drove him back through the pocket, but somebody that should be able to hang on to a roster as a backup guard. This is a B- for me with Dellinger.
Yeah, I'm with you. B- as well. Like you said, got to get stronger. Add some of that functional strength. He's listed at 6'3", 6'4", 325. But it's like, if we can get you to latch, strain, and then run the feet in the run game, get some guys off the ball, reset the line of scrimmage. Baltimore, I think Baltimore has understood, and I've been saying it, the Daniel Falele experiment at right guard might not be working out for them.
Right.
And they're preparing just in case it doesn't.
Yeah, Garrett Dellinger. Now we've seen the LSU offensive line have Will Campbell, Emory Jones, Miles Frazier, Garrett Dellinger.
Yep.
Speaks to the talent and the IQ of that group.
Yes.
And the kind of guy the Ravens love. Like, are you tough and smart? Then we'll take you as our second wave of interior offensive linemen here. So Dellinger, 2025 Senior Bowl player, ends up in Baltimore. Let's look big picture with this Baltimore draft. They've gotten a lot of value and volume, I would say, for Baltimore. This team has made 11 picks. 11. Here they are. Malachi Starks, safety from Georgia. Mike Green, edge pass rusher from Marshall. Emory Jones, who played on the line with Dellinger. He was their right tackle from LSU. Teddy Buchanan, linebacker from Cal. Carson Vincent, developmental tackle from Alabama A&M. Bilal Coney, the cornerback from Western Michigan. LeJante Wester, small wide receiver from Colorado. Aeneas Peebles, the lethal interior tweener pass rusher from Virginia Tech. Robert Longerbeam, speedy corner from Rutgers. And then number 11 in this draft class, Garrett Dellinger. Some of the veterans are going to return back to the Baltimore facility and not know who the hell half the team is. It's crazy. It's a deep draft class. Lions on the clock at 2:44. They've been very busy. Recap a couple of the last Lions picks. They've made 3 picks already today. Miles Frazier, another member of that LSU offensive line. Ahmed Hassanin, the edge rusher out of Boise State. Dan Jackson, safety out of Georgia, was their other 7th-round pick. They started off this draft with a bang. Tyleik Williams and Tate Ratledge, if you want some brawn from both sides of the trenches. Power slot, Isaac Tesla, explosive player. This draft has a Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell fingerprint all over it. They are who they are, and they stick to it. And let's see if the Lions do that with their next pick as we get the pick here in just a second, which will be followed by the Commanders and the Giants back-to-back as we're in the home stretch here. If you're still hanging with us, thank you. We've had a blast with you guys today. Break it down every pick with as much detail as we possibly can with very, very limited, really 0 breaks at all. Feeling good, Big Mike?
Yeah, I feel good, man.
You look good.
I drank a lot of Gatorade.
That's the move. I should do more of that. It's gonna be rough.
It has
afterwards.
consequences, though.
It does. You gotta,
it does have consequences.
Yeah, you got to hydrate or dehydrate. It
Right.
depends what your strategy is here. So wait for the Lions pick.
Oh,
Let's look at the best available here, guys. Kobe Bryant. I don't know if Isaiah Bond's going to get taken at this point. I just think teams are not comfortable with what's going on behind the scenes there. Cy Alexander, I think, should be drafted. I thought he was highly competitive this year.
I thought he would be gone by now.
Easily. The 40.
Sebastian Castro.
Yeah, Castro's a player.
A guy that nobody really talks about, I don't think they realized he was in his draft, was Makari Page.
Yeah, break him down.
Like Michigan, he's got range to play over the top. A little bit of a wiry frame, but he's a willing tackler. This guy has good instincts from what I watched on film. I liked what I saw from him. And I know they changed the defensive scheme and everything with, Minter leaving and things of that nature, but I don't know. I'm just shocked that he's still here. I still like to get.
Pick is in for the Lions. They go with Dominic Lovett, the small, shifty wide receiver from Georgia. Arian Smith was drafted earlier, so 2 Georgia receivers taken today. Lovett, undersized, but somebody that can create short and intermediate separation. This one, for me, is a B- for the Lions, getting some more wide receiver depth after they took Isaac Tesla earlier in the draft.
Yeah, I give it a B. Slot receiver. I think with him, like you said, short area route runner, create separation. He can give you yards after catch. And I think with Tesla, as I said when they drafted him yesterday, he gives me Alec Pierce vibes. And I think if you put him outside and he works on that release package to where he can let that build-up speed build up, he can stretch the field for you and be that big body receiver and replace Tim Patrick. So I think I can see a plan for those 2 receivers if they go that route.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's shifty. It does feel weird that he's going to the Lions. I will say that.
Yeah.
But maybe they are looking to get some more help, to get some more weapon, to kind of weaponize this offense.
Yeah.
You know what I think, guys? I think they just like that he's been Georgia's main punt gunner.
Yep.
They might just look at it and go, you know what? We like our pass catchers. You could be the number 6 on our roster, but you got to be our main gunner. That has to be it to me. If he wants to crack this roster. Play strength at wide receiver was, the balance. Like when somebody really landed a jam on him, he went places.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So they might look at this as a pure special teams pick, and we'll see if we get an upside at wide receiver. The Commanders are on the clock here at pick 245. The Giants right behind them. So we're getting a run of NFC East teams here. Commanders at 245. The Giants at 246, and then the Cowboys will be on the clock at 247. So we'll see how this one shakes out for another organization that they haven't had a lot of picks, the Commanders, because of the Laramie Tunsil trade. But they've tried to make the most of them. Today only took Jalen Lane, the explosive wide receiver out of Virginia Tech, and Kane Medrano, the undersized, speedy linebacker out of UCLA. Team speed's been a priority for this team on day 3. Right now, and the pick is in, and they get a running back that I really, really like here, guys, in Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And the only reason he's available in this spot at Arizona is because he really couldn't play this year.
Yeah.
He played one game. There was eligibility issues that really didn't seem like they were his fault. Kind of a messy NCAA situation. Look at the tape in 2023 for New Mexico, over 1,100 yards, 17 touchdowns, hard downhill runner. Does his best to fall forward for 64 missed tackles that year. It's 0.34 per attempt. I'll go with an A here. Not using the pass game at New Mexico, but man, if you just want a pure runner that gives you physicality, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt has it. Once again, if he didn't have those eligibility issues this year that were not academic related, I think he would have been a 4th-round pick in this draft.
Yeah, I give it an A as well. And I think we talked about it They need at some point. It's like, well, are you going to get a running back? Like, are you going to get somebody that can bring some juice? And I think for me, and I've been saying it, Brian Robinson. I don't think he's an ideal fit for what that Jaden Daniels led offense. That a lot of pistol, the shotgun stuff, inside zones, things of that nature. Ja'Cory absolutely fits that. Like, he fits that to a T. 5'10", 206. I think he'll be. We get through preseason, he might be the guy for them.
Right.
I'm going to give it an A. Here's the reason why. We talk about him being a big body, right? 200-something pounds and what he's able to do with that. Watching his highlights, one of the biggest things that I saw, a lot of times nobody touched him.
Yeah.
A lot of times nobody could
He's
touch him.
elusive.
Pick is in for the Giants, and they are going to go with Corey Black, the corner out of Oklahoma State here, guys. He was 182 on the big board here for me, so this is good value for the Giants. Size, speed, good arm length, excellent vertical speed. Ball production was there. 3 picks, 9 passes broken up. He knows how to use his speed and off coverage, plays through the hands, plays through the catch point. Man, in single coverage, he got 15 catches on 38 targets this year. This guy really stood out in single coverage. He's just a little light. He's going to get bumped around in the early phase of the route, and he needs to just trust his legs more. He's got speed. Stop grabbing. Maybe they can coach up that side of him. Corey Black for me in this range. This is an A for the Giants. I thought he should have been an early day 3 pick.
I like him. I love his length. That's what everybody needs to be looking for.
Yeah.
That's how you win. You got to look for length. You've got to look for length. And we are seeing finally the NFL is realizing these little guys, you need to be able to stop these little guy wide receivers. And how do you stop those guys? With length. That's how you do it. I'm going to give it an A.
Yeah, I give it an A as well. Good value for him. Also, special teamer, a guy that works as a gunner on punt team. You need that type of guy in this type of range on day 3. So, good value pick there.
Yeah, the Giants capitalizing on the day 3 value of this class for the most part. They've gotten Cam Scatteraboo, Marcus Bowe, Thomas Fidone, and now Corey Black. I mean, that's a good run. And Fidone and Black were both 7th-round picks. So they didn't have a pick in the 6th round. And let's recap their draft. Obviously, the star talent at the top and Abdul Carter. But, a problem, Dame, for Joe Schoen has been also just hitting on day 3 talent where this roster is not rounded out. This has got to be a draft that starts to turn that.
It has to. It has to, man. I think getting Cam Scatteraboo, getting Marcus Bowe, and everything, that was 2 strong picks to start the day off. Getting Fidone to pair him with Theo Johnson, 2 developmental young, tight ends, and then Corey Black, a guy that can play corner for you. And that's something the secondary is missing too, like a corner that can take the ball away.
Right.
Deonte Banks, he can cover at times, but he doesn't always have the vision and the location ability to find the football, where Corey Black doesn't really have that same issue. So I think they have to start hitting on these picks, and you would like to see. You want to see, in my opinion, I want to see those first 4 guys. 3 of the 4. You might not see Jackson Dart at all this year. But I want to see impact from 3 of the first 4 guys this year. Cam Scatteraboo, Darius Alexander, and, of course, Abdul Carter.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Darius Alexander should be playing next to Dexter Lawrence. Abdul Carter is just, the 3rd overall pick in the draft is going to be on the field. Scatteraboo is going to split that workload with Tyron Tracy, and he's built better for more touches. So this is a good-looking draft for Joe Schoen right now, which the Cowboys don't like to hear as they're on the clock, but the Cowboys have had a good draft themselves. I feel like they've made up a lot of ground. They took Jay Toya today, a 2-gapping, run-stuffing nose tackle after a really, really strong day 2, where they got Savone Revel, the corner from ECU, Donovan Ezaraku, pure pass rusher. They've added twice to the backfield today. Jaden Blue is their speedster. Phil Maffa is their downhill runner, and the pick is in for the Cowboys. This is their 9th pick in this draft, and they go with Tommy Akingbasote. I don't know, guys. I'm not going to nail that pronunciation.
I think you got.
Did it? Okay, good. They get interior defensive line help again here. A guy that can kind of play both inside and outside alignments from that Maryland defense here, guys, who a little bit more pass rush juice than what they just took in Toya. So we've seen them go 2-gapper. Now they want a guy that can get off the ball and make plays and disrupt.
Yeah, no, 100%. He can redirect as an upfield mover. 6'4", 305, 33.5-inch arms. He can push guys back off the ball, reset the line of scrimmage. They're going to need that. At the end of the day, we keep talking about it. Their defense has struggled with the run game. I think they've been ranking like 27th or something in rushing yards allowed last year. They got to fix it. I think they've done a good job.
Yeah, this guy, I like him at that 4-eye spot.
Yeah.
And I think that's where he's at his best. But he works well across the field, doesn't give ground, and that's what you want to have.
Tommy Akingbasote here to the Cowboys as they add their second interior defensive lineman of the day. Jay Toya in the 7th round earlier. Now Akingbasote here at the end of the 7th round, getting some big, heavy-handed beef for the interior of their defensive line. The Saints are on the clock here at 2:48. Less than 10 picks left in the draft here, guys, as we keep things rolling for the Saints. And they go Maliki Matavo, the big tight end from UCLA, underneath pass catcher, Senior Bowl guy. Feels like there's more meat on the bone as a blocker for this guy at 216 pounds. I see the size here. I think sometimes he's just learning still how to, technique-wise, use his hands, get his hands in the right place. Everything in the 5 to 10-yard range, though, he catches the ball. He could be a chains mover in that range. So I'll give this pick a B+ in this spot, a guy that I admittedly thought would go a round or two earlier.
So I'm gonna give it an A-. I want to see him probably put some weight on.
Yeah, he could hold even more.
Yeah,
he's like 260 right now.
Right, he probably play 270
more.
Yeah, and I think that would also help him with because I know he tries in blocking, but I don't see push.
I agree. I agree. It's more just I'm in the way.
Yes, and I think if he was a little bit heavier, not a lot, just a little bit, or transition some of that into more muscle, I think he would be a little bit, obviously a little less slippery, but also a little bit more strong in the block game.
Gotcha.
The Niners are on the clock here at 2:49. The countdown is on as the Niners have a pretty lengthy draft that we can recap in just a second. They go Connor Colby, the guard from Iowa here, Felder. We've seen a couple Iowa offensive and defensive linemen taken. Colby, some of maybe the better film for this group, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. The stick-to-itiveness is something that you have to really admire. This is a guy, and again, we talked about programs that do this. Here we go. Let's get a pancake. We talk about programs that do this. Iowa's another one. Iowa, Wisconsin, BC. Like, they build these things, and it's really impressive to watch and to see how they do it. And for him, look at this. Like, he doesn't – once he gets you, he's got you.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm going to go with an A on this one.
Yeah, a good B+ for me. I think he fits that scheme. Zone, like lateral step, get to the next guy, the man-to-man down blocking and gap scheme. He doesn't have the functional strength to hold up and just bully guys off the ball. But laterally, I think the athleticism is there, and he's going to be able to move in synchronization with the rest of the offensive line in that wide zone run game especially.
And this team's a little thin on the offensive line, and it's hard to get – you're not going to get starters in the 7th round out of the gate, but this guy's played over 2,800 snaps
a lot of
Iowa's
ball.
Offensive line. So you go, we're 1 or 2 injuries away. We trust this guy to play.
Yeah.
We trust this guy to fit our run scheme, and we're going to help him in pass pro with the center and with the chipping back.
Yep.
But, yeah, that's what the Niners are looking for is experience and smarts from a program that just runs the hell out of the ball, as we saw with Caleb Johnson last year. The Packers are on the clock at 2:50, and they're going guard John Williams here from Cincinnati, so we're getting a run on some offensive line depth here, guys.
6'4", 322, 33 7/8 on the arm. A guy that he also, I believe he played some tackle.
He did.
At Cincinnati.
Yeah, he was their starter at left tackle this year.
Playing tackle, he's going to kick down in the guard, more than likely, I would assume. But I think just getting more bodies on the offensive line, guys that can create some rush lanes. I think getting them out in space as a puller will be helpful as well. Big, strong dude. So good pick. I'll give a B. Give a B for it.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of that one with you, just because his pass protecting skills will probably translate to the inside, right?
Yeah.
You can look at the weight that he carries and go, okay, can you drop your hips and anchor in that spot for us? And then you talk about getting him moving in the run game, which the Packers obviously don't want to do. And the Packers love these guys. that played tackle in college, but feel can convert to guard. Because if they get into an emergency, they feel like they can get them by in a pinch attack.
Yeah,
This is a very Packers pick in terms of the size and the position flexibility.
Do you have a type?
They have an absolute
Yeah,
type.
I'm gonna go with B as well, because I think that he has the ability, as he's shown in college, to play that tackle spot. But I think he'd be more comfortable, and they'd be more comfortable with him.
Look at the base.
Playing
Like,
the
that's
guard.
what you want.
That's
yeah,
exactly what you want.
So when you look for, people always ask, and I've asked O-line coaches about this when I was getting into scouting. I was like, why do fans always say just kick him to guard? Like, like you should actually do? And you have to have the ability to drop your hips and take on power. Because now you're going from an edge rusher that could be 250 pounds to a 315-pound defensive tackle, point A to B.
Exactly.
Where that closing gap is so small that your power right off the ball needs to be so strong. So Williams is definitely a candidate for that. As New England is on the clock at pick 251, which will be followed by the Niners again, and then a division rival for New England in the Miami Dolphins as well. And this has been, as we joked, but we're also serious, a volume draft for Mike Vrabel's New England Patriots right now. This will be pick number 10 for them in this draft. So they are trying to flip over this roster. They have attacked offense a lot. On day 3, they've gone pretty heavy on the defensive side of the ball. After their first 4 picks in the draft were on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah. So let's see what New England does here in a second. We should get a best available. And New England did what they do. We'll get to it in just a moment here. We've been wondering, guys, we've talked about specialists.
Oh.
We've talked about specialists. New England took a kicker in Andres Borregales in the 6th round.
Man.
I believe the pick is in here. At pick 251, they say, I got one more in me.
One more.
They got a long snapper. And I'm going to be honest, for the first time on today's show, guys, this is a player that I have not evaluated because, not that I didn't have time, I don't evaluate long snappers.
Neither do I.
They don't pay us to do that. If
No.
New England, now what they scout is literally like snap velocity,
Yeah.
like truly,
Yeah.
how quick you can get the ball to your punter.
Yeah.
They have had their long snapper in place in Joe Cardona for a long time, and he was drafted. He was taken in the draft, so I know it's a different regime, but this is something New England doesn't shy away from. So they go with long snapper Julian Ashby from Vanderbilt. And we'll see if he can take the reins.
Julian getting his name called.
Yeah, that's big, man. If you're good enough to be drafted as a long snapper, it says something about you. But a 320-player big board, and I know it's the same for your big board, Dame, didn't make the cut.
Nah.
So 2 specialists for New England today. Andres Borregales at kicker. Julian Ashby, congrats to you, long snapper from Vanderbilt here at the end of the 7th round. The Niners at pick 252. Just a couple picks left in the draft. Thank you for everybody for rocking with us until the end here as we keep it rolling. We have not missed a pick. Even when we missed a couple, we caught back up. We'll see what the Niners do at pick 252. Their day 3 has been really busy. C.J. West, the Indiana defensive lineman. Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver returner from Mississippi. Jordan James, running back from Oregon. Marquise Siegel, the safety from Kansas State. Curtis Rourke, quarterback from Indiana. So they've dipped into the Indiana roster twice today, the 49ers. And then their last pick we recently broke down, Connor Colby, guard with over 2,800 college snaps for the Iowa offense. Let's take a look at the best available here. Kobe Bryant still out there, the corner from Kansas, as is Zy Alexander, the corner from LSU. Sebastian Castro, really a big nickel safety from Iowa. Mello Dotson, the other corner from Kansas, with pretty high-end ball production this year as well. So the Niners pick will be in here in just a second. We'll get to them as they look to maybe continue to add to their offense. We'll see in just a moment. And do we have the pick here in a moment? The pick is coming for the Niners. Just a second. The pick is in, and they are going with Junior Bergen, the wide receiver from Montana here, guys. So we are getting deep in the weeds here. Smaller wide receiver in Junior Bergen, 5'9.5", 184 pounds, 4'5", 240 at the pro day, 36.5-inch vertical. this seems to me like some slot depth for them, Damian, I would think at this point of the draft.
Yeah, you would think so, right? Just continue to add. I wonder how much special teams he's going to play, if he can give you something as a returner. But
Right.
you know for a fact at 5'9", you're not seeing many snaps on the outside in the NFL, unless you are a Tyreek Hill type of receiver.
Right.
He's going to play in the slot, and we know that they know how to get the ball to their slot guys.
We saw Tez come off the board. This guy at least has some level of like girth,
Yeah.
right?
Right. And, you know, and hear this. All Big Sky kick returner, punt returner.
Yep.
That's all.
Special
That's what you
teams.
want.
So that's what this is about to them. You know, FCS Athletic Director's Return Specialist of the Year. This is truly somebody. He has tied for the most punt return touchdowns in NCAA FCS history with 8. So this is one of the best return men in the draft. And the Niners felt that's worth a pick on, which I applaud. Like,
No,
I think
100%.
if a returner is elite, take him in the 7th round and see if that transitions
Exactly.
over, especially if
Sure.
they can return kicks and punts. Pick is in for the Dolphins in this spot, and they go with a run clogger, one of the run cloggers left in Zeke Biggers, the defensive tackle from Georgia Tech. I'll throw a grade out on this one. I thought Zeke was a draftable player. B+ for me is the Dolphins' mission to say, you will never run our defensive line. We've taken Kenneth Grant. We've taken Jordan Phillips. Now we take the big-bodied Zeke Biggers here as they round out their interior defensive line.
Yeah, 6'5.5", 321 pounds, 34/78 on the arm. A guy that can push the pocket, hold up at the point of attack. And I think it also gives them that flexibility of just simply, they're going to be, when you're 6'4", 340 like a Kenneth Grant is, the same questions that were said about Jordan Davis. How many snaps can you play? Zeke Biggers give him another big body that, hey, if Kenneth Grant needs a blow, if he's a little winded, we could pull you off the field, throw Zeke Biggers in there, and we could still get the same type of run defense, or the run defense doesn't have that big of a drop-off. I give that a B+.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give it a B+ as well. I think that he was a joy to watch in the ACC this year.
And he's got an elite name.
He
He's
plays
got
a
an elite
rugged
name.
game. Oh, name team is
Like, he's an elite name.
yeah, elite name. I kind of forgot about him as we got into the 7th round.
Yeah.
Cam Horsley is still out there, another guy in this mold of player. If you're looking for run stuffers, the Saints are on the clock here at 2:54. We're going to see what they end up doing in just a second. Really interesting draft for the Saints that's going to be remembered for what Tyler Shuck does. I think no
Right.
matter what turns out from this draft. And the pick is in for the Saints, and they go with Fadil Diggs, the pass rusher out of Syracuse in this spot. So they get some pass rush juice here. Diggs, guys, good athlete, sub 4.6 speed, 3-time team captain, 2 at Texas A&M, 1-time Syracuse. Played standing up, played with his hand in the dirt. Technical hands, like he knows how to get off blocks, and he knows how to use that dip and rip move. The stride length with the closing speed is how he finished plays and how he was able to sack the quarterback. He's a pass rush specialist. He's not going to give you anything against the run. He doesn't have powerful or knockback hands. But this is a B+ for me at this point of the draft because I think this guy has one redeeming skill, and it's an important one, and that's rushing the passer.
Yeah, I'm going to go B+ as well. I know obviously transition from A&M to Syracuse, but him at A&M, he was a problem. He was a problem for some of these guys that we see get picked out of the SEC. He was a problem for them.
Yeah, I give it a B myself too. Like depth, that DPR type of guy that can come onto the field when you need him to. Good athlete in terms of how he tested, but he got a quick long arm over, like what I see from him.
Fadil Diggs to the Saints. Some edge pass rush juice at this point of the draft. Nice value for the Saints in this slot. And we have the Texans on the clock now, and the pick is in. And a player once upon a time that looked like a top 75 pick, but injuries have decimated his career. Luke Lachey here, guys. Lachey, to me, has the size of an inline tight end. He had the movement skills of the guys you saw out there that can play out wide, that can play in the slot. The mentality as a blocker, some technique work. But, man, the injuries have just set this guy back, and it's been disappointing to watch, but I'm glad to see his name called here. And he had right ankle surgery in 2023. I think he just lost some of that explosiveness. A true chains mover before that injury. So this is a B for me in this spot because you have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
You're talking about a player that 2 years ago was a projected top 75 pick. Let's see if we can get that ankle right, get Luke Lachey healthy, and mold him into a tight end 2 on our roster.
Yeah, get him into the program, figure out what he can do, figure out where you need to make him better in terms of his health more than anything. We know what he can do from an actual play standpoint. So I'm going to give this a B. Good for them.
Yeah, I give it a B as well. Former dual sport athlete in high school, played basketball. Like you said, like Connor said, the injuries have zapped him athletically from what he really could have been, because he had the tools and the NFL prototypical size, but the movement skills prior to the injuries that you looked at and said, man, like top 75, top 50, but good value getting them on day 3 at the end of the 7th round.
Yeah, this is really good value. It just tells you what the NFL thought of him medically at this point.
Yeah.
And I heard from a lot of people that it started to turn the corner a little at Shrine, which was promising.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't turn the corner at Iowa, but you don't have any time to get
don't.
right. And think about how much that team runs the ball, the toll it takes on your body as a tight end.
As a tight end, yeah.
So for the Texans, I like the swing here. The second to last pick in the 2025 NFL Draft will be the Chargers. The Chargers are on the clock here. We'll get to them in just a moment, and the pick will be here. But, man, the best available guys, Kobe Bryant taken yet. Isaiah Bond we don't think is going to be taken. Seth McLaughlin is waiting. Sebastian Castro. The UDFA process will have some good players. Zion Alexander, to me, I'm borderline not stunned, but pretty surprised.
Yeah.
Undrafted, I think, just because he ran a slower 40. Mm-hmm. That dude showed he could be physical and sticky in coverage.
Trust the tape, man. Trust the tape.
For perspective, I had Alexander 197, and we're going to be like 65 spots beyond that. So
I think Jake Brenningstool, tight end out of Clemson, still being here. I know people look at him. I think my comp for him was Mike Gesicki, as a guy that does it. He wasn't a strong blocker at Clemson. I went to the pro day, and I found out some information that it wasn't something that was highly coached up.
Right.
And so it's like it wasn't really a him problem. It was a college team problem. So I just feel like somebody's going to get a good UDFA out of him if he goes undrafted.
Pick us in for the Chargers. Trequezi Bridges is the pick here, the Florida safety, and as you're going to see, a guy that can also play a couple different coverage roles. So for the Chargers here, trying to get some versatility on the back end, guys.
Yeah, guy that's willing to make tackles, play close to the line of scrimmage. And you see the kind of positional versatility, playing in the box, up at safety, outside at corner. You like guys that can wear multiple hats in the secondary.
He's also willing to tackle, which I really like. Like that willingness to tackle and play physical is something that everybody is looking for, and now the Chargers get it.
Fight through at the catch point.
And that's why you can kind of flip him around in the secondary. Like experience at corner, but the tackling can help him play safety. So Trequezi Bridges goes to Florida here, guys. And before we get to the final pick, a little bit of a surprise. Take a look. That is Mr. Irrelevant throwing these touchdowns, and that could be, it's a long shot, 1 in a billion, I would say.
Yes.
The last pick in the draft could turn into this. Yes, Brock Purdy made the most of his chance. So never rule off or doubt the last pick in the NFL draft, because it could be the storyline of a season, and that's what Brock Purdy became pretty quickly after being slept on. Crazy with Brock Purdy, guys. After his sophomore year of college, doing this job, you jump into summer scouting. I was like, man, this guy might be a future first-round quarterback.
That's what I thought.
Right? We all kind of felt it.
That's what I thought.
And then it just kind of fell off a cliff the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And he figured it all out again in the right place in the NFL.
He lost some pieces at Iowa State.
Yes.
And it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he had like a mental cleanup with Shanahan.
Right.
And he started to make so many mistakes his last 2 years at Iowa State, and then he found a way to
Confidence was rebuilt.
Yes, exactly.
Confidence was rebuilt.
And he ended up, he could go down, obviously, as the greatest Mr. Irrelevant of all time when you're a franchise quarterback.
Is that Belichick?
That slot. So New England has the last pick in the draft in this spot here, pick 257. We have made it. And, of course, it's a big celebration for Mr. Irrelevant. I think he gets like a trip now, like a vacation.
Him and his girlfriend.
And you get a car. And
Oh, that's awesome. If you're if you are Mr. Irrelevant, you get some extra perks.
There's perks. It's a big deal now. Yeah.
Not just getting drafted to the league, but you get some extra stuff.
No, yeah.
It's 255. I'd be like, no.
No, wait. Hold on now. Hang up the phone. Call me back in 2 picks.
Trade back.
Trade back.
Yeah.
Trade back and get me.
I remember when the Jets had this pick last year, they refused to trade it because they wanted the like the attention of
attention,
having
the
Mr. Irrelevant pick. They wouldn't move it.
Insane.
Which is, yeah, it's not a great way to operate, but that's a different story.
Nah, nope.
The Patriots have that honor this year as we wait for the Mr. Irrelevant pick. Shout out to everybody that's been staying with us here on the Bleacher Report live show.
Yes.
We promised to get through analysis for hopefully as many players as possible. We didn't miss a player, okay? So we didn't, right, Felder?
We missed 3.
We missed
The
3?
specialist.
The specialist.
Yeah, but we acknowledged it.
Yeah.
But we did. You're right. We didn't do the long snapper. We apologize to the long snapper. We gave our thoughts on a couple kickers. We kind of glossed over the punters. So we got through as many players as we can get through. We did our best.
We got it.
And the final pick is in as the Patriots add to their secondary and special teams. Mr. Irrelevant is Kobe Minor here out of Memphis, guys. The final pick in the 2025 NFL Draft goes to New England.
Congrats to Kobe
Good
Minor.
job.
Yeah, we're going to talk some winners and layout. That's it. Yeah, clap it up. Shout out to everybody. Congrats to Kobe Minor, Mr. Irrelevant pick for the Patriots here out of Memphis. We got some winners and losers coming your way. We're not done just yet, so we will break down from the big picture view. I know you guys were both here yesterday.
Yeah.
I just got here today, but it's been an eventful NFL draft in terms of the big picture view. So we'll get to some winners and losers. You guys let me know when you have who you like as a winner. I'm looking at this. Yeah, Felder, you got something?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Pats, man.
Yeah.
I mean, all those picks, I know they do it all the time. But
Identity changing.
exactly, just like you said, identity changing picks. It's a new regime. Vrabel decided he kind of liked the way that Belichick did it. I'm going to try to do it kind of like that.
Right.
And so he's going to come in there, and these new guys are going to show up, and they're going to have to show. They're going to have to show out too.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be a hard grader.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to look at the Raiders. This is a team that has a new general manager in John Spytek. They're, obviously have Tom Brady's influence there a little bit as well. They just rebuilt their offense. Ashton Genty is that dude the second he walks in.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Bash can develop into a number 2 or number 1 wide receiver for you. You get Darian Porter at corner, who just has so much size and speed and special teams ability. You take 2 swings on the offensive line, and Caleb Rogers, who I think could be a starter for you at guard, and Charles Grant, who I think could truly play tackle. You got a deep threat in Dante Thornton from Tennessee. Taka Hemingway and J.J. Pegues give you some depth on the interior of the defensive line as pass rushers. Tommy Millott is going to make this transition from quarterback to wide receiver. I have no idea if it's going to work, but he's athletic.
Yeah.
So I'll take the swing there and give it a shot. Okay, I think he got a little cute with Cam Miller over Quinn Ewers, but I'm not going to kill them for that. And then Cody Lindenberg, the linebacker from Minnesota in the 7th round. But to me, what the Raiders were able to do in their first 6 picks of the draft completely changes the identity and the look of their football team on the offensive side of the ball under Pete Carroll.
I love that. For me, I'm going to go to the Chicago Bears. Absolutely love what they did. I think they hit a home run, especially early on, getting Colston Loveland. They needed a tight end. He was my tight end one in this class. Getting Colston Loveland at 10, getting Luther Burton the third, another wide receiver in round 2. Ozzie Trapilo, offensive tackle out of Boston College. They know. Listen, we talked about it. Maybe Darnell Wright flips back over to the left side like he did the year before he came out of Tennessee. And then you put Trapilo at the right tackle spot, getting that freak of nature Shamar Turner, who could play D tackle all over the defensive line at like 280 pounds. Ruben, the linebacker out of Maryland.
Yeah, Hippolyte.
Yeah, Hippolyte. Za Frazier, developmental corner out of Texas, San Antonio. Luke Newman, and then getting Kyle Monunga. They needed that running back. They hit on a lot of different things. I feel like if you're Caleb Williams, you're really happy with what they did. Like they addressed the defense, they got depth on the offensive line, and got you potentially three new playmakers on offense.
Yeah, I'm with you guys as well. Look at some losers of this draft. It's always hard to designate losers after the draft.
Yeah.
And it's not the draft class to me for the Saints because I love Kelvin Banks, Vernon Broughton, Jonas Sanker. I don't get the plan at quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler Shuck, it's a great story because he's been in college, I think, 7 years now. He's been through 3 serious injuries. But when you take Tyler Shuck at 40, you're telling me that you believe he's potentially...
He starts soon.
Right. If Derek Carr's as hurt as we are led to believe, like the clock is going to be on Tyler Shuck, and you better be right about that pick.
Yeah.
And Tyler Shuck, it's not just over Shedeur Sanders, right? You can make the argument that it's a couple different guys, but definitely they'll be judged on that decision.
Yeah.
Maybe they're right, but to me, I like the look of what they've done with this draft from a roster standpoint. I don't think they're going to be able to take steps forward because they're so hamstrung at quarterback.
Yeah, that was mine as well.
Yeah.
And like to your point, the rest of I like a lot of the other picks they made, but you took Tyler Shuck at 40. So what you're telling me is if Derek Carr can't go, we should expect him to win the QB battle over Spencer Rattler in training camp. We should expect Tyler Shuck taking the first team snaps in the preseason and being the guy week 1.
Right.
When you make a decision like this at 40, that's what you're telling the fans. And I said this today. I like Tyler Shuck. I liked his tape, but the injuries, and I felt like the third round at earliest was where I was.
Yeah. What about you, Felder? Any questions today?
Originally, I was going to say the Browns,
I thought about them too.
but then we saw Quinn Ewers. And I can tell you what, I think that took a lot of heat off of that Browns situation. So I'll go with Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just tough for him, man.
It is tough. It's tough. It's compared to what we thought he could be one day.
Yep.
And now he gets to, like Brock Purdy, potentially rewrite his story.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's a longer road when you're the 7th round guy compared to when you get into camp and you get real number 2 or even number 1 reps.
Absolutely.
So I'm with you. And Shedeur Sanders, we're going to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
You know, the one positive for Shedeur, he has a chance, you'd think, the Browns control some of this, but in terms of talent, to be the starting quarterback week 1.
Yes.
Like, out of all the places he could have gone, there's nobody on that roster that you go, Shedeur can't beat him out.
Yeah. I really feel like he walks into that room with that boulder-sized chip and say, I am going to beat Dylan Gabriel out for QB1.
Oh, he'll be on a mission for that one. It's really if they can get away from the comfort food that is Joe Flacco.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
Which
for sure.
you think at this point they should be able to. But the Browns' strategy is going to be fascinating because you told everyone you thought Dylan Gabriel was, 2 rounds earlier than Shedeur, and then you took Shedeur anyway. So, and it's okay if you were wrong. Like if Shedeur shows up and outplays everybody and you start Shedeur, nobody's going to criticize you for that. But it's going to be about opportunity and how we had this conversation. How are the reps divvied up? We'll see. So, yeah, the Browns have quickly become the most interesting summer storyline.
Oh, absolutely.
Overnight. Shedeur Sanders with the tweet, "Thank you, God." The one thing for Shedeur is Kevin Stefanski's a hell of a coach. There's a reason he's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year, and he knows how to formulate an offense. I do wonder. I kind of was hoping Shedeur would go to a New Orleans, that dome type environment. Cleveland is a ruthless place to throw a football.
Yeah.
But we're going to see if he can overcome that.
Well, they got 2 new running backs to lean heavy on.
And they will. Those guys are going to be fed. They're going to be fed. As Donovan Mitchell says, welcome to the land, Shedeur Sanders, the guy that made the transition to Cleveland quite nicely. Notable day 3 quarterbacks with multiple Pro Bowl appearances. Tom Brady reigns supreme. 15 Pro Bowl appearances. Of course, he was a 6th round pick. Kirk Cousins and Rich Gannon are tied with 4. Dak Prescott and Matt Hasselbeck are tied with 3. Mark Bulger, Mark Rippon with 2. Joe Theismann with 2. So if Shedeur's following in the footsteps of day 3 quarterbacks, he hopes it's one of those guys, especially the guy at the top, which nobody will ever be able to trace that from a day 3 quarterback to potentially the greatest of all time. All right, let's recap this thing with a round 7 recap from the most notable picks as we go through some of the selections for each team. Jay Toya, run-stuffing nose tackle for the Cowboys. How about Carson Brunner getting the call, I'm assuming, from his dad, who's a scout for the Steelers, was a tight end for the Steelers. Now Carson gets to go play linebacker for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Damian Martinez came off the board in that group as well to Seattle. Curtis Rourke as the Niners get their 3rd-string quarterback. Dan Jackson from walk-on scout team, special teamer to starter at safety from Georgia. Quinn Ewers goes to the Dolphins. Tez Johnson, another wide receiver added to the Bucs. Kyle Monangai could be the Bears starter halfway through the season. I would not be shocked. Ricky White, special teams demon, the wide receiver, goes to Seattle as well. Kenneth Mumfield, ball skills for days. He goes to the Rams. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had eligibility issues this year due to the NCAA, but he is going to make some noise in that Washington backfield. Connor Colby, so much experience in that Iowa offense, now a guard for the 49ers. Zeke Biggers, another run stuffer for the Dolphins. Junior Bergen from Montana, one of the best returners in the entire country, if not the best returner. Luke Lachey trying to bounce back and get right. And then Mr. Irrelevant Kobe Minor, the DB from Memphis, with 7 TFLs this year. He gets all the perks of being the last pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. All right, everybody, thanks so much for sticking with us. Dame Parsons, Michael Felder, I've had a lot of fun with you guys, man. This
Likewise, brother.
Yeah, breaking down every pick. Shout out to the audience that came here looking for analysis of every pick. Hopefully we came through for you, doing our best to keep up with the crazy pace. I'm Connor Rogers for the last time of the 2025 BR NFL Draft live show. Thanks so much for sticking with us.